Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku teamed up with Spider-Man daughter Mayday. Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Hero Academia Enter the Spider. UA Enrollment by Masterob. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. The planet Earth, a world populated by a race known as human beings. For the longest time they've been an average race, or so many people believed. Throughout its time there had been stories of some humans possessing supernatural abilities, but those had been brushed aside, no one taking it all that seriously. But the world finally started to realize the moment that baby in Hong Kong started shining bright like a Christmas tree. That was the first sign of the domination of a human's individuality, also known as quirks. Over time quirks continued to manifest. People all over the world showing different and unique abilities. Some who could breathe fire, some who can create ice from their fingertips, or lasers from their eyes. By a certain point, quirks took up at least 80% of the planet's population. While many used these quirks for normal use, some used them for more selfish reasons, thus leading to a spread of villains. But from those villains, came great people who would step in and use their quirks save others. Those people would become superheroes. Throughout time, there have been many great superheroes that have come and gone, however a select few heroes would change the world, truly for the better. To get to that journey, one must start from the beginning, the origins of that great hero, a boy by the name of Izuku Midoriya. "Stop it, Kachin," a young Izuku said. The boy had stopped a trio of bullies from picking on a kid. "Can't you see he's crying? If you don't cut it out, This little kid did his best to build up his courage. I won't forgive you." The boy, Kachin as Izuku called him, better known by his actual name, Katsuki Bakugo, did not relent. "You're really in over your head, Deku." With the use of his quirk, he and his two allies made sure to let little Izuku know that he was not their equal. The boy of 4 years old realized that he needed power to help others, but he had no power. He was born without a quirk in this quirk-filled world. This continued into his teen years, growing up surrounded by so many amazing quirks. Seeing so many cool things, nothing he had. He started looking up to the many heroes of the world, always reading up on them, wanting to be like them, with at least 3 that always came to his mind. The first was a hero known as Captain America, leader of one of the world's best superhero teams, the Avengers. With his mighty shield, villains would be smart to yield. Izuku would spend a lot of time in his room saying the famous phrase, "Avengers Assemble." The second was one of the strongest heroes in the world, the Man of Steel, Superman. Not much was known about him, but with his amazing speed, sight and hearing, he was always there to save someone in need. The third was a personal favorite to Izuku, a hero who saved over 1,000 people in his first night. The symbol of peace, All Might. While the other heroes were strong, maybe stronger, something about All Might just made everyone feel relieved. Maybe it was that big smile of his that let everyone know that things would be okay. Maybe it's the way he made an impact on his first night, even the fact that he's saved the most people out of any other superhero. For that, he's the hero Izuku wanted to be like the most. Despite being told he would never develop his quirk, that never stopped Izuku from dreaming. He's heard tale of superheroes that were essentially quirkless, the most well-known being the Dark Knight, Batman, who on his own had stopped all villain activities in Gotham City before joining with other heroes to form the Justice League, another well-known hero group. Of course there were rumors surrounding Batman, some believing he actually did have a quirk, others believing he was not one man, but many, but Izuku believed in his legacy all the same. Izuku figured he could be heroes like the ones in the Avengers, or the Justice League, and especially his idol, All Might. He just needed to try hard and never give up on his dream. Life for Izuku was about to take one strange turn, however. It began one morning, during another villain attack. While Izuku was on his way to school, he saw a lot of commotion from downtown at Tatooine Station. He quickly rushed over, eager to see what was going on, and beheld quite a sight. A villainous quirk user was rampaging down the city. That's one big super villain. Several heroes had shown up in an attempt to slow it down, such as death arms to prevent any flying debris from hitting a civilian, and the rescue hero backdraft to keep civilians at a safe distance. Within moments, one of the most popular newer heroes arrived, one Izuku immediately recognized, along with some happy fangirls. "Get away from me or I'll break you to bits," the giant villain warned to Kamui. Izuku got in closer, eager to see the fight. This is gonna be good. He could see Kamui swinging around from his wood vines, avoiding the villain's attacks. It's Kamui Woods. He's a newcomer making a big name for himself in the world of heroes. A man beside him. Izuku's reaction funny. One look of that dopey grin of yours and I can tell what you are, a fanboy. Izuku blushed awkwardly a bit. Sorta. Kamui latched onto the villain's arm, though he got flung away, but landed safely on a nearby roof. Assault, robbery and illegal use of your quirk during rush hour. You are the incarnation of evil. Show us something flashy, tree man, the man beside Izuku said. Izuku got excited when he saw Kamui ready an attack, his special move, the preemptive binding. Lasquez chain prison. Both shouted as Kami was about to trap the villain, but before he had the chance to unleash his move. Canyon cannon. A giant woman shouted, arriving from out of nowhere and kicking the villain away, to the confusion of Kamui and the crowd. Huh? The wood-based hero said as the villain fell and this giant woman stood in front of him. Izuku looked pretty amazed at the sight of this, and many of the nearby guys seemed really happy to see this giant beauty. Piece of cake for the world's next hottest hero, she said, then turned to the crowd, slightly bent over in a proactive pose. Hi there everyone, I'm Mount Lady. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. The crowd seemed to love the gesture she made to go with her pun as many blushing guys started to take pictures. Kamui Woods still had his wood chain out, but was very confused. Wait, is she taking all the credit? From far off outside of an airport, a young-looking man with short brown hair stepped outside and saw Mount Lady from a distance. Wow, just arrived in this country and already I'm seeing giant ladies. A young-looking woman with purple hair and a pink streak also stepped outside. Such a beautiful country Japan is. We really should have come by more often, said. Then also noticed Mount Lady. And you weren't kidding Peter, that girl is huge, must be a local hero. This is great Twilight, we're already seeing a sample of the pros around here. Bet there's a bunch we've never heard of, Peter said. It's amazing how many extraordinary heroes exist in this world, Twilight said, then nudged against Peter. I'm lucky to be married to one of the sweetest. Peter blushed a bit, sheepishly rubbing his head. Come on Twee, don't embarrass me. He took another look at Mount Lady. Think it's the same type of power Ant-Man has? It looks like she can grow, but can she also shrink to the size of a bug? It's possible, but not all quirks function the same, so she might not be able to, Twilight said. Anyway, let's hurry, I want to go check out Ua. Yeah, we'll see if it's a good fit for Mayday. Where is she? Peter asked. Coming out the door was a young teenage girl, listening to a portable music player. Mayday, hurry up, there's so much to see here, Twilight eagerly said. Yeah, there's a giant woman over. Peter turned and saw that Mount Lady wasn't there any longer. Where'd she go? With a power like that, we'll see her again with no trouble. There's still lots more to see, hurry up honey, Twilight encouraged. Mayday rolled her eyes as she continued focusing on the music she was listening to, much to Peter's concern. Geez, new country with potential new experience and she doesn't seem interested at all. This probably isn't a good sign, Peter said. Mayday isn't one to really get excited about many things these days, Twilight said. I'm really worried about her, she used to be much more outgoing. She'll come around, if I know Mayday, there should be at least one thing that will pique her interest, Peter said. Plus she might even make some new friends. I hope so, Twilight said. Peter looked toward his daughter, noting the sad look on her face. I know things have been rough, Mayday. But I'm hoping that you'll come around soon and see this amazing country for what it is. Then, we'll get that pretty smile back on your face. Back where the villain was, Izuku was furiously writing some notes about what he's seen, especially about Mount Lady while mumbling some stuff about her quirk. Hey fanboy. The man from before said, you taking notes over there? Wanna be a hero too, huh? Izuku stopped a moment and faced the man with an eager smile. Yes, more than anything. Hee, go for it, I'm sure you'll make a great hero someday, the man said before he walked away. That filled Izuku with a bit more determination. He was determined to be a hero, just like the ones he idolized, especially All Might. Unfortunately, most of his enthusiasm faded when he went to school. Being a curriculous boy in a school like his was rough. Many considered him to be weak and worthless due to his lack of a quirk. The biggest obstacle was his former childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo, who was boasting about being a top student at UA. "I'm the real deal. These losers will be lucky to end up as sidekicks to a lame-ass bottom tier," Bakugo boasted. This enraged the class into a frenzy, one student shouting, "You think you're better than us, Katsuki? Bring it, you bunch of extras," Bakugo taunted. "Well, you do have impressive scores," the teacher said. "Maybe you will get into UA High." That amazed the class. UA is a very prestigious school with a low acceptance rate, however that's the very reason Bakugo believed the school was a fit for him. Bakugo stood on a desk for all the class to behold his glory. "I've aced all the mock tests, I'm the only one with the qualified skills, I'll be a bigger and more famous hero than the Avengers, the Justice League, even All Might himself. I'll be the richest hero of all time. Everyone across the world will know who I am. And it all starts in UA High." "Oh yes, Midoriya, you also intend to apply to UA," the teacher casually brought up, much to Izuku's dismay and Bakugo's disbelief. That earned a round of mocking laughter from the students, each wondering what he was thinking, applying for UA despite being quirkless. As he was about to explain his reasoning, Bakugo destroyed his desk quite viciously. "Listen up, Deku. You're even worse than the rest of these stupid rejects, you pathetic wannabe," Bakugo shouted with a sadistic grin on his face. "You really think they'd let someone like you in when they can have me? Wait. You got it all wrong. Really," Izuku frantically defended. "I'm not trying to compete against you. You gotta believe me. I've just always wanted to be a hero since I was little. Even without a quirk, I can still try my hardest, can't I?" "You'd never be able top elite, you worm. You'd die in the exams," Bakugo shouted. Izuku twiddled his fingers. "Also, it's not like all heroes have quirks. The Dark Knight hero Batman of Gotham City is quirkless, yet he..." Bakugo interrupted him with a fiery blast. "Batman? That's your best argument? He barely even counts as a hero. He's just some vigilante freak in a costume that the Justice League took pity on." Izuku looked almost appalled by that statement, but Batman just has a few fancy toys and gadgets, and some rich billionaire backing him up. "I don't see you with $1 billion to use for fancy equipment," Bakugo said in a berating tone. The entire class continued to laugh at Izuku, leaving the poor boy humiliated, taunts from his classmates telling him he's foolish for trying to follow such a dream. Defenseless Izuku. "This school's already crappy, you really want to drag it under some more by failing so hard?" Bakugo continued to taunt. He sat back down on his chair. What a waste of time. Izuku looked down, feeling some shame and self-doubt. He hated to admit it, but Bakugo had a fair point about Batman. The Caped Crusader had money from Wayne Enterprises funding his heroics. Izuku doesn't know any billionaires like Bruce Wayne or Tony Stark. He was just a poor teenage boy without a dollar or a yen to his name. Elsewhere, a sludge monster was seen rushing through town, freaking out a lot of people. He seemed to be making off with some stolen cash, much to the dismay of a store owner. "Yell all you want, sucker, this cash in mine," the monster said. During this, a man had walked out of a store, then overheard two people discussing the monster. "Where are all the heroes? Are they still busy from that scene earlier?" one guy said. "Probably, man, to think now we have to worry about random people with quirks running around. There's no stopping them," the other said. Suddenly the man started to bulk up, becoming twice the size he was. "Yes, there is." This got the attention of the other two guys. "You know why? This even got the attention of the sludge monster. I am here." Back at school, class continued to go on. Izuku took his seat back, trying to brush away all the harsh things Bakugo had said. He went back to his hero journal, wanting to update it with information he had read online. Unfortunately, that hope was dashed when Bakugo grabbed the notebook. "I don't know what you think you're doing, Deku, but we're not done," Bakugo warned. "What you got?" "His diary," one of Bakugo's friends said. He took a look. It was a hero analysis for the future, the 13th book to be precise. "Don't tell me you're actually taking notes to be a hero. So freaking pathetic." "He's delusional," another friend said. Izuku started to laugh nervously. "Yeah, really funny guys, just give it back." Bakugo answered his pleas by burning the notebook with his quirk, much to Izuku's dismay, then tossed it out the window. "Most future heroes show potential early on. People look at them and know they're destined for greatness," Bakugo said. When I'm the only student from this garbage junior high to make it into UA, people will start talking about me like that. They'll know I'm legit, the next big thing. That's not ego talking, I'm just that good. Ego. One of his comrades said under his breath. Bakugo placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Here's a word of advice, nerd. He started heating on his hand. Don't even think of applying, or else. Because there's no way in hell you're going to become the next Batman or some shit like that. Hell, most people still think he's more than one person, which makes more sense than some loser without powers doing much for that god-awful city. Izuku just stammered nervously from both the pain and Bakugo's sinister smile. As they left, one kid said, "That's just sad, I thought he'd put up some fight." "He finally gets it, he'll never be a hero," the other said. "Still, if you really want to be like Batman, then jump off a roof to see if you glide through the air like he does. If that fails, just hope you get a quirk in your next life," Bakugo said, getting a slight glare from Izuku. Before the young boy could say anything, Bakugo gave a sinister smile as he created some mini explosions in his hand. "What's wrong?" Izuku sighed in defeat. "Nothing. Hoping you finally realize what a loser you are," Bakugo said, walking off with his two comrades. Elsewhere, Peter, Twilight and Mayday were traveling through town in a limo, the two parents enjoying the sights. "It was really nice of Tony to set this up for us," Twilight said. "Seems like a bit much though. I bet most of the people here think I'm some sort of rich big shot," Peter said. "Well, you are a very successful hero, so it's not too out there," Twilight reminded. "I guess," Peter said sheepishly. "Still, I don't want to give off that impression." "Don't worry about it. You've never let the opinion of others get to you before. This really isn't that different," Twilight said. She gently stroked his arm. "Just enjoy the perks. You've earned them through your own hard work." Peter nodded, though noticed his daughter once again. "I think someone else should be trying to enjoy this as well." Twilight turned to Mayday, wanting to see what Peter meant. She saw that the young girl was just laying on the seat while listening to her portable music player. "Mayday honey, don't you want to see the sights? You're in a different country, I don't think you've been here before," Twilight said. "What's there to see? Buildings. We see them back home, it's nothing special," Mayday said in an almost depressed tone. Twilight looked very concerned for her daughter, a feeling shared by Peter. They knew this was going to be a big change for Mayday, but they hoped she would quickly adapt. "Looks like it's going to take a while." "Well, I guess you'll have time to see the buildings later. Right now we need to hurry to that school," Peter said. "Yeah, are you excited to see this big superhero school?" Twilight asked. "Sure, I guess," Mayday said, focusing more on her music than anything else. Peter and Twilight exchanged worried glances. This was going to be a bit tougher than they hoped. Suddenly the sludge monster from before passed by their car, getting all of their attention. Was that a sludge-covered monster?" Twilight asked. They then noticed the superhero rush by, both recognizing him instantly. "Was that All Might?" Peter asked, getting even Mayday's attention. "All Might?" The young girl finally put her music player down to look outside the window with her parents. They saw All Might chasing the sludge villain, though both eventually left their sight. "Wow, first day here and we're already seeing All Might in action," Peter said. "He's one of the coolest superheroes in the world. He's ranked pretty high up there to rival even Superman. And all of the Avengers," Twilight added. "It's been a while since I've seen him up close. Wonder what he's up to," Peter wondered. Suddenly the limo started to slow down and stop, much to the confusion of the family. "What happened to the car?" Mayday asked. Peter went outside to check, and saw sludge on the wheels. "Great, that weirdo sludge guy left us a present." Twilight also went out and saw the sludge. "Oh, that's just perfect, now what?" Peter turned to the direction of the sludge villain and All Might. "I'm gonna go help All Might, stay here." "What?" Twilight said, then saw Peter leave. Peter wait, too late though, he was long gone. Always quick to work with a big hero. Mayday also stepped outside. "This looks like a pain to clean up." Twilight grabbed a phone. "I'm calling for someone. Hopefully they won't take too long." Mayday turned to the direction her father and All Might went. "I hope both things don't take too long." Back with Izuku, he was busy grabbing his notebook from a small pond. It was burnt from Bakugo's explosion, but not too damaged that it's unusable or unreadable. Good thing too. Izuku put too much work into that just to let it go to waste. That idiot, Izuku muttered. Telling me to do something dangerous like that. Suppose I believed him and actually did it? How would he feel then? He placed the notebook away and began to walk home. During the walk home, he can only remember everything as a child, to always watching a video on the computer about the first appearance of one of the greatest heroes of all time, the hero who saved hundreds of people in one night. He remembered the hero's triumphant laugh, and the words that brought such joy to Izuku's young heart. Fear not, citizens, help has arrived, because I am here. Izuku loved that video so much, it was the main reason he wanted to be a hero, to be as great as All Might. Unfortunately, those hopes were dashed when a doctor told him that he's never going to get a quirk, that his body would have developed one by now. Now whenever he watches the video, he could only watch with tears, but still wanted to believe that he could be a hero, that he can always smile just like All Might, to smile even when things look bad. His mother, who felt such pity for her son, did her best to console him, wishing he could be a hero too. Those weren't the words Izuku wanted to hear. While his mother did not intend to, it only made Izuku feel worse, like if there was no hope at all. There was only one thing he wanted to hear. Izuku walked through a tunnel area, wanting to take his mind off things, and try to re-motivate himself. I can't let what Kachan said get me down. No one becomes a hero by being a quitter. I mean, what would a hero like Superman or Captain America say? Oh, what would All Might say? Izuku smiled for the first time in a while, thinking of his most favorite hero, and how he would handle this situation. I just have to do what All Might would do, and always keep a smile on my face, and laugh triumphantly like he does. Izuku then attempted to recreate All Might's heroic laugh as he walked through a tunnel, finally feeling a good mood after all this time. That ended in a heartbeat once he found himself being grabbed by Sludge. That's quite a laugh you have there. You sound just like All Might, the sludge monster said as he attempted to enter Izuku's body through his mouth. You don't mind if I borrow your body, do you? At least you're my hero, kid. Izuku grabbed at the sludge monster, trying to pull him out, though was unsuccessful, and slowly losing oxygen. No, is this really happening? Am I really dying? Izuku thought, desperately trying to free himself. No, it can't end like this, I need someone to help me. As if his thoughts were heard, a hero had indeed arrived and defeated the sludge monster in one punch. Izuku caught a brief glimpse of the hero before he passed out from the lack of oxygen. All Might. Not too far behind, Peter was still trying to locate All Might and the sludge villain, scratching his head in confusion. I just saw All Might not too long ago, where is he? Peter continued his search. Maybe All Might already caught up to that creature and stopped him, that sounds possible. He looked back where he came from. Maybe I should go back to Twilight and Mayday, knowing them they're probably not happy that I left them to deal with the car. Back with Izuku, he was still out cold, though slowly started to stir, mainly due to All Might repeatedly patting his face. Oh, good, thought I lost you there, All Might said. Izuku freaked out at seeing his favorite hero in person. Sorry about that back there, I didn't mean for you to get caught up in my hero work. Usually I pay more attention to keep bystanders safe, but the city's sewer system is pretty difficult to navigate. Ha, 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 ha. Izuku was just standing there in awe. Anyway, thank you, you were a big help. He then held up a bottle with sludge inside. I've captured the evil doer. The most amazing hero in the world, All Might, the real thing, in the flesh, standing right in front of me. He looks so much cooler in person. Izuku looked around for pen and paper. Holy crap, I gotta get an autograph, I need a pen. He found his book on the ground, please sign my notebook. When he opened it to find a blank page, he saw that it already had All Might's autograph already written. He signed it. He picked up the pick and began repeatedly bowing. Thank you so much, this will be a priceless family heirloom, passed down for generations to come. All Might just put the bottle away in his pocket and did a two-finger salute. I gotta get this guy to the police so they can take care of him, stay out of trouble. Wait, you're leaving, already? Izuku asked. Pro heroes are always on the move, always keeping an eye out for injustice and villainy, All Might said. Now stand back, I'm taking off. Wait, he can't leave yet, I have so much to ask him. All Might leapt into the air with another triumphant laugh, then felt something on his leg. It was Izuku, who had latched onto him before he jumped. "Hey, what are you doing, kid?" All Might attempted to remove Izuku from his leg. "Let go. I love my fans, but this is too much. We're too high in the air. If I let go now I'll die," Izuku said, causing All Might to cease his actions. "Huh, that's a good point," All Might admitted. "I just wanted to ask you some questions, personally. You're my all-time favorite hero, All Might, please," Izuku begged. "All right, fine, but keep your eyes and mouth shut," All Might said, not wanting Izuku's face to be exposed to the wind. All Might began looking for a place to land, though started coughing a bit, some blood coming out of his mouth. Shit. During this, as Peter was making his way back, he saw All Might in the air, heading toward a building. "There he is again. Well, I came all this way." He jumped toward All Might's direction. I might as well try to talk to him about. As he got close, something hit him on the head, distracting him for a bit as he landed on another rooftop. Did he just drop something? Peter picked up the bottle that All Might dropped, observing it closely. The substance being green and oozy-like, grossing Peter out a bit. Does All Might actually drink this stuff? What is this, some type of vegetable drink? Peter asked, then noticed an eye opening inside, freaking Peter out as he tossed it blocks away. That was so weird. That thing looks like some oozy sludge. Why would All Might? It suddenly dawned on Peter. Oh, crap. Peter quickly raced to find the bottle he tossed away, hoping to fix any problem before it began. Unfortunately for Peter, it may have been one of the biggest mistakes he could have made. Back with Mayday and Twilight, while Twilight was trying to call and get someone to check on their limo, Mayday had wandered off in boredom, figuring she could at least check out the city like her parents seemed to have wanted her to. The bottle landed right near her, hitting a nearby garbage can and startling her. Must have been a squirrel or something, though it did sound pretty rough. The bottle rolled from the garbage can, stopping right in front of her feet. Mayday bent down to check on it, a little grossed out by the contents. Was it always like this? Or did being in the trash do this? Suddenly the ooze popped out of the bottle, taking the form of the sludge monster from before, freaking Mayday out a bit. From one vessel to another, must be my lucky day, the sludge creature said, before lunging towards a screaming Mayday. Back with All Might, he had landed on a nearby roof, allowing Izuku a chance to get off his leg, and also calm himself from the terrifying experience. My whole life just flashed before my eyes, Izuku uttered out. That wasn't very smart, young man. Now bang on the door for a while, someone will let you in, All Might said, making his way off the roof. Now, I have to go. See you on the flip side. Huh, wait, I have a question. Izuku pleaded. No, I need to go, All Might said, ready to jump off again. But I gotta know. Izuku started remembering the discouraging words up till now, making Izuku wonder if he was truly a failure. He needed to know this. He needed to ask the one he admired the most. Is it possible to become a hero even if I don't have a quirk? Izuku asked, causing All Might to stop in his tracks. I'm a normal kid without any powers, could I ever hope to be someone like you? All Might just stood there in silence, registering what this boy had said, turning to face him. That marked the fateful encounter, the day Izuku Midoriya had finally met his hero, and while he didn't realize it, this chance encounter would change his life, set the course for his future. It would also soon have an impact for the visiting hero family. The crossroads will soon intertwine. Not too far away, Peter is still looking around for the bottle he threw away, frantically leaping from rooftop to rooftop, hoping to find it. Damn it, first day back in Japan and I already screwed something up. That might be a new personal record for me. I hope All Might won't be too mad when he finds out. He continued swinging around, taking note of all his surroundings. Wow, forgot how cool this city looked, haven't been here since I graduated, that was almost 14 years ago, how time goes by. He was about to continue until he overheard some kids. You and Midoriya were friends since you were kids, weren't you? One kid asked. Yeah, you were a little hard with him today, the other kid said. It's his own fault for getting in my way, he heard the voice of Bakugo say. Great, local bullies, Peter muttered. Thanks to his time in Japan, He is fluent enough to understand what the locals are saying, regardless of whether they speak in his tongue or their native one. You shouldn't waste your time with him then, one kid said. I hate it when he talks heroes. Quirkless runt, Bakugo said, using his quirk to destroy some garbage. Peter sighed in annoyance, not the first time he's heard of a kid getting picked on just because they were quirkless. This day and age you're less likely to run into quirkless people, though Peter knows plenty of them himself, including his mentor Tony Stark. That doesn't mean it's okay to berate others for not having powers. This has become a complete 180 from what Peter's heard from Professor Xavier, back when having a quirk was unnatural. From the sounds of things, this kid had a powerful quirk. Makes sense he'd act this way. It's usually the ones with the strongest powers that gain an superiority complex. I'm the only one who's going to UA. I'm going to be the top hero someday. I just want to pull that off and leave that pipsqueak behind me forever, Bakugo said. I know. Why don't we hit the arcade? Get your mind off of it. One kid said. Bakugo sighed. Fine. The other friend had a different, more somewhat devious idea, or we can go to the bar by the station, pick up some ladies. Idiot. Bakugo shouted. If we get caught, it could affect me getting into UA. Also don't you dare try smoking again. Bakugo stomped off. We're going to the arcade. Let's go. Peter rolled his eyes and swung off. Now this kid was talking about getting into UA. With an attitude like that this kid won't make a good hero, though he knows that UA doesn't really judge by personality that much, at least that's how it was when he was a teenager. Unfortunately that kid's attitude won't stop him from becoming a pro hero. He's seen plenty of pros with bad attitudes. That kid almost reminds me of Johnny, Peter muttered as he swung through the city. Though even Johnny was never that aggressive. Back on the rooftop, All Might continued to think over Izuku's words, something about them just stuck to the famed hero. Without a quirk, suddenly smoke started to emit from his body, much to his dismay. No. Not now, damn it. Not here. Izuku didn't notice at first, however. He was still attempting to explain himself. People think me not having any powers makes me a weakling. My classmates like to make fun of me, but you know what? That just makes me want to prove them wrong. Ever since I was a kid I thought that saving people was the coolest thing anyone could do. I want to be the type of hero with a fearless smile that everyone can look up to and feel safe. Izuku faced his idol once more. Just like you. What he saw after that he wasn't prepared for, in place of his favorite hero, was a man with a skeleton-like figure, freaking out the poor boy. Ah, Izuku screamed, frantically looking around. Who are you? You're not All Might. Where did he go? The man sighed in exasperation. I assure you I am All Mig. Suddenly he started bleeding from his mouth, freaking Izuku out more. All Might wiped away the blood and started to explain himself. You know those guys at the pool who suck in their gut to look tougher? I'm like that. This can't be real. Izuku shouted in disbelief. All Might's supposed to be a giant of a man, who saves the day with a fearless smile. All Might looked down in shame. There's plenty of fear behind that smile. He then sat down against a wall, making himself comfortable. I'm counting on you to keep this a secret. Don't go telling your friends or start talking about this online. He then lifted up his shirt to reveal a disturbing sight. There seemed to be a huge scar across his stomach. Pretty gross, right? I got this in a big fight 5 years back. My insides are wrecked. I lost my whole stomach. It can't be fixed. Right now I can only do hero work for about 3 hours a day. Rest of the time, this is what I look like. I can't believe this, Izuku said, then realized something. Wait, 5 years ago. Did it have anything to do with that big battle in New York? The one where you helped Spiderman and the Avengers defeat a sinister group of villains. You really know your stuff, All Might said, somewhat impressed. But no, bad as that fight was, it wasn't what gave me this injury. Truthfully, most of the world's never heard about this fight. I did everything I could to keep it under wraps. He looked ahead. The symbol of peace can't be shaken. That's what people need to believe. My smile just hides the pressure that comes with being that symbol. He focused full attention on Izuku. Hero work is incredibly dangerous, so no, I honestly don't think you can become a hero without a quirk. Those words hit Izuku pretty hard. Oh, I just thought, since there are others. Before you say anything, I know about heroes like Iron Man and Batman, and though Iron Man has proven himself as an Avenger, I can't exactly say I condone what Batman's done, All Might said. He may be a founding member of the Justice League, but he's also just a glorified vigilante who may or may not have ties to Wayne Enterprises. Iron Man at least got his official license through the help of S.H.I.E.L.D., but unless you have a suit of armor like him, or the wealth he brings in, it just isn't going to work out for you, kid. Izuku felt his hopes and dreams crashing down. I see. If you wanna help people, there's plenty of other ways, All Might said as he made his way to the door leading into the building. You can become a police officer. You get crap because the heroes capture most of the villains, but it's a fine profession. All Might stopped at the door, taking one last deep breath. There's nothing wrong with dreams, kid, just make sure they're realizable, you know what I mean. Izuku sighed in defeat, accepting that no matter how hard he tried, he could never be a hero like any of his idols, especially not All Might. All he could do is nothing. Perhaps Kachan was right about the things he said as well. Izuku has no quirk, and no way of making up for that. As All Might was making his way down the building, he heard a lot of commotion from nearby. He looked out the window and saw some debris flying, plus a car. He checked his pocket to find it empty. Not good. Izuku also heard the commotion and saw some dust flying into the air. A villain. I wonder which hero will show. He was about to check when he remembered All Might's words from a few seconds ago, reminding Izuku that without a quirk, he might as well give up on being a hero. Back with Twilight, she had finally gotten in contact with someone about the car. A cleanup person would be there soon to remove all the slime that got caught in the engines, though that left them stuck in that area for now. Fortunately, she also got through to Stark Industries and was talking with his assistant Happy Hogan. Don't worry, Twilight, I got everything taken care of, Happy said. Oh good, I didn't want to get stranded on my first day back, Twilight said. Well, maybe not totally stranded, but you get the idea. Yeah, so what exactly happened? Happy asked. I'm not sure. Someone with a sludge quirk rushed by our limo while attempting to flee from All Might, and he got the wheels all mucky, Twilight said. All Might, huh? You're in the country like 5 minutes and you already encountered one of the world's top heroes? Happy asked. I'm just surprised he's in town. I'm fairly certain he lived further away, Twilight said. Unless he moved out here or something, but it was still nice to see him. I'm sure it was. Anyway, keep an eye out, that limo should be there soon. Stark's personally on that himself, Happy said. Thanks, Happy, we really appreciate that. Tell Pepper and Rhodey I said hi, Twilight said. Will do. Enjoy Japan, Happy said and hung up. Twilight hung up as well. Alright, that second limo should be here shortly, I just hope that doesn't get ruined either. Twilight then tapped her chin in wonder. Still, it's impressive that All Might was in town. If he did move, then I wonder what the reason would be, unless he just found a nicer home, or he got himself a new hero agency. Really want to talk to him soon. It's been a while. I hope he's doing well after everything he's been through, especially what happened to him a few years back. She then called out to her daughter, Mayday. I just called Stark Industries, we're getting another limo. I want you nearby, we're leaving as soon as it gets here. She muttered under her breath, and if your father runs late, he can swing around the city by himself. When she got no response, she turned her head again. Mayday. Did you hear what I said? When she got no answer again, Twilight became confused and slightly concerned. Where is that girl? She checked down the nearby alley, hoping to find any sign of Mayday. All she found was her music player and some sludge. Twilight found that odd, until she started putting the pieces together, and the result she came up with was less than ideal. Oh no, Mayday. Twilight quickly ran off to find her daughter. At the fight scene, the sludge villain was attempting to take over Mayday's body, swatting off any pro-hero that came his way, grabbing anything he could with his sludge to toss around, the explosions causing a few fires nearby. Death Arms approached the creature, readying a strong punch. How dare you endanger a child? He delivered a strong punch to the sludge, but to his surprise, it didn't do anything. The creature just absorbed the blow. What is this guy? What's his body made of? Some type of goo? Death Arms asked himself. The sludge creature knocked the punching hero away with one swipe, causing him to hit a wall pretty hard, though not enough to knock him out. Kamui tried to get close as well, but his attacks barely phased the sludge, and it was hard for him to grab Mayday. "Back off, or I'll snap her neck," the sludge villain threatened. "Someone please get my mom and dad," Mayday shouted. "Can anyone understand me?" "Don't worry kid, we speak English," Kamui reassured in her native tongue. "What do your mom and dad look like?" The sludge monster covered up Mayday's mouth, preventing her from speaking more. "Keep your annoying mouth shut kid." Kamui leapt back to his teammates. "I can't get a decent grapple on that girl, and if we make one wrong move, he'll try to kill her. He noticed the fires spreading out, plus my quirk won't do too well around fire. But if we don't save her now, she'll die anyway." Death Arms said. "Someone try to find her parents. For all we know they might be able to help." "Think they're pros?" a baseball-themed hero asked. "I don't know, but maybe seeing them will keep her relaxed," Kamui said, though looked curiously at Mayday. "But I can't help but feel like I've seen her somewhere before." Death Arms looked ahead when he heard rumbling. "Hey, isn't that the new girl, Mount Lady?" The heroes saw the giant hero making her way over, much to the pleasure of the crowd of people onlooking. However, she stopped right at the edge of the block, realizing she had no easy way of access. "My only weakness. I'm going to need a two-way street if I'm going to make my way through here. I can't get through to her because of that weird body, and he's causing explosions left and right." Death Arms said. "Crap, none of us have the right quirks to stop a villain like this." The fireman hero Backdraft called out to the other heroes, "There's still plenty of people to save. Don't worry, I bet every hero in the city is coming this way," Kamui assured. "Please, help me," Mayday shouted, the poor girl feeling an insane amount of trepidation. Death Arms clenched his fists in disgrace. "Damn it. That girl's crying for help and I can't do a thing about it." He then called out to Mayday, "We'll find a way to save you. We promise. It won't be long now," the sludge villain said. "I just wish I had a stronger host, but I can make do with this one. Something tells me I've got a great deal here." "Grr, that heartless bastard," Death Arms shouted. "If I only had more power, I could blow this guy to hell." Nearby All Might also made his way over and saw all the commotion. He saw the heroes attempting to rescue Mayday. Even worse, he recognized the creature. "Oh no," All Might quickly checked his pockets. "I must have dropped him in the air. I was so worried about how much time I had left till my form gave out. I can't believe I made such a rookie mistake, and after lecturing that kid about what it takes to be a hero." He clenched his stomach in frustration. "I'm pathetic." Izuku was walking through the streets, drearily looking over his hero notebook. He figured it was pointless. It's not like he would ever be a hero. Even All Might said it. A hero needs to have a quirk. Izuku felt himself holding back tears. "Damn it, I shouldn't be crying. I knew this all along. I've just been avoiding reality, trying so desperately to prove myself wrong." He then heard the commotion from before. "Is that the fight from earlier? Is it still going on?" He dreaded as he walked over. "Did I subconsciously come here?" He looked away. "I shouldn't even stop, all my notes are useless." Upon getting in closer, he saw that it was the sludge villain from before. "Wait, that's the guy who attacked me. But that can't be possible, All Might captured him." He did realize that he never actually saw the bottle in All Might's pocket on the rooftop. Wait, the bottle, if he dropped it. He had a realization that latching on to All Might may have been more trouble than he thought. "It's all my fault. Why aren't the heroes doing anything?" one guy asked. "Looks like they've met their match, plus the villain captured a kid," another guy said, getting Izuku's attention. "He caught someone," Izuku wondered, moving in closer. "I wonder how long they've been in there. I thought I wouldn't survive after only a few seconds." "Hey, wasn't that the guy that All Might was chasing?" one person asked, getting the attention of both Izuku and All Might from opposite sides of the crowd. "Wait, you don't think he lost to you? Well, can't somebody call him or something? Seriously, why hasn't he shown up to help yet?" All Might looked down in shame. Knowing he was too weak to be of any help now, he continued to self-loathe. Izuku looked on in worry, wondering what would happen, feeling guilt for indirectly endangering Kid. He could hear her screams of fear. From the sounds of things, she seemed to speak mostly English. Most heroes would understand her. It's common for heroes learn as many languages as they can to follow an example set by Superman, who believed to be the best hero. One must learn as many languages as possible to help people all over the world. While Izuku's English was rusty, he didn't have to be fluent to know she was scared and wanted someone to save her. I'm the one to blame. This poor girl's in danger because of me, Izuku said. If only I hadn't wasted All Might's time. So worthless. All Might berated. Not far behind, Twilight was catching up, noticing a crowd of people, and seeing a glimpse of the sludge. Mayday. He can't power up yet, and none of the other heroes have the quirk to stop this monster, Izuku said. So pathetic. All Might clenched his stomach more. It's my fault. I'm sorry, so sorry, Izuku said, clutching his whole body in shame. A disgrace, All Might said, squeezing a pole. As Twilight got closer, another car was thrown towards a building near her, causing an explosion which she quickly had to avoid, though barely, having fallen to the ground. Help will come though, the heroes will save the day, I just know it, Izuku tried to assure himself. Nearby, All Might continued to self-loathe, a waste. Soon this will be resolved and that girl will be safely back with her parents, Izuku said. I'm not a real hero. All Might painfully thought to himself. Someone, a real hero will come soon, that girl will be reunited with her family, and everything will be alright, Izuku tried to assure himself. Nearby Peter had also landed on a roof, seeing his daughter in danger from the sludge monster. Peter, hurry and save Mayday, Twilight pleaded. Peter saw his wife dusting herself off, figuring she might have gotten hurt. Much as he would like to tend to her, both knew that Mayday was top priority, and Peter wouldn't allow his little girl to be in any further danger. Someone will come, Izuku tried telling himself. Someone. He looked ahead, finally getting a good look at the girl, or at least the look in her eyes. While her face seemed completely covered, much like his just earlier that day, it was her eyes that told the story, the eyes containing a look of pure fear. This girl needed help, and she needed it now. Without a second thought he rushed through the crowd, getting everyone's attention, especially that of All Might and Mayday's parents. Izuku ran frantically down the streets, making his way to the monster. No, you idiot, Death Arms shouted. Stop, you're going to get yourself killed. Not this brat again, the sludge villain said, getting Mayday's attention. Is that a boy? She thought to herself. What am I doing? Izuku wondered. Why am I running? Why can't I stop? You're toast, kid, the sludge creature said, attempting to attack Izuku. What should I do? What would a hero do? Izuku asked, thinking back to his notebook, specifically a section from Kamui Woods. Page 25, right. Izuku took off his backpack. Take this. He quickly threw it at the sludge creature's eye, blinding him for the moment and releasing his hold over Mayday's mouth, allowing her to breathe. I'll save you. He frantically started clawing the sludge away. What are you doing? You're not a pro hero. It's dangerous, you need to run. Mayday shouted. I can't leave you like this. My body and instincts won't allow it. Izuku continued to claw, desperately trying to save this girl. He had no idea why he was doing this. He suddenly remembered everything throughout his life, from hearing that he would never get a quirk, to still wanting to be a hero like All Might, to being told he couldn't be a hero. All that didn't matter much at the moment to him. With tears in his eyes, but a smile as reassuring as he can make, he turned his attention to a very confused Mayday. I don't know who you are, but I couldn't stand to watch you die. All Might looked amazed at those words. This kid had real heart, like that of a hero. Something about that smile, and just this boy's act of bravery sparked something within her. You big jerk, let me go, right now. Mayday attempted to pry herself away from the creature, putting an extra ton of effort. I have to do something, no matter the cost. All Might said, struggling to power up. You have no chance of escaping, little girl, the sludge said to Mayday, then raised an arm to attack Izuku. And I'm done with you, kid. Quick, save the boy before it's too late. Death Arms shouted as the other heroes went to assist, though suddenly a red and blue streak moved past them, approaching the sludge monster. Get the hell of my daughter, Peter shouted, kicking the creature in the face, distracting it a little as he used some webbing to pull Mayday and Izuku away. What the crap, Death Arms said, when he noticed the newly arrived hero. He was even more amazed when he recognized him, as were his allies. "Wait, is that?" Kamui said. "It couldn't be," Mount Lady added. Death Arms was nearly speechless. "Wow, never thought I'd see him around here." Mayday looked up at her savior, a huge smile on her face. "Dad, you made it." Izuku looked curious. "Dad, you mean?" He took one more look at the hero. Even without the mask, it was easy to tell by the suit, the speed and the webs. He had just been rescued by the amazing Spider-Man. "Is that Spider-Man?" someone in the crowd shouted. "No way, what's he doing all the way out here?" Another person shouted. "Who cares? Someone needed to stop that monster, who better than the amazing Spider-Man himself?" A third person shouted. "I can't believe it." Izuku looked up in wonder. One of the greatest heroes in the world. Peter checked on his daughter, Mayday. "Does it hurt anywhere?" "No, it was just hard to breathe," Mayday said. "Peter, Mayday." They heard. Twilight appeared next to them, checking on the two. "I'm all right, Mom," Mayday reassured. "Dad and this boy helped me." Twilight turned her attention to Izuku. "I did notice you rushing towards my daughter." She observed him closely. "If you don't mind me asking, who are you?" Izuku was speechless. Before him stood the amethyst sorceress. He couldn't believe the day he's been having so far. Probably should save the intros for later," Peter said, gesturing to the sludge villain, who seemed extremely angry. "I don't care who you are, no one makes a fool of me. I'll make an example out of the four of you right now." He readied an attack. Peter and Twilight stood in front of the children, but just as the creature attacked, a man rushed in to block. "All Might," Peter said in surprise, seeing the buffed-up hero arrive just in time. "I apologize, this was my responsibility," All Might said, then turned to Izuku. "I really am pathetic, aren't I?" That got a confused reaction from Izuku. "I told you all the traits of a great hero, but I couldn't live up my own ideals." All Might then jumped back from the monster, readying an attack. A pro always risks their life for others, that's the true test of a hero. "Damn you, All Might," the creature said, going for another attack. Detroit Smash. In a blink, the monster had been punched super hard from behind, a force that created a super strong wind across the area, Mount Lady shielding some nearby people, Peter and Twilight shielding the two kids and the other heroes shielding the civilians. When it was over, the sludge was spread all over the area. Everyone looked on in amazement of what happened. All Might had shown up at the last second to stop this creature. Oddly enough, it started to rain shortly afterwards. "Holy crap, he changed the weather with a single punch," Death Arms commented. A nearby male civilian looked amazed. "Wow, I can't believe it, he changed the weather. All Might saved the day again, he's amazing. He even had help from Spider-Man and the Amethyst Sorceress. The two greatest heroes from America have come here," another shouted. The crowd started cheering for all of the heroes as All Might raised his hand in triumph. Izuku seemed relieved that once again, he had been rescued by All Might. Though in the midst of this, Peter had said something that caught him off guard. "Thank you, kid." Izuku turned to see the spider-based hero. "I saw what you did, you risked your life to try and help my daughter, that was really brave of you." Izuku blushed at the compliment. "It's nothing, I just did what any other person would do." "You say that, yet you were the only one who rushed out there," Peter said. "Not that I can blame anyone else, it was dangerous, and technically against the rules." Peter shrugged off the last part. "Still, I really appreciate what you did." "Same here," Twilight said, pulling the boy into a small hug. "Thank you so much, young boy." Izuku felt a little awkward, being hugged by not just any woman, but a superhero in her own right. "Why, you're welcome," Izuku said. "So, mind telling us your name now?" Twilight asked. "My name?" Izuku nodded. "Sure, it's Izuku. Izuku Midoriya." That took Peter by surprise. He remembered hearing about some bullies mentioning a kid named Midoriya. "Is this that quirkless boy I heard about earlier?" It might be an odd coincidence, but at the same time, he wouldn't be too surprised. "Small world. Didn't expect to see you here," All Might said, snapping Peter out of his thoughts. "Yeah, big surprise," Peter said. "Glad you showed up. I mean, I think me and Twilight could have fought that thing off, but you did help out greatly, and thanks to you that's less of a mess." "It's nothing," All Might said. Still, what brings you here? I don't imagine you're just here for the sights. Well, let's say my daughter has an eye on a certain school, Peter said, raising his eyebrows. Hint, hint. All Might chuckled slightly. Peter has always made him laugh, even if his sense of humor leaves much to be desired. Funny, from what you once told me, I didn't think she wanted to be a hero. More like I hoped she wouldn't want to be, Peter said. But she has her reasons, though after today, I'm not sure how that future is looking. If she makes it into UA, I assure you she'll be on the right path, who knows. I hear faculty this year will be pretty interesting, All Might said, gaining curiosity from Peter. Time passed by, all the heroes helped in cleaning up the mess made, the monster now in custody. While All Might, Peter, Twilight and Mayday were being approached for interviews, Izuku was being scolded by the other pros. You moron, do you have a death wish? Kamui scolded. There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger like that. Death Arms scolded. I'm really sorry, Izuku said. See that it doesn't happen again, Kamui said. Don't get us wrong, we know that you wanted to help, but you have to think before you react. You don't want to make things worse. Fortunately for you, the local authorities won't be bringing you in. You can thank Spider-Man for that, understandable since you tried to rescue his daughter, Death Arms said. Izuku turned his attention back to Peter, who was resisting some advances from Mount Lady as Twilight looked ready to clobber the growth-based hero. Izuku looked to the left and to his surprise, saw Bakugo standing among the crowd, looking really confused as to what was going on. Izuku wasn't sure what to make of his classmate's reaction, though he imagines that boy must be very curious. He didn't have time to think, as Peter made his way back to Izuku. All right kid, I think you've had enough excitement for one day, let's get you home. Oh, are you coming with me? Izuku asked. Yeah, I mean you did save my daughter, the least I can do is make sure you get home safely, Peter said. You don't have to sir, really you don't, Izuku said. Let's set some ground rules, Peter said. You don't need to refer to me as sir, I'm not your boss, you're not my sidekick. No need for you call me sir, or senpai, you don't even need to call me Spider-Man. You can just call me Peter, that's all. Yes sir, I mean Peter. Izuku said. Sorry, that will take some getting used to. Peter shrugged it off. It's fine, I was the same way when I first met the Avengers, then again when I first met Superman. What are they like, if I may ask? Izuku asked. They're pretty cool, I'll tell you about it on the way to your house, Peter said. I'd like that, Izuku said. Oh, what about your wife and daughter? Twilight's taking Mayday to my cousin's house for now, I was supposed to meet her but then all this happened, Peter said. Anyway my daughter's still a little shaken up by this whole ordeal, even if she won't admit it. Much as I'd like to comfort her, she and Twilight agreed that I should get you home safely. Alright, it's not too far a walk at least, Izuku said. It's this way. The two then walked off, Bakugo still looking on with his two friends. Can't believe it, Midoriya actually got a chance to speak to Spider-Man, one said. Yeah, not to mention he probably scored some points with his daughter for trying to rescue her, the other said. 50 yen says that's why he tried to save her in the first place, the first one said. Probably so desperate for a girl to like him he'd actually risk getting himself killed to achieve that, the second friend said. Bakugo didn't care much for the exchange, just that he saw this puny kid walk off with Spider-Man, almost like they're chums now. He couldn't believe how lucky this kid got. He knows if he were here and had a chance to save Spider-Man's daughter from that monster, first he would have done so without any help from the superheroes, especially All Might, second that would have helped majorly with his goal of attending UA. It doesn't matter, he'll get into UA one way or another, and hopes that this little incident probably scared Midoriya out of his silly superhero dreams. Back with Izuku and Peter, the two had a nice conversation, with Peter talking about his interactions with the Avengers, the X-Men, the Justice League and the Teen Titans. Izuku took all this in, learning certain things that he never knew before about Peter. All in all, Captain America and Superman are what you'd expect from a hero, someone who does the right thing at all times and always sets a fine example, Peter said. Kinda like All Might, Izuku said. Exactly like All Might. There's a reason those three are the top superheroes of the world, with All Might ranked at number 1, Peter said. Little surprised he surpassed Superman, maybe because as great as Superman is, he does have a bad habit of causing collateral damage. All Might takes extra precaution when he does battle. He has enough strength to save the world, but not too much strength to accidentally go overboard, Izuku said. Not that I blame Superman, he'll do anything he can to help someone. Of course, he's just that good of a guy, that's why he's my personal favorite, alongside Iron Man, Peter said. All Might's my personal favorite, though I do like Captain America and Superman as well. I even thought you were a great hero, Izuku said. I guess I'm okay, Peter said. I don't think I'm at Superman's level, but I try my best. That took Izuku by surprise. Due to his hero study, he knows a lot about Spider-Man and his work as a hero, and found that Spider-Man is highly praised as not just as one of America's top 5 heroes, but one of the top 10 heroes around the world. He's way more modest than Izuku expected, not that he expected Peter to be snobby, but even after so many years Peter seemed very grounded and highly respectful of the older heroes. I think you're pretty amazing, Peter. I bet there's a whole generation of young heroes who want to be the type of hero you are, Izuku said. That's the other thing. It's great to idolize, but to try and want to be like another hero, that can come with a lot of pressure, Peter said. Iron Man told me to not try to be like him, to try and be greater than him, to be my own hero. Those kids should try to focus on what they can do, not worry about how I do things. Everyone has their own way, and I want kids to know that. That's great advice, Izuku said, then bit his lip a little. He had a question to ask, but he already had his hopes dashed once. Does he really want to do it again? Maybe it won't hurt to get one more opinion. Hey Peter, you mentioned Iron Man is your favorite, right? Yeah, he is, and he's my old mentor. Why? Peter asked. Thing is, I really want to be a hero. My goal was to go to High and learn how to be the best hero possible, but I was born without a quirk. I thought I could be like Iron Man or Batman, and try to be a hero regardless, but I've been told that's too impossible of a dream, Izuku said. I wanted to give up, but I'm not sure if. Why do you want to be a hero? Peter asked, taking Izuku by surprise. Why? Izuku tapped his chin. He's never really been asked this. Well, I just like the idea of being able to help people, to be a reminder that everything would be alright. As a young boy I looked up to All Might and the way he smiled even in the face of danger, and I wanted to be as great as him. It's such a warm feeling to be able to help someone, and to know you made a difference in someone's life seems so rewarding. Izuku turned back to Peter, who's been registering everything. Izuku seemed a little worried, hoping that this was a good explanation, never really having discussed this much. Kid, if that's your reasoning for being a hero, Peter began, getting Izuku a little worried. Then you'll make a really fine hero someday. That caused Izuku to stop in his tracks. Wait, really? Yeah, so what if you're quirkless? It's like you said, Batman and Iron Man made it work, Peter said. People think it's because the two are billionaires that they were able to make it as heroes, but it was more than that. It still took determination to be a hero in a world of quirks. I may have been lucky with my quirk, but the real heroes are the ones who make the most of what they're given, and still try anyway. Look at the leader of the Teen Titans. He had no quirk, but he was still the leader because he worked hard and proved he could go against the villains of the world. I know other quirkless people who have proven themselves, and you can too, Izuku. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't be a hero just because you don't have a quirk. If you really want to, I say go for it. You can go through High like you wanted, and work hard to prove yourself. That way you can realize your goal. Izuku's eyes widened in amazement. You really think so? Yeah, work hard and you can be a hero just like the rest of us, Peter said. I think you have what it takes. Izuku started to feel teary-eyed, hearing this type of praise from a well-known hero. As these thoughts ran through his head, another familiar voice called out, he's right about that. Suddenly All Might rushed into the area, flexing his muscles. I am here. All Might, Izuku said in disbelief. Weren't you just talking with those interviewers? Peter asked. Haha, I stand for justice. Not sound bites. For I am all. Suddenly he reverted back to his skinny form, spitting a lot of blood out of his mouth while freaking out both Izuku and Peter. Moments later All Might had cleared up and faced the two. "Sorry about that, guess I couldn't hold the form any longer." "It's fine All Might," Izuku said, then realized something important. "Oh, All Might, your form, I mean. Spider-Man knows about my weakened state," All Might confirmed. "While it's a secret from the general public, many pros know about it, at least the top pros do." "He never really went into detail what happened," Peter said. "I imagine he was vague with you as well." "It's for the better, point as I got hurt. I failed 5 years ago, I won't allow that to happen again," All Might said. "Hey, we both had our share of troubles," Peter said. "I'm well aware. Anyway, if you don't mind, I'd like to speak with this boy in private. I have some things to explain to him, sort of a coaching thing," All Might said. "You a coach? That's new," Peter said, somewhat offending All Might. "I mean you do inspire others but you never really take the time to focus on one individual at a time." "Well, between my age and weakened state, it's best I start preparing the younger heroes for the future. Besides, this one is special, I can tell from the look in his eyes," All Might said, getting a surprised reaction from Izuku. "There's only so many this kid can take in one day, but he'll muster through it." "All right, I'll leave you to it," Peter said. "Also, if you can, make sure he gets home. It'll make Twilight and Mayday feel better if he got home safely." "You have my word," All Might assured. "Oh, and tell your daughter I said hello, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there sooner." "Hey, she's all right now, that's what matters," Peter said. He then grabbed some paper and wrote something down before handing it to Izuku. "This is my phone number, call when you get home. I'm going to be in town for a couple of days, and I'm pretty sure my daughter would like to see you before we go back home." Izuku nodded and took the paper. "All right, thank you. Holy crap, I actually have Spider-Man's phone number. I can't believe this." Peter nodded and waved goodbye as he flung away on his web. Izuku looked on in awe, still registering the fact that he had just had a decent conversation with Spider-Man. Now he's about to talk more with the hero he idolized the most. He turned back to All Might, curious as to what the pro-hero had to say. "I'm sure you're wondering why I wanted to speak to you, and before you start to worry, no, this isn't me lecturing you about putting yourself in danger," All Might said. "While I don't condone the idea of a young boy like you doing something so reckless, especially one with no powers, at the same time I feel proud of you for doing that." "Huh, really?" Izuku asked. "Tell me, what went through your mind when you saw young Mayday in danger?" All Might asked. Izuku rubbed his head, thinking about his answer. "Well, for me, it was the look in her eyes. She looked scared, and she needed someone to help her. Next thing I knew, I just started running, almost as if your body started moving by itself," All Might finished. "That is what you were going to say, wasn't it?" "Huh, how did you know?" Izuku asked. "Because that's what every aspiring hero has told me, that in moments like that, their bodies move before they even have a chance to think. Even I myself have felt that sensation," All Might said. "Kid, I'll be honest, when I saw that poor girl in danger I felt helpless. I was still in my weakened state, and I didn't think I'd be of any use. If you hadn't told me about your past, if you hadn't rushed in there, I'd be just a helpless bystander watching from the crowds. When I saw this timid, quirkless boy try to save a life, it inspired me to act." Izuku was doing his best to listen, because in the middle of All Might's speech, he began to tear up. This day's emotions were starting to take its toll, and all he could feel is everything he hoped for coming to its destination. "In answer to your question before, I may have been mistaken, because there's no denying it after today," All Might said. "Young man, you too can become a hero." Even if Spider-Man had already encouraged him, even if he likely had the approval of Peter's family, hearing those words coming from the hero he idolized most meant the world to Izuku. He couldn't stop the tears, this moment was too incredible for him. He is finally achieving his goal of becoming a hero. He realized at that moment, dreams can become reality. This would be the story of how Izuku Midoriya and Mayday Parker became the world's greatest heroes. Meanwhile, back with Peter, the hero had made his way back to his cousin's house, knocking at the door upon arrival. "Who is it?" a girl asked. "It's me, Penai," Peter answered. "Me who?" Penai said in a mocking tone, much to Peter's annoyance. "Haha, Real funny. It's Peter, open up. Peter demanded. Someone's a sour sport, Penny said, opening the door to her pouty cousin. But you've always been like that, pouty petty, just like the old group would say. I thought my nickname was, Wise Guy, Peter said in a smart-mouthed tone. Oh, there's a bunch, but I don't have all day to name them. Anyway, I'm guessing you got that boy home. The one Twilight was talking about, Penny said. Yeah, well, All Might took over. He wanted to talk to the boy, so I left him to it, Peter said. Right, Twilight told me that All Might was in town. Kinda strange, he usually doesn't patrol here much, he mainly comes by only if it's an emergency, Penny said. Well, there technically was, but somehow I don't think what happened today was the reason he was in town, Peter said. We'll worry about that later. How's Mayday doing? She's doing better, Penny said. But I'm sure you'd rather see for yourself. Penny led Peter to the room Mayday would be staying in. She was sitting in bed with Twilight next to her, consulting her daughter to make sure she was all right after what had happened. Mayday, Peter asked, getting the attention of both his wife and his daughter. Oh, you're back, Peter, Twilight said. Did Izuku get home okay? All Might showed up and offered to take my place, but I think I got him part of the way there, Peter said. All Might, guess he was worried too, Twilight said. Little odd though, I don't think he's ever personally escorted anyone home. I think he had something to tell him, but get this, Izuku wants to be a hero as well, Peter said. His goal is to attend UA. Oh, that would be great, Twilight said. I think he'll make a fine hero, but what's his quirk exactly? I didn't see him use one. Well, he's actually quirkless, Peter said, much to Twilight's surprise. Quirkless, and he wants to be a hero? Twilight asked. That's kind of rare. Well, yeah, not many quirkless kids desire to be heroes, even Iron Man and Batman didn't make the choice, they just kind of fell into that life. But he wants to pull it off, and I think he can, Peter said. Twilight didn't look so sure. If he wants to be a quirkless hero, that's fine, but I don't think he'll be able to get through UA. Peter looked surprised by what his wife said. Twee, I figured you'd be a little more supportive. Your favorite superhero is Batman after all. He ever went through UA. Quite honestly, the school might be difficult if he doesn't have a quirk. Neither Tony nor Bruce needed UA to become heroes, so this boy doesn't it either, Twilight pointed out. Tony did go through UA, Peter reminded. That's why he has old contacts there. He never took the hero course though, Peter, Twilight pointed out. Still, he wants to try. I think he deserves the chance. Who knows, he might surprise us. Plus he can even be Mayday's classmate, Peter said. That's the other thing, Peter, Twilight said. I'm not sure if Mayday should go to UA. If she tries to be a hero, this kind of thing could happen more often. Mom, I told you that I still want to go, Mayday said. I'm not gonna let this scare me out of my goal. I hated the feeling of fear, and I want to prevent others from going through what I went through today. Mayday looked down, twiddling her fingers. Plus, if that boy really is quirkless, yet still tried to save me anyway, then I know I can do it too. I want to be just like that boy was today. She's got quite the perspective. They heard Penny call from the other room. Peter folded his arms. If you still want to go, then I won't discourage you. I just hope you were able to take the experience from today well enough to apply it in your training. And hopefully it reminded you not to wander off by yourself, Twilight added, causing Mayday to cringe. You've never been to this country before, and I get you want to explore, or you just got bored, but you have to stay near us at all times. I'm sure a lot of people recognize you as our daughter, that includes potential enemies, you need to stay near us. At least you're safe though, and that's what's important, Peter said, causing Mayday to feel some relief. That and she wouldn't be in danger if I didn't do something so stupid. When can I see that boy again? Mayday asked. I gave him our phone number and told him to call us later, so we'll be hearing from him soon enough, Peter reassured. Okay, good, Mayday said, getting a giddy smile from Twilight, who glanced excitedly to Peter, who seemed to understand her excitement. Our daughter's making a new friend. Twilight grabbed her phone. I should tell the girls. Whoa, don't go too crazy, Peter said. It's great that Mayday's making a friend though. hopefully better than whoever she was hanging out with during her brief time in Midtown High. Mayday's fine with the friends she has anyway, bnha said. She's got Rena and Franklin after all. Sometimes all you need is a small group. I feel the same way. Despite all the unusual friends I've made over the years, Peter admitted as he began to recall them. What a time for me to be alive. I'm going to make sure things go well with Mayday and Izuku, Twilight said. Wait, this boy, bnha said. Is he cute? Let's not rush into that, shall we? Peter said. Back with Izuku, he had just calmed himself after his talk with All Might, excited that he'll finally become a hero. First things first though kid, All Might said. To be a hero, you are going to need a quirk. Going into UA's hero course without one won't end well for you. Izuku looked confused. Huh. But I thought, there are a couple of things that you should know about my quirk, All Might said. Journalists have always guessed it was super strength or invulnerability. When people ask in interviews I always make a joke and dodge the question. That's because the world needs to know their symbol of peace is a natural-born hero just like any of them. But I'm not. There's nothing natural about my ability. Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing so far, wondering just what All Might is trying to say. I wasn't born with this power. It was given to me by someone else, passed down like a torch. Someone gave you this quirk? Izuku asked in disbelief. No way. Yes way, All Might said. And now you're next, I can give you my abilities. Wait, hold on, this is a lot to process. While the nature of your quirk is a hot topic that many people talk about and have been doing so for years and years now, the idea of you inheriting a quirk and passing it down just seems so unnatural. I've never heard anything like that before, I mean. Izuku continued to mutter a bunch of things, pretty much going on a long ramble, much to All Might's confusion. Wow, you're really overthinking this kid, All Might said, then shouted. Stop nerding out, which startled Izuku to stop. Look, you'll have to adjust your reality and accept this new truth. I can transfer my quirk to someone else, and that's not all. All Might then held out his arm, clenching his fist. The true name of my quirk is, One for All. One for All, Izuku repeated. Yes, one person brews the power, then hands it off to another person, and it continues to grow as it's passed along, All Might said. And it's this cultivated power that allows me to save those in need of a hero, the truth behind my strength. But why would you choose to give me a gift like that? What if I can't live up to it? Izuku asked. You know Spider-Man's daughter, why haven't you chosen her? Wouldn't she be more worthy of something like that? I was on the long hunt of a worthy successor, and while yes, Spider-Man's daughter would be a worthy vessel, truth is she doesn't need this power. She already has her father's abilities. If she can put in the same work ethic he did, then she'll be on her way to being a great hero in her own right, All Might said. As for you, I knew your potential the moment I saw you jump into action while the rest of us stood idly by. You may be a quirkless fanboy, but you did everything you could to rescue young Mayday. You acted like a hero. Izuku started to tear up some more at All Might's praise, somewhat annoying the hero. Come on kid, you gotta stop crying so much if you want my quirk. Izuku pulled himself together. He had a chance to become the hero he's always wanted to be. Plus All Might took the time to explain everything to him. He wasn't going to just turn him down now. I'll do it, yes. All Might smirked. No reluctance, that's exactly how I figured you'd answer. He turned away. All right then, wake up early tomorrow and meet me at Dagoba Beach, 6 a.m. sharp. Yes sir, Izuku said. All Might continued to admire his eagerness. He's definitely sure he has found the perfect vessel. One more thing, while Spider-Man knows about my weakened state, he doesn't know about One for All. Much as I trust Spider-Man, I need you to keep it a secret from him. If you can try to keep this from all your friends, even your family, hard as it may be. The friends part isn't hard, I really don't have any friends, Izuku said. What a nice boy like you. All Might asked. Let me guess, it's because you're quirkless, right? Yeah, pretty much, Izuku said, rubbing his head sheepishly. All Might sighed in disappointment. I'm sorry to hear that, you deserve better than that kid. It's fine, I'm used to it, and at least I have my mom, that counts for something right? Izuku asked. Sure kid, All Might said. Also even though your training starts tomorrow, you can still make time to speak to Spider-Man. Honestly, if you want him to tag along, that'd be fine too, just remember what I said about one for all. Wait, if you do give me your power, how will I explain that? Izuku asked. Well, sometimes quirks develop much later than expected, it's very rare but not impossible, All Might said. For example, while most people gain their quirks at the age of 4, Barry Allen, who you know as the Flash, didn't get his until he was about 10. Wow, I don't think I knew that, Izuku said. It never gets talked about much, mainly since he hated not having it sooner, for personal reasons, All Might said. We'll talk more about it during the training. Izuku nodded and followed after All Might, finally getting home safe and sound. Of course his mother was worried about him, having heard of a rampaging villain, but was glad to have her boy safe at home where he belongs. Later Izuku had called the number that Peter had gave him, hoping that it was a real number and wasn't tricked. Bit harsh to think that since he should think better of a hero like Spider-Man, but he can't help but wonder at times. Hello, Peter answered. Hi, this is Peter Wright, Izuku said. Oh Izuku, I recognize the timid-sounding voice, Peter teased, causing Izuku to slightly panic. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound timid, Izuku said. Huh, don't be sorry dude, I'm just messing with you, Peter said, causing Izuku to chuckle nervously. Right, joking, must have missed that, usually I don't miss jokes but I guess the nerves and, well you know, Izuku said, his nerves really getting the better of him. Come on, you gotta relax a bit, Peter said. I told you that you can be cool with me, I'm just another guy like you. Kind of hard to compare us since you saved countless lives and I could barely save one, Izuku said. You'll get there, anyway I take it you got home all right? Peter asked. Yeah, All Might got me here safely, he even said he thinks I can be a hero too, Izuku said. Happy to hear that. What did he say about Ua? Peter asked. Did you ask him about it? Yeah, he said he'll train me to be ready, I'm starting tomorrow at 6 a.m., Izuku said. Ouch, I'd hate to be up that early, Peter said. Not to discourage you, if you really want it then go for it. Just remember that All Might's time is valuable, and to always mind what he says. Of course, I'll do my best to get into Ua and be the great hero that both you and All Might have proven yourselves to be, Izuku said. Come on, I'm just a dude from Queens, Peter joked. Seriously, I'm glad I can be an inspiration. My daughter's also going to apply to Ua, we were going to stop by there today, but then all that stuff happened so. How is she doing? Izuku asked. She's doing better, in fact I think she wants to talk to you, Peter said. Talk to me? Izuku asked, sounding a bit worried. So how do I go about speaking to her exactly? By talking to her like a person. Peter said, I'm going to take a wild guess and say that you're not good at talking to girls. I'm not good at talking to others in general, Izuku said. Well, my daughter isn't the best either. Not that she's too shy but she can be awkward because she tries too hard. Right now she's still a little shaken up, so don't expect her to be her usual self, Peter said. Besides, after today, she needs a distraction. If you can humor her for a little bit, I'd really appreciate that. Sure thing Peter, Izuku said. By the way, while she's learning, she's a little rusty when it comes to speaking Japanese, Peter said. It's fine, I've been trying to learn English. I take it in school and I know UA has a class in English since Japan and America often cooperate with each other in heroics, more so than other countries, so I'll do my best to communicate however she sees fit, Izuku said. This kid's quite talkative when he wants to be, Peter thought to himself before continuing. Good, I'll get her, Peter then called out. Mayday, it's Izuku, he's on the phone. Izuku just waited on the other line, feeling more and more nervous. He wasn't sure what to say to this girl, she seemed nice enough, though his main interaction with her was him trying to save her life. Suddenly he heard a soft female voice on the phone. Konnichiwa. Ah, Izuku nearly dropped his phone in worry and struggled to catch it. He then gripped it with both hands, speaking directly into it. Koni, I mean hello. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya, it's nice to speak with you. His expression damped as he looked down in worry. Why did I greet her like that? Nice to speak with you too, Mayday said, paying little mind to Izuku's awkwardness, much to the boy's relief. Sorry if my Japanese is bad. It's fine, you're still learning, I'm still learning English, Izuku said. Just speak how you're comfortable. Right, my name is Mayday Parker, I'm Spider-Man's daughter, though of course you know that since you spoke to my dad, and I'm sure he's mentioned that he's Spider-Man, which you obviously saw today so he didn't need to mention it and, Mayday blushed in annoyance. I'm boring you aren't I? Oh no, Izuku insisted. I find it enlightening. This kid's dorky, but in a cute way. I like him already. Well that's good to hear, Mayday said. So, you want to be a hero too? Huh, oh yeah, it's been my dream since I was a kid, Izuku said. How about you? Your dad said you want to go to UA, so I guess you have the same goal. Yeah, I want to be a hero. Not because my dad is one, but because I want to be able to help others too, Mayday said. My dad always told me it wasn't about just stopping bad guys or just being flashy, it could even be as simple as making someone's day, helping out with the little things. I've always admired how selfless my dad is, and I want to be just like that. I'm not expecting to make the Avengers, just being the friendly neighborhood hero would be an achievement for me. Wow, that sounds so noble of you, Izuku said. I like being able to help others too, even though I don't really have the power to do so. My parents said you were quirkless, yet that didn't stop you from trying to help. I think you've got what it takes, Mayday said, then blushed slightly. Anyway, thank you for trying to save me today, that was really kind of you. Izuku blushed a little as well. I'm just happy you're safe, I know how scary that can be, I was actually in that exact same position before All Might rescued me from that creature. All Might rescued you from that monster as well? Mayday asked. Wonder how he managed to get away from All Might in the first place. I'm sure there were plenty of valid reasons, Izuku said nervously, hoping to cover up for All Might. Let's not worry about the past, point is we're all safe, and that's what matters. Right, that's true, Mayday said. So, I'm still in town for the next couple of days, can we speak in person? Oh sure, Izuku said. I begin training tomorrow with All Might, but I promise I'll make time to see you. That's great, I bet he's gonna teach you how to be a great hero. I really hope you get into UA Izuku, Mayday said. Why does it feel so weird for her to call me by my first name? Thanks, same to you Miss Parker, Izuku said. It's Mayday, not Miss Parker, Mayday said. I'm the same age as you after all. Sorry, Mayday, Izuku said. I just called a girl by her first name. It's just a type of custom I'm used to. I usually address my peers by their last names, and they address me by mine. Oh, well you can call me by my first name, if I can call you by yours, Mayday said. That would be fine, Izuku practically exclaimed. I need to relax, remember she's from a culture without those customs, I have to make her feel at home. I hope this doesn't offend him in the long run. You're okay with that right? Mayday asked. Sure, it's no big deal, whatever makes you comfortable, Izuku said. You're so cool Izuku, anyway I should go, my aunt has dinner made, Mayday said. Holy crap she thinks I'm cool. That's fine, I should get ready for dinner as well, I'll see you tomorrow, Izuku said. It's a date, Mayday said. Wait why did I say, date? I meant that in a friendly way. I figured as much, Izuku said, thankful that this is a phone call, otherwise the girl would see his transformation into a tomato. Bye Mayday. Bye Izuku, Mayday said. Moments later Izuku could hear Peter's voice. What the heck did I miss? Peter, Izuku shouted, nearly dropping the phone again. Why do I keep doing that? He grabbed the phone and spoke into it again. Sorry, I guess that conversation was a bit more awkward than I thought. Not that your daughter wasn't a pleasure to talk to, she sounds really nice, but like I said, I'm not good with talking to others, especially girls. This kid reminds me way too much of myself when I was his age. Peter thought to himself, chuckling at the boy's awkwardness. That's fine Izuku, thanks for doing so, I know that made her very happy, Peter said. It's no trouble Peter-senpai, Izuku said. What did I say about the senpai stuff? Peter reminded. Ah, right, sorry, Izuku said, bowing repeatedly, despite no one being there. Anyway, since you have training tomorrow, it's best if you go get some rest, Peter said. Will do, see you tomorrow, Izuku said, hanging up the phone. As Peter put his phone away, he began to think about the events that have passed. Man, that kid, there's something about him though, something special. Back home, Izuku had collected his nerves and went to meet his mother Inko at the table. As he sat, he had one lingering question on his mind. He just hopes he won't regret asking this. Mom, I have a really important question. What is it, Izuku? Inko asked. How exactly do I talk to girls? Izuku asked, bracing himself of what would be Inko's proud motherly reaction. Do you have a girlfriend, Izuku? Inko shouted with glee. No, Mom, she's just a friend, Izuku defended, blushing hard in the process. Or rather, she wants to be my friend since she doesn't have many, but I don't know how to talk to her or make her feel welcome. I've been waiting so long for this. Tell me everything about this girl. Inko said, nearly hopping in place. Mom, please, like I said, she just wants a friend, she's not interested in a boyfriend, Izuku said. It usually starts that way, Izuku, Inko said. Please, Mom, she's new to this country and just wants to fit in, Izuku said. Besides, she's leaving in a few days, so it's not like anything will happen. Oh, where is she from, if I may ask? Inko asked. She's from America. She wants to attend UA, so she's coming to check the school out with her parents, then she's going back home until the entrance exams, Izuku said. Oh my, this girl must really want the best the hero school has to offer if she's coming from across the seas, Inko said. What's her name? It's Mayday, Mayday Parker, Izuku said. And it's a really long story of how I met her, though I'm sure you've heard people talking about it already since it had to do with some trouble with a villain today. After Izuku explained his story, though leaving out certain details like All Might's one for all quirk, he readied himself for bed. His mother wasn't too happy with him endangering his life, but she knew it couldn't be helped, he just wants to be a hero so badly. Nonetheless, she did warn him that if he tried that again, she won't be as lenient with her discipline. The following day, Izuku had arrived at Dagoba Beach, where he already began his training, starting with trying to move a fridge that All Might in full strength was sitting on top of. Come on, put some back into it, All Might said as Izuku tried to pull the fridge. You know, people move these things every day, and most of them don't even have strength quirks. Not easy when there's an extra 600 pounds sitting on top, Izuku pointed out. Nah, I've lost weight, I'm down to 560 these days, All Might said, whipping out his phone. But look at you, you're not ready for my quirk. Izuku turned to All Might with watery eyes, but you said I was worthy. As Izuku started wailing, All Might stepped over to him, taking some pictures. I meant your puny body, you can't handle my quirk with no muscle. If you tried, your arms and legs might pop off. That just freaked Izuku out more. That sounds bad. He then had a realization. So this cleanup job is like an intense gym workout, and you're my instructor. That's right, so that's why I want you to build up some strength, All Might said, approaching the fridge again. I did some digging and found out that this beach used to be beautiful, until it started becoming overloaded with trash. Back before quirks there were no superheroes, service is all that mattered. All Might then crushed the fridge. Clean up this beach, and you'll be ready for the UA entrance exams. I want the area between these piers cleared up. Izuku looked around at all the work he had in store for him. But he wanted to be a hero, and if cleaning this beach would bring him toward his goal, then he was ready for it. Right. I know you can do it, kid, and it looks like you're determined to do so. I admire that, All Might said. Kid, to be perfectly honest, without quirks being a hero is next to impossible. It's not fair, I know, but it's the truth. Most places won't give hero licenses to those without quirks. To date, Tony Stark is the only quirkless one to get a hero license, and that's because he practically bought it. So Batman really doesn't have one? Izuku asked. No, technically he shouldn't be doing hero work. Unfortunately, Gotham City isn't the most stable when it comes to law enforcement. Quite a shame. The commissioner there, Chief Gordon, he does his best and tries to keep things in line, but it's quite a struggle for him. You'd be amazed how corrupt their system is. A good chunk of their police force is under the payroll of different crime lords such as Roman Scionus, All Might said. They can't be that picky with whoever helps them. The only ones who use their quirks in that city are the villains. Most of Gotham is too scared to stand up for themselves, and those who try go to extreme measures to do so. Izuku nodded in understanding. He knows about the troubles Gotham City has had, how their only saving grace was one man determined to fight all the corruption in town. That only made him admire Batman even more, that a man without a quirk constantly risked his life for the sake of the people in that town, many of his villains having powerful quirks. He even did it alone for many years before others joined his cause, most notably his sidekick Robin, another quirkless hero. It reminded Izuku of a time where he wished he could be All Might's sidekick, and liked to play pretend, for them to be the dynamic duo that Batman and Robin were. I take it Gotham City can't afford to hire a hero either? Izuku asked. Like I said, they're a very corrupt city. Many of the top officials have their pockets filled with bribe money. Not to mention that Batman is very territorial. He doesn't like accepting help unless he has no choice. It's a pride thing, All Might said. Well, maybe it's to protect the other heroes too, Izuku said. I'm sure he doesn't want them to risk their lives for something he feels he should be doing. I don't know the reasoning, but it's foolish nonetheless, All Might said. Anyway, enough talk for now. We have some planning to do. Planning? Izuku asked. Here, All Might said, handing Izuku a schedule. This is my aim to pass American Dream Plan. It's basically a schedule for you made with your frail body in mind. This will get you ready for UA. Wow, you even have my sleep scheduled, Izuku said. If I'm being honest, young Midoriya, this is going to be super difficult. Are you sure you're up to it? All Might asked. Izuku nodded. Of course, I have to work harder than anyone to get in, so what choice do I have? Right, now, you have 10 months to do this. By the morning on the exam, you should hopefully be ready to take my quirk, All Might said. I'm ready, All Might, Izuku said. All Might smirked. Love the enthusiasm, now let's get to it. Izuku began his clean-up job as All Might did his coaching, knowing he had a lot of work to do to make sure he was in tip-top shape for the exams. This continued all morning until sunrise, when Izuku had to get ready for school. While at school, he began taking notes about good ways to increase his training. I'd like to finish a week before the exam. That'll give me 294 days, and taking recovery into account, assuming I'll be resting 2 days between each hard workout, that gives me about 98 days of actual training, even at my most efficient. Izuku then started muttering out loud without realizing, getting the attention of everyone in class, including the teacher. During that, he felt something bop him on the head. Looking up, he saw that it was from his teacher, who used his quirk to karate chop his head. Hey Midoriya, I know you had a run-in with a villain, but pull yourself together, kid. You still need grades to make it to UA, the teacher said. Midoriya felt really embarrassed. Right, I have to study too. The class then started to ridicule him through mutters, with Bakugo looking on, still feeling a sense of jealousy from before. He could tell Izuku was planning something, and he could hear UA in all that muttering. He knows he's still pursuing that foolish dream, even after the sludge villain attack. He wonders if Spiderman may have encouraged him in any way, foolish as that sounds. He can't figure why a hero like Spiderman would waste their time telling a quirkless boy he can be a hero. Of course, he also remembers that Spiderman has a close bond with the armored hero Iron Man, and he knows that the Avenger was also born quirkless. Still, unless he was going to supply the boy with a suit, he still found it hard to believe that Spiderman could rightfully endorse a quirkless hero. Later after school, Izuku had gone back to Dagoba Beach to find a surprise waiting for him. All Might was there, of course, but so were Peter, his wife Twilight, and their daughter Mayday. Kid, you've got friends here, All Might said, gesturing to the family. Oh, it's great to see you all again, Izuku said, bowing as usual. Hey kid, All Might told us about your training, cleaning up this entire beach though, Peter said. That's some intense stuff. You've only got 10 months too, though I think you can pull it off with enough hard work, Twilight said, though wasn't too sure herself. I'm positive this will get him into UA, All Might said. He knows it won't be easy, but he also knows it'll be worth it. Me, Twilight and Mayday just got back from there, Peter said. It still looks as impressive as I remember. You've been there before, Izuku asked. Oh, didn't I tell you? Peter said. Twilight and I attended UA, we graduated 14 years ago. We're hoping our daughter has that same fortune, Twilight said, gesturing to the young girl, who seemed really shy at the moment. Izuku took a glance at his peer, who could barely make eye contact. Sensing her awkwardness, Izuku walked over, extending his hand out to her. It's nice to meet you again in person, Mayday. Mayday looked a little shy, but managed a smile as she returned his gesture. Same to you, Izuku. Izuku felt relieved that he could get this girl to smile, though felt guilty about what he had to say. Listen, I know I said I would make time to get to know you today, but with all this training All Might set up for me. Oh no, it's fine. All Might already told me about the aim to pass American Dream Plan, Mayday said. That's such a weird name, Peter arrogantly said, much to the annoyance of Twilight and All Might. Peter, come on, it's not that different than Superman saying, truth, justice and the American way, Twilight pointed out. Yeah, but Superman says it in a much cooler way, Peter said. Mayday rolled her eyes. My point is that it sounds like you have a lot of training to do. I mean, getting into UA is hard enough. It sounds like you're going to have to make up for being quirkless. Right, it's a long road, but I'll do what I have to so I can realize my dream, Izuku said. I'm sure you have plenty of training to do yourself. Yeah, I'm very much out of shape when it comes to combat. I have some of my dad's strength, but unless I know how to use it then I'm out of luck, Mayday said. Here's an idea, All Might said. Mayday, since you're here, why not take part in young Midoriya's training? Not only can it help, it's for a good cause. You'll be helping this beach get cleaned up. Oh, would that be alright, All Might-san? Mayday asked. Just All Might is fine, but yeah, that would be accurate, All Might confirmed. Anyway, it's alright to take part of his training, it won't affect him. Besides, part of being a hero is learning cooperation, you'll be helping each other. That sounds like a great idea, Twilight said. Would you be alright with that, Izuku? Of course, Mrs. Parker, Izuku said. Just, Twilight. As fine, like Peter, I'm not one for formalities, Twilight said. Huh, yes you are. You're very formal when we talk to Cap and the princesses, Peter said. Princesses? Izuku wondered. Well, yeah, Captain America is a very well-renowned hero, and the princesses are well. Princesses. Obviously we have to be formal with them, it's only proper. Twilight said. Hey, they're just as easygoing as I am, yet you still want to bow before them like something catastrophic will happen if you don't, Peter said. Oh, like you've never overreacted when interacting with those in higher authority. No one has forgotten how much to fanboyed when you met Superman for the first time, Twilight said. Hey, that only happened once, besides how would you know? You were geeking out over meeting Batman. Peter replied. Once, huh? Actually, it's funny you bring Cap up. You still fanboy whenever he gives you a compliment. You geek out with him more so than you do with Tony Stark, and he's supposed to be your favorite. Twilight reminded. Actually, Cap's my favorite. Get to know your own husband, why don't you? Peter said in a partially joking tone. Oh, a smart mouth, huh? Twilight said in return. I know a lot of things about you, Peter. So I wouldn't mess with me if I were you. Ooh, so scary, Peter mocked. Izuku watched on in amazement as this couple bickered, while Mayday seemed kind of embarrassed. All Might gestured for them to follow him, which they did, leaving the two bickering. That might take a while. Midoriya, go continue your training, and take young Mayday with you. Yes sir, All Might, Izuku said, then turned to Mayday. Come on. Lead the way, Mayday said, following Izuku. The two made their way toward the middle of all the garbage, Izuku then gesturing to a hill. Let's clear that out the way. Right, I'll handle the heavy stuff, Mayday said, pulling on a washing machine. Izuku noticed that she didn't have too much trouble moving it around, though it still didn't look that easy. Hey, how strong are you exactly? Izuku asked, trying to lift a car engine. Well, a lot stronger than an average 14-year-old girl, Mayday said. With enough training I can probably be at least half as strong as my dad. He says it's there, but I just need to work out more. Is your dad stronger than All Might? Izuku asked, attempting not to drop the engine he's holding. I don't know, Mayday said, dragging the washing machine. I mean, I know he can have more power than the Hulk if he's really motivated enough. The Hulk? Izuku asked, nearly dropping the engine in surprise. That's pretty impressive. Wait, do you know any of the Avengers? Yeah, my dad takes me to their tower very often, Mayday said, leaving the washing machine aside. They're all really nice. My mom's younger brother is even married to one of them. Oh, that makes you somewhat related to them, I guess, Izuku said, placing the engine next to the washing machine. Which one is it? The Wasp. Maybe you've heard of her. Mayday asked. The Wasp? I thought she was married to Ant-Man, Izuku said. Keyword. Was. They split up and my uncle Spike moved in. Funny how that worked. He had a mild crush on her, though he knew she was out of his reach due to her not only being several years older, but already being married. Plus he liked this other girl, one of my mom's 5 best friends, Mayday said, going back to the hill. He never expected to be her new husband, and their marriage lasted much better. They even have a daughter that's barely younger than me, my cousin Hope Van Dyne. That's impressive. Despite my knowledge of superheroes, there's still quite a bit I still don't seem to know, Izuku said. My dad really doesn't like talking much about his personal life to the media. It's his way of reducing the danger to our family, Mayday said. Granted, my family consists of mostly superheroes or knights. Knights? Like royal knights? Izuku asked. My mom's older brother, Uncle Shining Armor, he's married to a princess named Cadence, so our family is somewhat royalty, Mayday said. That must be why your mom mentioned princesses. Wait, what country do they rule over? Izuku asked. My family's from a moderate-sized land out in Europe called Equestria. There's a section there known to most as the City of Crystals, or the Crystal Empire as it's actually called. That's where my aunt and uncle live along with my cousin Flurry, who's also like a sister to me, Mayday said. So, your mom's from this Equestria place? Izuku asked. Mayday nodded. Yeah, she is. She moved to New York for her first year of high school where she met my dad. Then they along with some of their friends got a chance to attend UA grade later. They were in the same class together, so it was a lot of fun for them. They got married a year after graduation. It's quite a romance story my dad likes to talk about. Maybe I can ask him sometime. They seem like such a great match for each other, Izuku said. Yeah, they love each other like crazy. It's a bit annoying but kind of cute. Personally, I don't really get the whole romance thing. I've never really felt attraction to anyone, Mayday said. Wow, really? Not even a crush? Izuku asked. No, not once. Maybe one day though, Mayday said. I'm not hearing any training. All Might called out. Izuku blushed in embarrassment. Oh crap, we gotta get moving. Right, talk and work, Mayday said. The two continued their conversation while trying to focus on the training as All Might conversed with the Parker couple. The two continued until sunset with Mayday going back with her parents to their stay. The Parker couple left the country a couple of days later, though Izuku promised to keep in touch whenever he could, even getting their email to send back and forth. Months passed by as Izuku continued his training, even going overboard at one point, such as working much harder than All Might had scheduled him to. The ruse didn't last long. All Might figured it out the moment he saw Izuku passed out during a jog. Kid, you haven't been following the regimen at all, have you? All Might asked. I designed this to match the current state of your body. It's rigorous enough for you to get to where you need to be for the entrance exams, but still light enough so it won't overwhelm you. If you keep pushing yourself like this, you're gonna have the opposite effect. You need to understand your limits. Izuku struggled to stand up, back on his feet. I'm sorry, All Might, but I have to do this. I have to try much harder than anyone else to get in. If I can't make it through a little extra work, how can I call myself a hero? All Might should be annoyed at how stubborn this boy is, but he also can't help but feel proud knowing that he's trying his hardest to make it in. He still needs to teach him about limitations. Training is good, but not if you destroy your body. Hard can only take you so far. With a slight chuckle, turned into a full belly laugh from All Might, he transformed and helped Izuku up. I understand your plight, young man. Don't worry, I'm not too upset. I can still get you back on track, just leave it to this old man. You're not an old man, All Might, Izuku said, getting another slight chuckle from All Might. He really liked this boy, very respectful. Months later came the morning of the entrance test. All Might stopped by the beach to check on Izuku's processes, though found the young boy standing on top of a makeshift hill, screaming in triumph. "Whoa, hey, not bad kid. You even cleaned up outside the area I told you. Only a few hours to spare, but you went above and beyond what I expected from you," All Might said, observing the area. "Holy stinkin'." Then he buffed into his muscle form. "Super crap." Izuku then fainted, thought was caught by All Might, the veteran hero looking on in pride. 10 months ago this kid was a crying little weakling, now he's grown into a up-and-coming hero. "Now for your reward, Izuku Midoriya," All Might said, removing a piece of hair. "Yes sir," Izuku said, standing up straight as he could. "Someone once told me there's a difference between being lucky and deserving. One's an accident, the other a reward, never get the two confused," All Might said. "Take that to heart, young man. This gift, you've earned it with your own valiant efforts." Izuku nodded, holding out his weak, quirkless hands, ready to accept All Might's quirk. "Eat this," All Might said, holding the hair in front of Izuku. "Huh?" Izuku asked. That wasn't exactly how he imagined it. Hours later, Izuku arrived at the entrance for Ua, looking a little sick. Apparently to receive one for all, he had to swallow the DNA of the previous holder. He didn't feel any stronger yet, though he imagined it was just going to take time. "All right, my dream at Ua officially begins," Izuku said, then tripped over his shoelace, falling face first to the ground. "Well, I'm as good as dead." Suddenly he stopped, he seemed to be floating, then freaked out midair. He heard a girl scoff lightly a bit, "Are you okay?" She helped him stand upright, taking a glance at her. She had a cute smile and red cheeks, looking to have a bright personality. "I stopped you with my quirk, I'm sorry I didn't ask first. But I figured you would be okay with me catching you." The girl looked toward the school. "Doesn't this place make you nervous?" Izuku stammered to answer, though couldn't think of anything to say. "Well, I guess I'll see you inside, bye." She then ran into the school, looking happy and feeling lucky. Izuku just stared in shock. "Holy whoa, I just talked to a girl." "But you didn't actually say anything," a familiar voice said. "Plus you act like you've never talked to one before." Izuku turned around and saw two girls, the one of the left being instantly familiar to him. Mayday. "Hey Izuku," Mayday said, then found herself in a hug from the normally shy boy. "Whoa. Wow, it's been so long, I'm so glad you're here. I mean, of course you'd be here, it's the reason you came by all that time ago, to see if it would be good, and holy crap, I'm hugging you and it's probably awkward and I'ma let go now." Izuku then jumped back, nearly falling over and with a big awkward blush on his face. The girl next to Mayday giggled at Izuku's reaction. "Wow, you were right, cuz he is a dork, but in a cute way." "I didn't say dork, I said dorky, and yes, it was in a good way," Mayday said. Izuku looked curiously at this girl, who had curly hair with pink and blue streaks. Who is she?" "This is my cousin Flurry," Mayday said. "I believe I mentioned her once before." "Oh yeah, she's from that Crystal City, right?" Izuku asked. "Wow, you remembered, how nice of you," Flurry said. "Yes, I'm Mayday's favorite cousin, Flurry Heart." "That's a pretty name," Izuku said absent-mindedly. Of course he realized it a few seconds later. "Wait, I mean, it's fine, I don't mind it," Flurry said, playfully smirking. "It was actually very sweet of you. Sorry, it's just that I'm not good with talking, especially to girls," Izuku said. "Yeah, Mayday mentioned that. She's a bit of an oddball at talking to, so you're not alone," Flurry said. "I'm not an oddball, I can socialize just fine, I just limit it because I only talk to cool people," Mayday insisted. "Wow, so you think this boy is cool?" Flurry asked as she turned to Izuku. "You should feel honored, the great Mayday Parker just complimented you as cool." Mayday blushed in annoyance. "Well, he saved my life, or tried to, the least I could do was try to get to know him." Mayday shook it off. "Never mind that, we should head inside, the test is going to start soon." "Relax, we've got a couple of minutes, I really want to get to know this boy more," Flurry said. I mean you wouldn't stop talking about him when you got back nearly a year ago. This caused another awkward blush for Izuku and Mayday, though this moment was interrupted when he heard another familiar, yet unfriendly voice. Deku. Izuku flinched when he saw Bakugo making his way over. Hey, catch on. Move your ass out of the way now, before I set you on fire. Bakugo warned, causing Izuku to freak out and pull both girls aside. Ah, good morning, let's just both do our best out there today. Good luck, Izuku stammered out, confusing both girls. I can't believe you're actually here, Bakugo said, walking past them. You're too damn stupid to realize you have no chance of even making through the exam. I'll be even more surprised if you don't get killed. Izuku flinched a bit at that remark. Well, I might as well try, after all. Can it, nerd? Bakugo shouted, causing Izuku to flinch. Just stay out of my way, otherwise I'll blow you to bits, got that? Mayday looked displeased. Hey, if you're going to be a hero, maybe don't say mean things to other people. Who the hell asked you? Bakugo asked, then got a closer look at her. Wait a minute. You're Spider-Man's little girl. And what if I am? Mayday asked. Didn't you get captured by some sludge monster a year ago? The hell are you doing trying to apply to UA? Bakugo asked. Excuse me, Mayday shouted. Just because your dad got lucky as a hero doesn't mean you're going to get that same blessing. You're almost as dumb as this nerd for entering, Bakugo said. Hey, don't say mean things to my cousin and her new best friend. Flurry said. Flurry. Don't say stuff like that, Mayday angrily shouted, causing Flurry to smile sheepishly. Bakugo just stared a moment, then burst out laughing. Damn Deku, so your only friend is a girl who thinks she's as good as her overrated father, the same girl who couldn't even fight off a sludge creature. I bet I could have taken that thing down way before All Might got there. Bakugo focused on Flurry. As for you, I hope you're not thinking of entering. You look like the type who'd freak out over a broken nail to last as a hero. The brash young man then walked off. See you losers from the other side. Mayday looked furious. Who the hell is that guy? Does he really expect to be a hero with that attitude? His name is Katsuki Bakugo, or Kachan as I call him. He's my classmate, and childhood friend, Izuku said. What kind of friend is that? Mayday asked. I may not be an expert with friendship like my mom, but I'm fairly certain that friends don't talk to each other like that. Well, you and Rina do talk aggressively to each other, Flurry said. Yeah, each other. She knows I don't mean anything negative, and I know she doesn't mean it either, Mayday said. Good point. Rina's definitely not like that boy. He's no friend, he's a bully, Flurry said. Don't listen to what he says, Izuku. Mayday and I believe in you. Yeah. The three of us will make it and show that arrogant jerk who the real heroes are, Mayday said. Plus I'm a little ticked about the stuff he said about my daddy. Calling Uncle Peter lucky, that's a load of baloney. Flurry said. That I can agree wholeheartedly with, Izuku said. Because I know for a fact that Spider-Man's status as one of the greatest heroes wasn't an accident. Flurry seemed confused at first by what exactly that meant, but she just agreed. Exactly. Mayday gestured toward the door. Let's go, group. The three then marched inside, curious as to what awaits them. They entered a big room where a lot of potential students had gathered, opting to sit close to each other. Wow, I knew there'd be a lot of kids, but this is still way more than I expected, Izuku said. Everyone wants to be a hero, whether they're worthy enough is something else though, Mayday said. I just hope there aren't more like that jerk we saw outside, Flurry said, still a little miffed from her encounter with Bakugo. Kachan isn't that bad, he's just a little too overconfident, Izuku insisted. Don't make excuses for him, Mayday said. Suddenly the room started lighting up and a man stood at the podium, looking like he's ready to rock. What's up, UA candidates? Thanks for tuning into me, your school DJ. Come on and let me hear ya. He was met with complete silence, not that it really fazed him much. Keeping it mellow, huh? That's fine, I'll skip straight to the main show. Let's talk about how this practical exam is going to go down, okay? He got into a stylish pose. Are you ready? Yeah. Oh my goodness, it's the voice hero present mic. So cool, Izuku said, geeking out. I listen to his radio show every day of the week. It's so crazy nuts that all the UA teachers are pro-heroes. Whoa, easy there Izuku, Mayday said, getting his attention. Try not to geek out too much, okay? Right, sorry, Izuku said, getting a giggle from Flurry. He's such an adorable kid. I bet Mayday's already crushing on him, Flurry thought to herself. Present Mike began explaining the rules, namely that the students entering a 2-minute mock battle test in urban settings in several different sections. Izuku looked to his card to see where he was. I got Battle Center B, what did you two get? I got B2, Flurry answered. Looks like we'll be fighting together. I got Battle Center A, looks like I won't be fighting alongside you two, Mayday said, getting a pout from Flurry. Well, you'll be fine on your own, your dad's been training you right? Flurry asked. Sorta, I spent a lot of time in the danger room. Uncle Logan oversaw most of my training, Mayday said. Danger room, Uncle Logan, Izuku asked. My dad's friends with the X-Men, so they let me use their training facility to practice for UA, Mayday said. You might know my Uncle Logan by his hero name, Wolverine. Wolverine, the Wolverine, Izuku asked. Yeah, I mostly sparred with his daughter Rina, which is how we became friends, Mayday said. She's just as aggressive as her father, maybe even more so. Difference is that her dad knows when to cool down, she doesn't. I don't suppose she's going to attend UA, Izuku said. Funny you should say that, Mayday said. You see. Before she could explain further, a stern and booming voice spoke out, directed at Present Mike. Excuse me sir, but I have a question. Hit me, Present Mike said, focusing a spotlight on the applicant, that being Tenya Iida. On the printout, you listed 4 villain types, not 3, Tenya pointed out, holding up the printout in question. With all due respect, if this is an error on official UA material, it is shameful. We are exemplary students, we expect the best from Japan's most prestigious school, mistakes like these cannot be allowed. Wait, did we miss something? Flurry asked, looking at her own stuff. Additionally, you 3 over there, he said, pointing to Izuku, Mayday and Flurry. Who us? Mayday asked. Yes, you. The 3 of you have been muttering and talking amongst yourselves this entire time. Stop that. If you can't bother to take this seriously, leave. You're distracting the examinees who care about being here. Tenya said. Mayday looked annoyed at that, standing up while glaring at the student. Hey, why don't you? Mayday, Izuku shouted, pulling her down. Please control your temper. He turned to Tenya and bowed. We're really sorry. I should hope so, Tenya said. All right. Let's all cool our jets here, Present Mike said. It's good to mingle with friends, but try to make sure you're tuned in, this show doesn't do many replays. We're sorry, we're just excited, Flurry said, as you should be, but pay attention to the rules, otherwise you'll get early game over, Present Mike said. To recap, the villains listed here are worth different points, smaller ones are 1 point, medium ones are 2 and larger ones are 3. To address the point made by examinee 7111, the 4th villain type is worth 0 points, that guy's just an obstacle we'll be throwing in your way. It's not that it can't be beaten, there's kind of no point. Thank you very much, please continue, Tenya said, bowing and taking a seat. So what's the point to the 4th type of villain? Mayday asked. None, because they're 0-point monsters, Flurry said, then started chuckling, much to Mayday's annoyance. Great, my dad's lame humor rubbed off on you, Mayday said. Oh come on, you know you like it, Flurry said. Izuku chuckled a little as he focused more on Present Mike, the teacher continuing to inspire the students. Tenya, Bakugo, Ochako, Izuku, Mayday and Flurry listened on determined like as Present Mike finished his speech. You ready to go beyond? Present Mike asked, gazing right at the students. Let's hear a plus ultra. For a while, everyone was quiet, until Flurry randomly stood up and repeated the line, plus ultra. That's the spirit, Present Mike said, giving Flurry 2 thumbs up. Time to tune into the next program, boys and girls, because the exam is about to begin. Later on, all the students were gathered in front of their respective battle centers, Izuku looking incredibly nervous, seeing all the students there, none of them looking anywhere close to being as nervous as him, many seeming really confident. He even noticed that some of them had special battle gear. As he scanned the group, he noticed Ochako Uraraka among the crowd. Hey, it's her, the nice girl who helped me at the gates, the one who kept me from falling. He started walking over to her, though doing so rather awkwardly. I should probably thank her for helping me back there. As he walked, he felt a hand on his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. He turned to see the serious Tenya Iida. He's here too. Tenya took notice of Ochako taking deep breaths from afar. She looks like she's trying to focus on the trials ahead. He focused back on Izuku. Do you plan to distract her and ruin her chances to succeed? Is that your goal to passing this trial? Izuku frantically waved it off. No, 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 of course not. He then felt another hand on his shoulder. This time it was Flurry, feeling a little relieved to have a friend there. The young princess focused her attention to Iida. Take 5, boss, I'll take care of this one. Tenya looked a little unsure, but decided to leave these two be. He would be keeping an eye on them. If they want to ruin their chances, it's on them, but he isn't going to let them ruin the chances of others. Flurry patted Izuku on the back. Izu-kun, you really need to relax, you're getting too nervous. I know, but Izuku stopped mid-sentence as he processed what he heard. Did you call me Izu-kun? Flurry nodded. Yeah, I learned about honorifics when studying Japanese, and when I learned your name, I couldn't resist combining your name with the honorific. Sorry if it's weird, I'm not used to using them much, but I figured it could be my nickname for you, in any language too. Thanks. Izuku asked. You can use an honorific for me, you'll probably do it better since you seem to use them often, Flurry said. Maybe we should talk about that later. Izuku said. Alright, time to move out. Present Mike called out, taking the students by surprise. Come on, there's no countdowns in real battle. Now go, go, go. Sweet, let's kick some butt, Izu-kun. Flurry said, pulling Izuku with her. Whoa, slow down, Izuku said as this girl dragged him by the wrist. If we do that then we're gonna lose. I won't let that happen. We're getting in together, Yumi and Mayday ne-sama. Flurry shouted. What's with her sudden use of honorifics? Izuku wondered, especially since she seemed to switch between languages. Suddenly a robot burst through the wall, looking to the two. Target acquired. Alright, first enemy, you want to take him? Or should I? Flurry asked. Why are you asking me? You need points too, Izuku said. Duh, we're going to share. Actually, if we attack together we might both get the points. Flurry suggested. I'm not sure if. Izuku then freaked out since the robot was coming close. Izuku froze in fear as Flurry got ready to attack. However, before she could destroy the robot, someone beat her to it as a laser complete destroyed the robot. Got him, they heard. The two turned to see the flashy student, Yuga Aoyama. Merci, we make a great team with you two as my decoys. He smirked somewhat arrogantly at them, a shine flashing in his teeth, although, I probably won't be seeing much of you both in the future. He then ran off. Adieu. Flurry puffed her cheeks in annoyance. What a show-off. I bet he really doesn't speak French and wants to show off by speaking a second language. Weren't you the one juggling between languages yourself? Izuku thought. What did he mean by what he just said? 6 minutes and 2 seconds left. Present Mike's voice said. Never mind that, we need to get us some points. Flurry said, dragging Izuku. They looked around to see that many of the robots had been destroyed, hardly any left for the two of them. Flurry, we're not going to pass if we stay together, if we split up we'll increase our chances. Izuku said. But I want to make sure you get in. Flurry said. If you worry too much about me you're going to miss out. Don't you want to attend this school with your cousin? Izuku asked. I do, but, suddenly a couple of two-pointers jumped to attack. Izuku freaked out, though Flurry held her hands in the shape of a heart. Crystal Love. Flurry then blasted the two robots, leaving heart-shaped holes in them. Wow, that's a cool quirk, Izuku said. Thanks, Flurry said. Mayday got her quirk from her dad, I inherited mine from my mom. She looked around at the damage. Probably shouldn't have destroyed both. I want to leave enemies for you, but at least I got some points, so to make it fair you can get the next couple. As they searched they saw Ochako running through the area, tapping several robots, causing them to float in the air. She held her hands together. Now release. With that all the robots fell down, the girl now attempting to catch her breath. There, that should be at least 28 points. Did she say 28 points? Izuku asked. Nearby Tenya was seen kicking a robot with his engine leg speed. That puts me at 45. Whoa, that guy may be a stick in the mud, but he sure can fight, Flurry said. They started to hear other students shout out their scores, some even arguing over who fights who. At this rate, there won't be any enemies left. Izuku frantically shouted, "What if I fail?" Flurry looked concerned for her new friend, but then put on a tough face. "You're not. I'm not letting you. Now let's go." She dragged him again, eagerly hoping to find any nearby enemies. Elsewhere Battle Section A, Bakugo was destroying several of the robots, making it look really easy. Some of the other applicants seemed freaked out by his power. He had a look in his eyes that made them worry for their own safety. Even with the rule against hurting other applicants, they didn't feel comfortable around this guy. Bakugo spotted another robot nearby, a disturbing smile etching across his face. "Now for you." He launched himself at the robot, though right before he could attack, he saw a webbing substance latch onto it. The robot then got pulled away and 2 seconds later went flying again to a building. "Gotta be a little bit faster than that, catch on," he heard Mayday said. The boy angrily turned to the young spider girl. "Think you're cute, huh?" "I'm freaking adorable," Mayday said, doing a cute pose. Bakugo walked over to Mayday, staring the girl down hard. She didn't back away, she just glared back. "I don't give a damn about the rules, you try that shit again, and I'll do to you what I warned I would do to Deku. His name's Izuku, and I'm not as nice as he is when it comes to arrogant jerks like you," Mayday warned. "You want to be a tough guy? Try picking on someone that has a quirk to defend herself." She got in close with a cocky and arrogant smile. "Or are you too afraid to hit a girl?" This started getting the attention of several nearby applicants, all of them worried about what Bakugo would do to this poor yet foolish girl. Bakugo continued to glare hard, feeling even more agitation at the sight of Mayday's cocky smirk. Then suddenly he charged up some fire in his hands and sent out a powerful blast. Many turned away, not wanting to see the damage done to this girl, though when they looked again, they saw that Bakugo's blast was aimed at a robot behind Mayday, the girl turning around to see. "Damn, guess that's 3 points I won't be getting. Stay the fuck out of my way," Bakugo said, then stormed off to find more robots. Mayday gave one final scowl in his direction, then aimed her wrist and shot some webbing to swing away from the area. Meanwhile all this was being observed by a group of heroes, complimenting the students for their use of surveillance, speed, ability to keep calm under pressure and raw battle power. However, now it was time for the biggest test a student at UA could get. With a push of a button, the giant 0-point robot had arrived, getting the attention of all the students, especially the ones in Battle Area B. Flurry looked up at the giant robot. That's pretty big. I think that might be a bit extreme," Izuku shouted. The robot then punched down to the ground, creating a huge wind of debris. All the other students began to run for it, though Izuku could only watch in terror at the size of this thing. "Izuku, we have to go," Flurry shouted, getting his attention. Izuku snapped out of it. "Right, we need to find villains." "Less than 2 minutes remaining," Present Mike shouted. 2 minutes, Izuku shouted in disbelief. "Oh no, I'm going to fail. All that training will be for nothing. What will my mom say? What will Spiderman say? What about All Might?" "Snap out of it," Flurry shouted. "Look, all the other applicants are running. They're probably bailing from this. This is our chance, find some nearby robots and get some points." "Alright, let's," Izuku then heard a girl yell out in pain. He turned around and saw Ochako, her leg pinned under debris as the giant robot marched toward her. Izuku looked on in worry, seeing this kind girl who helped him before in extreme peril. "Izuku," Flurry said, trying to get his attention, then herself noticed Ochako. "Oh no, she's in danger, go get to safety, I'll go pull." Without warning, Izuku ran toward Ochako's direction, much to her surprise. "Izuku, wait, do you even have a plan?" Izuku rushed toward the robot, then suddenly felt some power coming to his legs. He then pressed up and leapt several hundred feet into the air, to the amazement of Ochako, Flurry and the heroes watching. Whoa, how'd he do that? Flurry wondered, then heard some villain robots approaching from behind. I'm not letting you past me. She then fired more crystal love blasts at them, hoping to keep them away from Izuku while he did his thing. In the air, Izuku reeled his arm back for a punch, his sleeves tearing off as he felt power coming to it. In this moment he remembered All Might's words. So clench your butt cheeks, kid, and yell this from the depths of your heart. SMAAAAAAASH. With a mighty punch, Izuku knocked the zero-pointer back with full force, causing the robot to be destroyed, with all the applicants watching in awe, especially Ochako, Flurry and Iida. That's right, show who you are, a familiar voice said from the room of heroes, that voice being that of All Might's. Embody what it means to be a hero. Nothing is nobler than self-sacrifice. Just like before, I moved without thinking, Izuku said as he floated in the air, remembering the time he went to try to Mayday. But now I have a quirk, real power. Just 1 minute left, Present Mike shouted. That snapped Izuku out of his daze. Of course this allowed him to realize he was still in the air and started to fall. Okay, I jumped using one for all, so maybe I can use it to get down too. Just like All Might, landing should be pretty simple. Right. He then realized that his right arm and both his legs were badly damaged. I'm broken. He remembered All Might saying that while he has one for all, his body wouldn't be fully ready. Izuku lamented over the fact that he should have listened to All Might's warning, knowing he can't take the full power yet. He shouldn't be acting like a pro if he doesn't even have the skills of a sidekick. Izuku, somebody catch him, I think he's hurt. Flurry shouted. She looked behind for some assistance, only to see that everyone had left. Some heroes. I hope they all fail. She then ran toward where he was falling. I'll catch him myself then. In the air, Izuku decided his best bet was to try a Detroit Smash. If my timing's off then I'm toast. Even if I live I've got 0 points. And if I break my left arm too, then there's no way I'm going to pass the exam. Izuku didn't have time to consider this, he had to try. Though just as he got close to the ground, he felt a slap to his face. Flurry stopped in her tracks when she saw this. Suddenly Izuku was floating by Ochako and a piece of the robot that was also floating. Thank goodness for her. Ochako held her hands together and release. Soon both the robot and Izuku were lowered to the ground as Flurry went to check on the poor boy. Oh thank goodness, he seems safe, Flurry said, checking over his body. It looks like you've badly damaged yourself from your own powers. But Mayday, Uncle Peter and Auntie Twilight said you didn't have a quirk, so how were you able to do all that? Flurry shook her head. Not important, I'm just glad you're not dead. She turned her attention to Ochako, and it's all thanks to. She then realized Ochako was puking, grossing her out a bit. Ew, guess that might have been too much for her. Izuku looked around. Huh, I'm alive. Oh, you're still conscious. Yeah, that nice girl saved you, Flurry said, gesturing to Ochako. She seems exhausted though. I'm just glad that she's all right, Izuku said. Plus thanks to her, I still have a chance to. Time's up. That's the exam folks. Present Mike shouted as horns went off. In Sector A, Bakugo seemed satisfied while Mayday sat down in exhaustion. I still feel out of shape. Man, how Mom and Dad were able to do this on a regular basis is really amazing, Mayday said. I just hope the others were able to get through this with no trouble. Back with Izuku, he couldn't believe what he heard. The shock had actually caused him to faint, freaking Flurry out. Izu-kun, Flurry said, trying to shake him away. Oh no, she called out. Can we get some medical help here? All the other applicants seemed to gather around, looking amazed at what they saw. They began to wonder about him, curious as to why someone with his power couldn't score any points on this exam. Tenya seemed the most impressed by Izuku. He sacrificed everything. He turned toward Ochako, just to save that girl. He focused back on Izuku, who was being tended to by a worried Flurry. He must have known how little time he had left, how many points he needed to pass, that he was putting his life in danger, but despite those concerns, he didn't hesitate to take action. Tenya clenched his fists, Had this hadn't been an exam, then of course, I would have done the same thing. He then had a realization, wait, the exam, the judges, could it be? Very nice. Good work all around, an old nurse lady said, walking into the area. You're heroes in my eyes, every one of you. She then offered some candy to some applicants, many not knowing who she was, aside from Yuga Aoyama. That mademoiselle, she's the heart of Ua, the flashy applicant said. The lady then approached Izuku. Oh my goodness, she turned her attention to Flurry. Was he hurt this badly by his own quirk, young lady? Yes, it looks like it, Flurry said. I really don't know what happened. 1 minute he's on the ground, the next he's knocking out that giant monster, which should really be worth points, just saying. The nurse lady paid little mind to Flurry's last comment, instead focusing on Izuku. It's as though his body can't handle his own power. You'll be able to help him, right? Flurry asked. Of course, just stand aside, the nurse said, which Flurry immediately obliged. So are you going to get A? Flurry was suddenly freaked out by what she saw next. This old nurse stretched her lips out to kiss Izuku on the head. What the heck is she doing? You're watching a school nurse in action, Yuga said. The youthful heroine, recovery girl. She doesn't seem so youthful, Flurry thought, then noticed Izuku's arm and legs contorting back to normal. As you can see, her quirk is an incredible boost of healing power, Yuga explained. She's the only reason Ua can hold these reckless exams. She is saving him months of recovery time, quite marvelous. Flurry looked surprised. Izuku's arm and legs look like they hadn't taken any damage at all. At least he'll be okay. Yuga turned to Flurry. Tell me, madam, this boy, is he your lover? Flurry blushed at the question. No, I just met him today. I heard about him from my cousin when she came to visit Japan several months ago. A cousin from afar. From what I can guess from your accent, do you two come from another part of this glorious world? Yuga asked. Yeah, I'm from a land called Equestria, it's somewhere in Europe, Flurry said. Oh, magnifique. A fellow European. Just like me, I come from the glorious country of France, Yuga said. Somehow I doubt it. Nice to hear, Flurry said. Your cousin, is she also of this Equestria place? Yuga asked. No, she's from America, specifically New York. Have you ever been there? Flurry asked. Oh no, how I wish to go there someday. However, Yuga said. That is the home of many famous pro heroes. Tell me, has your cousin ever met the one known as Spiderman? You can say that, Flurry said. If you pass the exam, because I'm quite confident my cousin did, I'm sure she'll tell you all about her life in New York City. During this, Recovery Girl was checking on other hurt applicants as Tenya continued to wonder, especially about Izuku. I wonder if there were parameters that I didn't take into account. He then turned his attention to Flurry. That girl too, she said she's from Equestria, and her cousin's from New York City. Adding in her answer to my fellow applicant's question regarding the pro-hero Spider-Man, could they be who I now believe them to be? This is all so confusing. Even if they are, what is their relation to that young man with the unkempt hair? Izuku had been taken to a medical office where he would rest up, though after waking up he only had two things on his mind. The first being the fact that he hadn't gotten any points in the combat exam, which weighed heavily on him, especially considering all the support he had gotten from Spider-Man and all the training All Might gave him. He also wondered where Mayday and Flurry were. He was given a note, however, which was from Mayday, which surprised Izuku since it was written completely in Japanese. Either she learned how to write using kanji or she may have asked someone else to write it, most likely her mother, father or aunt, the latter being more likely. Izuku, I heard you got hurt during the combat exam. Flurry said it was that 0-point robot. Those things are pretty tough, so I can understand that, and I'm glad you're doing okay. I also heard that you completely destroyed that robot. According to her, you jumped and destroyed that thing with a punch to its head. That sounds cool and all, but I'd like to know how you did that. If you're quirkless, did you build something that enhanced your strength? Or is there something you haven't told me? You're a nice boy, so I'd like to think you weren't trying to deceive me, but I'd like to get more information from you. I'd rather talk to you in person, but they told me you were pretty hurt, and I have to leave early tomorrow. Pretty silly that I only got to be in town for a day this time, but Flurry needed to go back home and we didn't want to make 2 separate flights. Anyway, assuming that I passed the exam, and hopefully you did too, I'll be seeing you in 2 months. From Mayday. Izuku was a little concerned, because he realized now he has to explain to so many people that he has a quirk, including his mother who was previously unaware, to Bakugo eventually and to the Parker family, especially Mayday. Thankfully he did have this conversation with All Might, he just hoped everyone would. A week passed, Izuku continued to work out his muscles to maintain control over One for All, and although he wasn't sure if he passed, he was still determined to be a hero. Uwa wasn't the only hero school. Suddenly his mother arrived and showed him the letter, rather frantically, that he got from UA. Curious, yet worried, he took the letter to his room. He started at it a good while, almost afraid to look in it, fearing his results. In a heated moment, he then tore open the paper, wanting to get it over with when a little pad fell out and projected an image overhead. Booyah, I am here as a projector screen now, All Might said from the image, freaking Izuku out. All Might, but, this letter, isn't it from Uwa? Izuku asked, looking around very curiously. Sorry I never got back to you, but to paraphrase a good friend of mine, with great power comes a great amount of paperwork. All Might said, the truth is I didn't come to town just to fight villains, you're looking at UA's newest faculty member. Wait, so you're going to be a teacher at UA? Izuku asked. All Might seemed to nod, then was distracted by someone trying to get his attention. Yeah, what is it? Who's showboating? Oh, I'm sorry, I'll wrap it up, but I want to show him something first. Wait, I have to do how many of these things? All Might shrugged with a large sigh. Right, moving on. You passed the written exam, but got 0 points during the combat training, sorry. Izuku clenched his pants, tears coming to his eyes. I know that, it's all I've thought about. Izuku nearly shut his eyes. I failed. Fortunately, there were other factors, All Might said, then pointed at a TV. Here's a short clip for your viewing pleasure. He showed a video of Ochako walking into a room. Excuse me, do you got a sec? Hey, it's that nice girl from before, Izuku said. She wasn't the only one there, just so you know, All Might said, showing off another familiar girl. The two confronted present Mike. F. Flurry Heart, Izuku asked. We're sorry to bother you, but we needed to ask you something. It's about a boy with messy hair and freckles, Ochako said. His name's Izuku, Flurry said. Izuku Midoriya. He was with me and my cousin during that orientation thing. Yeah, I recognize you. I'm guessing he's the wild hair boy, Present Mike said. What's this about? Well, I was wondering if I can give him some of my points. Ochako asked, surprising Izuku. Please, I heard him saying something about needing at least 1 point. It's crazy, how can a boy with all that power not have any points at all? That robot was way stronger than those measly things, it should have been worth something. Flurry insisted. Destroying that should have been an instant pass. He's a brave boy, he saved me. How can someone like him not get into UA if he put getting points aside to save me? Ochako said. He's what you expect from a hero. He's got the power and the heart. He didn't just save this girl, he once risked his life to help my cousin. Flurry said. Please, can't you just give him my points? Ochako pleaded. Or some of mine, I got some to share. He's got potential, that shouldn't be wasted. Flurry insisted. All Might stopped the clip. You have power, yes, but it's your actions that inspire others. A key to being a pro hero. All Might resumed the clip. Even if you ask, I can't transfer your points to him, nor can I change the rules about the 0-point villain, Present Mike said, then pat both girls on the head. But you two don't need to worry, the kid's charting well on his own. How can a school reject someone who would risk their life and well-being for others? After all, that is the very soul of a hero, so we added rescue points. All Might said. A panel of judges watch and rate each act of heroism. Izuku Midoriya, 60 rescue points. Ochako Uraraka, 35 rescue points. Flurry Heart, 28 rescue points. All 3 of you passed the exam. Izuku couldn't believe this, his dream was coming true. He again felt the tears in his eyes, and some joy in knowing that there are others who want him to succeed as well. the kindness from two girls he had just met that day. "Welcome, Izuku. You are now part of the Hero Academia," All Might said. Izuku finally did it. No more holding back, he let out his tears of joy. His superhero dream was about to come true. Izuku wasn't the only one though. In a small house in the suburbs of Queens, New York, a young girl was also watching her projector. "Congratulations Mayday Parker. Like your mother and father before you, now you two are part of UA's Hero Academia," All Might's projector said. "You'll be happy to know that you have friends waiting for you there as well. I look forward to teaching you all I can." Mayday looked satisfied in knowing her hard work paid off, even more at All Might's hint at the end. "Sounds like Izuku got in. Now to get the answers I've been waiting for," Mayday said. "Watch out this spider's making a new web." Mayday sighed in annoyance. "That was lame, I need something better." Elsewhere in the city, Peter is patrolling around as Spider-Man, keeping a close eye out on any sign of trouble. Things have cooled over the years, but several villains still lurked about. "Vigilante as always, huh Peter?" He heard a very familiar robotic-like voice say. He turned to see his old mentor, Tony Stark, better known as Iron Man. "Little surprised to see you here, unless you just got back from a nightclub or something," Spider-Man teased. "Who told you about?" Iron Man cleared his throat. "I mean, no of course not." He could not avoid Spider-Man's knowing gaze. "Please don't tell Pepper, I just go for the entertainment." "Right," Spider-Man said. Iron Man sighed as removed the face part of his helmet. "Never mind, what about you? Even with the mask on I can tell you're kind of gloomy." "Well, I'm not sure if gloomy is the right word," Spider-Man said. "I just have a lot on my mind." "Is this about Mayday?" Iron Man asked. "I'm actually kind of worried about her going into the hero world. I want to be supportive, but I was really hoping she'd want to be something safer, like a scientist, or an astronaut, something like that," Spider-Man said. Iron Man chuckled. "An astronaut is safer. Have you seen what's out there? Earth isn't the only planet with that needs heroes, just ask Quill and his buddies." Spider-Man shrugged in uncertainty. "Still, it's one thing to encounter danger, but it's another thing to dive headfirst into it and try stopping it yourself." "I get it, you're worried," Iron Man said. "But your daughter, she's something special. She's smart, very talented, ambitious at everything she does. She learns from her mistakes. Ever since that incident last year with that creepy sludge guy, she became more focused on bettering herself, to prevent that from happening again." That sludge creature, I've never been so scared in my life. I thought I was going to lose my little girl," Spider-Man said. "I don't blame you," Stark said. "I wouldn't want my daughter doing this either, but think about it like this. Your daughter is choosing to be a hero. Despite knowing the danger that could come, she wants to be a hero. Why do you think that is?" "I don't know, because she finds it cool," Spider-Man asked. "Your daughter may admire things that are cool, but she's not a foolish kid," Iron Man said. "Most kids would probably stray away from hero work after that. Your daughter just felt more determined. She knows the world isn't safe, but instead of staying on the sidelines, she's choosing to go out there and fight. But you know the real reason she wants to be a hero. To be as great as the person she admires the most." Iron Man pointed at his old protege, "And that person is you Peter. You inspire so many into becoming a hero, whether it's that kid Miles or your daughter Mayday, and that's probably not counting the hundreds of other aspiring heroes. I can't tell you what to do here, it's your daughter after all, but at least consider what I have to say, all right?" Spider-Man nodded. "I will, thanks Tony. What are mentors for?" Iron Man put the mask back on and started flying off. "Tell your family I said hello." As Iron Man flew off, Spider-Man decided he should get back home as well. After making one last scan of the city, he swung back to his home, where his daughter was at her most happy. That was a happiness he would not dare take away from her. Sometime after Izuku had gotten the letter, he went to meet All Might at Dagoba Beach, though he wasn't alone. A lady was with him. Izuku didn't know her, but it was obvious that the girl in question was Penai Parker. The two were conversing with each other until Izuku approached them. As All Might waved to say hello, Izuku had already greeted him, rather loudly. "Hi All Might." All Might spat out some blood in panic. Too loud, kid. Hey, did he say All Might? A nearby guy asked. Where? I want his autograph. His girlfriend said. All Might began to panic a bit, his identity was about to be exposed. He quickly turned his attention to Izuku. Repeat after me, I mistook him for someone else. I mistook him for someone else, sorry. Izuku repeated, much to the dismay of the couple. Penai had chuckled a bit. Wow, Peter's right, he is kind of dorky. What's with girls lately thinking I'm a dork? Wait, you know Peter? Izuku asked. Yeah, he's my cousin, Penai said. I'm Penai Parker. You might have heard of me and my trusty robot, SP Drive. Oh right, I do remember reading about you. You were part of the Web Warriors, Izuku said. Yeah, it was me, Peter, Gwen and Miles, Penai said. All Might was right, you seem to know a lot about heroes. Not bad for a boy who was quirkless, at least until you recently developed that quirk of yours. All Might said it was a genetic mutation that spawned while you were training. Izuku turned to All Might, who shrugged slightly. Obviously Penai didn't know about One for All, making Izuku wonder if there truly anyone else who might have known. Yeah, it surprised me, Izuku said. Well, quirks are physical abilities, and Peter did say you looked kind of scrawny, Penai said. Then again, he was pretty scrawny himself, still is pretty much. He's got muscle, just not a lot. I just wish it didn't damage my body when I used it, Izuku said. Maybe something's wrong. Actually, that was to be expected, All Might said. We did rush your training, so it was bound to happen. Wait, you knew about this? Izuku asked. We were short on time, I mean at least you got in, All Might said. Congrats by the way, I'm really proud of you. All Might held his hand for a high five, which Izuku obliged with, thanks All Might. Also, I didn't play a part in you getting in, neither did Peter or Twilight, you earned that spot on your own, All Might said. Plus, you seem like the type to feel like that would be cheating, and I can tell you're not one to take shortcuts. Oh, thank you sir, Izuku said. So, you're here as a teacher, I was wondering why you were in town. Izuku then got into his nerd mode. After all, your agency is in Minato, Tokyo, and you're getting creepy. Stop that, All Might commanded, much to Izuku's annoyance and Penai's humor. He's so cute, Penai muttered. Ua didn't want me talking about it until they made an official announcement. That's why I never told you why I was here, All Might said. Truthfully, I accepted this job so I can find a successor. All Might then remembered Penai was there. A chance to groom other kids to becoming heroes so I can retire without worry. Izuku knew what All Might meant. He wanted to find a worthy vessel for One for All, yet he was chosen beforehand. It's great that you want to pass on your knowledge, All Might, Penai said. Just surprised you became a teacher. I mean, I figured you could have picked one kid and become a sole mentor, something like Iron Man did with Peter, and then what Peter did for Miles. Penai thought a bit more, maybe even what Batman did for Robin. Penai, you know how I feel about Batman, how most pros feel about him, All Might said. Come on, so he started off as a vigilante. He's not the only pro hero to do that. Need I remind you of a specific one we both know well? Penai said. That other pro was a teenager who didn't know any better. Batman was old enough to know that he had no business doing vigilante work like that. That's why we have hero agencies, to keep things in line, All Might argued. You know, talk like that led to the superhero civil war, Penai said. Izuku cringed a bit. He remembered hearing about that, the differing ideologies of Captain America and Iron Man, with the former believing superhero work was a duty anyone should be able to do and the latter believing that there needed to be order and all heroes must be properly registered. Thankfully things got resolved before it got too bad, even though both men continued to stick with their beliefs. The only difference is some noticeable lenience on vigilantes lately. Let's get back to the topic at hand, All Might said, not wanting to relive that major incident. I became a teacher for my own reasons. Maybe I could have gone the mentor route, but I'd rather prepare a group of kids for the future rather than one at a time. It just sounds more ideal. Penai shrugged. Guess you got a point. Just try to be careful with this. Something tells me teaching a class of superpowered kids might be difficult, especially in a school of prestige like UA. I'm ready for that, All Might said, then turned back to Izuku. Well, young Midoriya, You have a rough 3 years, but I know you can handle it. Izuku nodded. I'll give it my all. Penai rubbed Izuku's head. Just try to be careful with your powers. Thanks. Oh, if you don't mind me asking, what brings you here this morning? Izuku asked. Oh, I just wanted to check out this beach. People say it looked beautiful during the sunrise and sunset. I heard you were the one who cleaned this up. You did a great job, Penai said. Oh, it's no trouble, Izuku said, slightly blushing. While here I ran into All Might and we just started talking. By the way, expect Peter and his family to come back soon. They actually bought a condo, so they're going to be living here, Penai said. At least during Mayday's time in Ua. That's great. I didn't really get a chance to say goodbye to Mayday or her cousin, Izuku said. Well, soon you can say hello again, Penai said. Anyway, I'm off. I'll leave you two to talk. Penai waved bye to All Might and made her way down the beach. Remember Spider-Man's words about great power, young Midoriya, he then buffed up. Then you two can become the greatest hero. Hey look, it really is All Might. The guy from before said, causing a hint of worry for All Might. Right, let's jog, All Might said with Izuku following. All Might looked back to the boy he passed his torch to. While a small fire, he knows it can expand to something great. April came pretty quickly. Izuku was eagerly making his way toward Ua High School. A year ago, this would have been just a dream. To see it a reality means everything to Izuku. He was lucky too. The pass rate was low as usual, with only 44 students in the hero course. It was slightly above average, but only slightly. Of those 44, 5 of them got in through recommendation. Everyone else had to take the combat exam. Izuku stood in front of the school, dressed in its appropriate uniform. Here it is, Ua High, the most elite superhero school in the world, Izuku said. Today, I take my first step. Try not to trip this time. That nice girl isn't here to help you, he heard the voice of Mayday say. He turned and saw the girl in question along with her cousin. Hey Izuku. Oh, hi girl. Izuku then found himself in a hug. I've missed you, Izu-kun. Flurry said. I'm so glad you're alright. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to check on you after you got hurt. Izuku was blushing from the contact. It didn't help that Mayday was laughing nearby. It's no trouble at all, Flurry. I'm just glad you're safe, and that you got in as well. Flurry separated from Izuku. I got a few points from some robots that tried to attack you, both from battle score and for rescuing. I didn't know about the rescue points, Mayday said. I managed to get a few. Some kids froze during the combat training, so thanks to me and my trusty webbing, I managed to pull them away. They allowed you to use the webbing, even if it's not part of your quirk? Izuku asked. According to Ua, you can use special gear, as long as they approve it, plus it helps if you made it yourself, which I did, sort of. My dad did most of it, but I helped a little, Mayday explained. That's amazing. I'd like to learn more, but we really should get inside. We don't want to be late on our first day, Izuku said. You sound like my mom, but you're right, we should get to class early, Mayday said. I wonder what quirks our classmates have. Flurry wondered. Maybe one of them has something similar to my mom or dad. Speaking of quirks, Izuku, Mayday said, getting the boy's attention. I'd like to talk to you later about your quirk, the one I thought you didn't have. Izuku started to sweat nervously. He already explained to his mother that his quirk was a result of a genetic mutation and that he was merely a late bloomer. Thankfully she believed him. She was just happy her son had a quirk, knowing how much it made him happy. He could only hope Mayday would believe him. According to All Might, not even most pros know about One for All, including Spider-Man. He had to make sure she bought his story, otherwise this could be troublesome. They arrived in front of the door to Class 1A, the group gawking at the size. Wow, are there giants in here? Izuku asked. Well, quirks can enhance body height and mass, just look at the Hulk, Mayday said. Yeah, good point, Izuku said, then took a breath. On the other side of this door is the most promising group of students. They will be our peers on the path to pro heroing. I just hope they're friendly, unlike that boy who was so mean to you at the exams, Flurry said, thinking back to Bakugo. I ran into him during the combat training. He looks like he has a really short temper, Mayday said. And that guy with the glasses, he's so bossy, Flurry said. He got mad at Izu-kun for wanting to talk to Ochako-chan. Can you stop with the honorifics already? Also, who's Ochako? That girl who stopped Izuku from falling? Mayday asked. Yeah, she's really sweet, cute too, Flurry said. I hope she's in our class, I heard she passed. Izuku started to consider everything said, though he did worry about the idea of Bakugo or Iida being in this class. Well, there is a 50% chance that they're in class 1B, maybe we have nothing to worry about. As soon as Izuku opened the door, he could see and hear Iida barking orders, get your feet off the desk. The boy he was lecturing was none other than Bakugo. Hey. Of course, Mayday said, looking annoyed. These chairs belong to our upperclassmen, you can't just place your filthy feet on them. Tenya lectured. Wow, did your last school place that stick up your ass, or were you just born with it? Bakugo taunted. Tenya looked taken back, but maintained his composure. Let's start over. My name is Tenya Iida, I come from Sume Middle School. Sume, huh? That explains it, I'm going to enjoy tearing you a new one. Bakugo said. Tenya looked offended, the audacity, threatening a fellow classmate. Are you sure you're in the right school? The two stopped their arguing when they noticed Izuku, Flurry and Mayday standing at the doorway. It's you three. The entire class then turned their attention to the three, getting an awkward reaction from Izuku, a non-caring one from Mayday, and Flurry doing a cute pose. Hello classmates, I'm Flurry Heart, and I want to be your friend, Flurry announced. This did not garner much of a reaction from the others. Great, way to make a first impression, a deadpan Mayday said, which annoyed Flurry. Tenya walked over to the three, getting their attention. It's good to see the three of you, all of you have been on my mind since the combat training. Well, I do have that charm on most boys, Flurry teased. Tenya cleared his throat as he focused on Izuku. Anyway, I would like to apologize to you first. Clearly I misjudged you. Perhaps you do have a place in this school, that and you seem to understand the test much better than I did. Oh, it's nothing really, Izuku said. Yeah, Izu-kun is just a natural-born hero, Flurry said, placing her arm around the shy boy. Perhaps he is, you however, I am curious about your lineage, same with this other girl, Iida said. I'll be more than happy to introduce myself and my cousin to all of you, Flurry said, then noticed Aoyama in the class. Especially since I have a promise to keep. Good to see you as well, Mon Cherry, Aoyama said. Hey, I recognize you, falling boy. They heard from behind. The group turned around to see Ochako. Flurry, you made it as well. Oh, is this girl your cousin? The one you told me about? She leaned in to whisper to Mayday, are you really Spider-Man's daughter? Mayday nodded. Yeah, I don't want to make a big deal out of it though. You have my word, Ochako said, then turned to Izuku. I'm so glad you made it in, just like Present Mike said. I'm not surprised that Punch was amazing. Izuku felt awkward around this girl, she was even perkier than Flurry in some ways. Well, I guess I should thank you for going with Flurry to talk to Present Mike for me. Huh, how do you know about that? Ochako asked, then turned to Flurry. Did you tell him? No, I never brought that up, Flurry said. How did you know Izu-kun? I told you to stop with the honorifics, it sounds weird, Mayday said. As Flurry debated this with Mayday, Bakugo just stared in anger, remembering the day he and Izuku were accepted into UA, how the principal was so happy for them, but he had a few choice words. Flashback. Bakugo held Izuku against a wall, his grip tight on Izuku's shirt as he threatened the poor boy. What did you do to pass the exam? You must have cheated somehow. Or was it Spider-Man who got you in? Was that payment for rescuing his precious little girl? I was supposed to be the first and only student from crappy this school to make it into UA, but you had to go and screw that all up. I warned you not to apply. Catch on, Izuku said, glaring at his former friend. You're half right, Spider-Man did motivate me, but he wasn't the only one. Someone else I look up to told me that I can become a hero, that's why I applied, and that's why I'm going. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. End flashback. I'm gonna ruin that little bastard, right after I figure out how the hell he got in, Bakugo said. While I'm at it, I'll squash that baby spider he's gotten so friendly with, and her cousin to boot. The honorific argument was continuing, with Tenya siding with Flurry on her using honorifics. Come on, this is getting silly, Ochako said. Anyway, what do you think we're doing besides orientation? I bet this is gonna be so much fun, I can't wait to meet everybody. If you're just here to make friends, then you can pack up your stuff and leave now, a man in a sleeping bag said, appearing from out of nowhere. The students just glared down at him. The man began standing up and taking off the sleeping bag, revealing a very tired-looking man with long black hair, black clothing and a tape scarf. Welcome to UA's hero course. Who's this creepy-looking guy? Mayday asked. Why does he look like he hasn't slept in weeks? The man drank out of a juice pouch before continuing. It took you 8 seconds to get you to shut up, that's not gonna work. Time is precious, rational students would understand that. He got the attention of the rest of the students. Hello, I'm Shota Aizawa, I'll be your homeroom teacher. He's our teacher. Izuku, Tenya, Ochako, Mayday and Flurry said at once. He grabbed some gym clothing. Here, put these on and meet me outside. Izuku looked confused. This is a weird start to the school year. From the looks of things, most of his classmates echoed that sentiment. Elsewhere, All Might is talking on the phone. No, I haven't seen your daughter or niece yet. Yes, I'm sure they'll be just fine here. Twilight. Who's her teacher? Not sure. I'll go look through the files. Not sure if it'll be anyone you know. Just give me a moment. He started looking for the files containing that information. You know, Twilight, you should try teaching here one day yourself. You've got a great mind for it. I'm completely serious. You have your own school, don't you? I'm sure you can apply that here. What you teach isn't that different. I'd honestly say that it can really benefit all the would-be heroes, maybe just for a week. I can run it by the principal. Quote. All Might looked confused, though had a slight smirk. You really think it would embarrass your daughter? I know she's a teenager, but I see, it still can't hurt to try. Anyway, how's the new place? You and Peter settled in? That's good to hear. What about your son Ben? How has he been? Hey, already eager to join UA, doesn't he have your quirk? Amazing how that works. One child has Peter's, the other has yours. If you had a third, think it'd be a mix of both. That'd be impressive to see. Outside, all the students are dressed in their gym gear, though received confusing news. What? A quirk assessment test? All asked at once. But what about orientation? We're gonna miss it, Ochako said. If you want to make the big leagues, then you need to forget about pointless ceremonies, Aizawa said. Here at UA, we're not tethered to traditions. That means I get to run my class however I see fit. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives, but you never got to use your quirks in physical exam before. The world wants to pretend we're all on equal footing, not letting those with more power excel. It's not rational. One day the Ministry of Education will figure that out. He turned his attention to Bakugo. You had the most points at the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance with a softball in junior high? 67 meters, I think, Bakugo answered. Right, try doing it with your quirk, Aizawa said. Bakugo looked curious, though obliged to his teacher's request, gaining everyone's curiosity. Bakugo approached the designated area where he was to throw the ball. Anything goes, just stay inside the circle, Aizawa said. Hurry up, you're wasting our time. All right, man, you asked for it. Bakugo got into a pitching position. I'll add some heat to my throw and blow them all away. He then charged up his explosion as he threw an explosive pitch, die. The blast was big enough to generate a strong wind, blowing everyone's hair out of their faces, Izuku in particular looking impressed. Die. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities, Aizawa said as the ball landed. He had recorded it with a scanner. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a pro hero. Aizawa revealed the result to the class, that being 705.2, much to their surprise. One student, Denki Kaminari, had expressed his surprise. Whoa, 705 meters, are you kidding me? One girl, Mina Ishido, seemed quite excited by this. I wanna go, that looks like fun. This is what I'm talking about. Another student, Honta Siro said. Using our quirks as much as we want. So this looks fun, huh? Aizawa said. You have 3 years here to become a hero. You think it's going to be all games and playtime. He then showed a rare yet somewhat sinister smile. Idiots, today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none, and will be expelled immediately. The threat of expulsion worried the students. To have to deal with this on their first day was incredibly nerve-wracking. Back with All Might, who was still talking on the phone with Twilight, he finally found the files for Izuku, curious as to whom his homeroom teacher was, though was not pleased with who he found. Oh crap, he got Aizawa. Aizawa, Twilight said over the phone. Wait, why does that name sound so familiar? This isn't good, Twilight. Young Midoriya is going to be singled out from the start, and I imagine the same may happen with your daughter. Wait, why would he have it out for either of them? Twilight asked. It's a long story with Midoriya. As for Mayday, well, Aizawa isn't that fond of your husband. If he feels Mayday is no different, then I can only imagine what could happen, All Might said. I don't know what he has against Peter, but if he takes it out on Mayday, then he's going to hear it from me. Twilight warned. All Might sighed in exasperation. This is gonna be a rough year for these students. Back outside, Izuku is still processing his teacher's warning, immediate expulsion. 8 tests. Oh crap, not good. He looked to his hand. I can only use one for all at 0 or 100%. I don't have proper control yet. Mayday was a little more vocal about her displeasure. Hey, we all worked hard to get into this school. You can't just expel someone for coming in last. Isn't the point of this school to help people find strengths to overcome their weaknesses? I suggest you watch your tone, Parker. Don't think for a second that just because you're the daughter of one of the world's most popular heroes doesn't mean you get to speak freely, Aizawa warned. Like I said, I get to decide how this class runs. He lifted his hair so everyone could see his face. Understand? If you don't like it, you can go home right now. But, Ochako said, getting their attention. Mayday has a point. If we worked hard to get in, no one should be punished for coming in last on the first day. It just isn't fair. Oh, and I suppose natural disasters are? Aizawa asked. Or power-hungry villains? Are catastrophic accidents that wipe out whole cities? No. The world is full of unfairness. A hero's job is to combat that unfairness. If you wanna be a pro, you're gonna have to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you. So go beyond, plus ultra style. Show me it's no mistake that you're here. The students weren't too sure about this, but they knew this wasn't gonna be easy. This even lit a fire of determination in them. Now then, we're just wasting time by talking, Aizawa said. Let the games begin. Mayday frowned at her teacher, then glanced toward Izuku, worried for the boy. She imagines he had to go through a lot to get into UA. She would hate if he got expelled on the first day. She would hate it if any of these kids got expelled, except Bakugo, though given his skills it'd be hard for him to come in last. Flurry also seemed concerned for Izuku, not wanting to see this boy lose his dream after barely living it. She could sabotage one of the other students, but that wouldn't be fair to them, nor would it be hero-like of her. She knew her family would disapprove, and she had a feeling Izuku wouldn't want to stay in UA that way. She just hoped that he pulled off the same miracle he did at the entrance exam. Wait, that's it. He has strong power, and he seemed to use it once before when he needed to. Maybe he can use it again. That could be his quirk. Maybe it only activates during emergencies. Maybe Mayday didn't see it before during the sludge fight was because All Might along with her aunt and uncle stepped in. She felt Izuku would be just fine. First test, 50 meters dash. Tenya was up first alongside a frog power student, Suyu Asui. Runners on your mark, a robot said. Ready, go. Tenya quickly activated his engine quirk to increase his speed as Suyu hopped across the track. Tenya finished first at 3.04 seconds. In 50 meters, I can only get up to third gear. Tenya Iida, his quirk, engine. His legs give him an impressive speed boost, similar to a car or a motorcycle. Well, he's definitely in his element, Aizawa said. But speed won't help him in every test. When it was Ochako's turn, she started using her powers on her clothing. I'll lighten up my clothes, oh, and my shoes too. Ochako Uraraka, her quirk, zero gravity. She can nullify the gravitational pull of anything she touches, but if she overdoes it, she'll vomit. Fast as she ran, she could not outrun Mashira Ojiro, though she seemed satisfied with her score of 7.15 seconds. Well, at least that's faster than I was in junior high. Next up it was Aoyama and Mina. Nice attempts, Mon Amos, but you're just not showing enough penis. Unlike Mina, Aoyama was facing backwards on the track. Once given the signal, he blasted his belly laser. Let your power shine. Yuga Aoyama, his quirk, navel laser. Yes, a belly button laser, but he cannot shoot it forever. Aoyama had actually fallen and had to get up and blast again, losing his race to Mina. Shooting my beautiful beam for more than a second hurts my tummy. What a tool, the nearby students muttered. Next up were Flurry and Kaminari, the boy glancing toward the princess. Amazing how many cute girls are in this class. Sorry, I'm not interested in a boyfriend if that's what you're hoping for, Flurry said. Similarly to Aoyama, she stood backwards as she held her hands in a heart formation, and when it was time to run, she blasted into the air, though unlike Aoyama, she landed on her feet and far from her spot, getting a score of 5.45 seconds. Princess Flurry Heart, her quirk, Love Magic. She's able to shoot beams like magic, depending on her emotions, they can either hurt you or give you a warm happy feeling. Testing the upper limits of their powers helps me access their room for growth. It becomes clear what they can and can't do, their true potential. Sometimes pros have to be creative in order to succeed, Aizawa said. Izuku and Bakugo were next, and as they ran, Bakugo held out his hands and caused an explosion behind him, increasing his running burst speed. This allowed him to finish in 4.13 seconds. Katsuki Bakugo, his quirk, explosion. As the name implies, he can create explosions from the sweat in his body. My power has more uses than anyone else's in this school, Bakugo said, observing his hands, then noticed Izuku after he finished with a 7.03 seconds score, seeing the boy out of breath. What a disgrace. Izuku wiped some sweat off his head, then felt a pat on his back. You okay, Izu-kun? He turned to see Flurry, standing there looking worried. I'm fine, it's only the first test. Maybe you should, use your quirk. Flurry asked. I want to, but I don't have good control over it, Izuku said. Remember how badly I got hurt the last time I used it? Yeah, but Flurry heard the robot scorekeeper speak again. This time she saw that Mayday was up against Zero. Wonder how she'll fare. Mayday then sprinted very quickly across the track, getting a score of 4.18 seconds. I held back way too much. I am not off to a good start. Izuku lamented. I'm already in last place. Actually Ochako-chan came in last, Flurry said. But her quirk might come in handy later. Mayday shook her head at the honorific, but wasn't gonna say anything this time. She then glared at Aizawa nearby, the nerve of that guy, pulling something like this. She turned back to Izuku. Izuku, make sure you step up, I don't want you getting expelled. I'll try, Izuku said weakly. Hey, come on, putting some meaning into those words. Mayday ordered. I'll try, Izuku said, raising his voice but sounding really awkward in doing so. He then remembered what All Might had told him. Flashback. Right now your power is like an overflowing glass, you need to work on your body's ability to handle it, All Might said. Oh, kinda like an egg in a microwave that won't explode, Izuku said. Wow kid, that's really boring, but if that's the metaphor you want then go for it, All Might said. End flashback. Second test, grip strength. Izuku did his best to squeeze a machine with Flurry cheering him on, squeezing her own machine, though not getting great results. Mayday had a better score, then along with her friend and cousin, saw that their classmate, Mezzo Shoji, had crushed his grip test. Wow, you're like a big muscly octopus, a smaller hero, Minoru Mineta said. Third test, straight long jump. Bakugo had easily used his explosion to get him a good score, as did Aoyama with his laser and Mayday with her natural jumping ability. Izuku failed however. Fourth test, repeated side steps. Mineta used his quirk to bounce quickly from side to side, making him the top rank of this exercise and hurting Izuku's chances even more. Next came the softball throw. all watching as Ochako threw the ball to the point of receiving a score of infinity. "That ball's never coming down, is it?" Mayday asked. "It can, I just have to release the grip," Ochako said, doing so as she pressed her fingers together. Flurry turned to Izuku, the boy looking extremely unsure. "Alright Izu-kun, here's your moment, you have super strength, and you're kind of in last place, so you need to throw that ball to the moon." "She's right," Mayday said. "Besides I want to see this quirk, you haven't shown it off all day and I'm getting really curious, do you really have one or was Flurry hit hard on the head and imagined it?" "Hey, you can ask Ochako-chan, she'll vouch for me," Flurry said. "Midoriya, your turn, hurry up," Aizawa said. "You got this," Flurry said, patting Izuku really hard on the back and nearly knocking him over. Izuku walked toward the circle, ready to pitch the softball. "If Midoriya doesn't shape up soon, he's the one going home," Tenya said. "Huh, of course he is, he's a quirkless loser," Bakugo said. "Hey, you're in a hero class, act like one," Mayday scolded. "I would heed her word," Tenya said. "And besides, he has a quirk, didn't you hear what he did at the entrance exam?" This statement got a confused reaction from Bakugo. Flurry turned to Mayday. "See, even Tenya-kun knows." "Did she call me Tenya-kun?" Iida asked, much to Mayday's embarrassment. "Izuku, just throw the ball, show off this quirk of yours," Mayday said, wanting to shrug off Flurry's awkwardness. Izuku clutched the ball, thinking over everything. "Mom, All Might, the Parker family, they all believe in me." He began to power up as he started to throw the ball. "I won't let them down." Just then, Aizawa stared intensely at Izuku just as the boy powered down inexplicably. The ball did not go as far as he expected, the reading was 46 meters, much to Izuku's confusion. "But, I was sure that Izuku's curiosity was answered when Aizawa spoke. "I used my powers to erase your quirk." He turned and saw Aizawa with his hair floating, same as his scarf, looking menacingly at Izuku. "Someone like you should have never enrolled at this school." "Wait, you did what to my?" Izuku had a realization when he noticed the golden goggles around Aizawa's neck. "Wait, I know you can look at someone and cancel out their powers." The erasure hero, Eraser Head. All Might was observing from nearby, completely bulked up. Aizawa hates the media because he believes they interfere with his work, and he hates celebrity heroes like me because I look so good in the spotlight. "Be careful out there, young Midoriya." Eraser Head. Mayday asked. "Wait, my mom mentioned you once, she compared you to Batman since you mainly patrol at night." Aizawa looked displeased. "Batman is a frowned-upon hero in this school, Parker, just a fair warning." "You mean one of the founding members of the Justice League?" Mayday asked. "Yeah, that makes total sense." Something about that response made the students feel uncomfortable, mainly due to it adding to an already tense situation. Aizawa kept his gaze on Izuku, though still acknowledged Mayday's response. "You really are Spider-Man's daughter. He had that same annoying logic, and thinks he's so intelligent. He'll never realize how foolish he truly was." The class looked toward Mayday in surprise, though some didn't seem too surprised, others were amazed to finally know that this girl really was Spider-Man's daughter. Iida seemed especially curious. "So my guess was true, that must mean that cousin of hers is actually the daughter of a prince and princess, I better mind my manners around her then." "As for you Midoriya," Aizawa said, "you don't have control over your power, were you planning to break your bones again, counting on someone else to save your useless body?" "No, that's not what I was trying to do," Izuku insisted, then was grabbed by the scarves and brought closer. "No matter what your intentions are, you would be nothing more than a liability in the field. You have the same recklessness as another hero I know, one who saved hundreds in his first night and became a legend, and the same recklessness that I've seen firsthand from Mayday Parker's father." Aizawa said. "Sorry Midoriya, with your power, there's no way you can become a hero." Izuku looked displeased at hearing that, as did Mayday and Flurry. Mayday wanted to tell her teacher off, but she was worried it might get Izuku in more trouble, and she knew she was already getting on his bad side. She did not want to hear it from her mom if she got in trouble on the first day. All she can do was hope Izuku could prove Aizawa wrong. After he was done, Aizawa blinked and released Izuku. I retuned your impractical quirk, take your final throw. The students just watched in anticipation, Ochako seeming especially worried. Are you worried, Mon Cherry? Aoyama asked, placing his hand on her shoulder. I'm not. Ochako looked confused. Wait, who are you again? Aizawa applied some eye drops to himself, expecting Izuku to either admit defeat or knock himself out with his quirk, hoping this would show the boy he didn't belong in this school. Izuku clenched the ball, looking even more motivated. I have to try something, no matter the consequences. He began to throw the ball. Mr. Aizawa was right about what he said. If I can't control my quirk, there's no way I can become a hero. I'll focus on what I can do right now. Smash. Izuku then threw the ball at an incredible power, focusing one for all solely at his fingertip, sending the ball flying, much to the amazement of the class. Aizawa looked up at the sky, then saw Izuku standing with his fist clenched. His finger looked damaged, but that was all. Mr. Aizawa, see, I'm still standing. Aizawa had a toothy grin on his face. This kid. Holy shit, Mayday shouted. Where did that power come from? I told you he has amazing power, Flurry said. You got this, Izu-kun. All Might looked impressed. Amazing, you knew you couldn't use one for all at full power, so you propelled the ball at the last possible point of contact, sending the power of your quirk through your fingertip. All Might had a wider smile. What the heck, young Midoriya? How did you go and get so cool? From a distance, as Spider-Man was swinging through the city, he saw a ball flying into the sky from the direction of where Ua was. Wonder what that is. He noticed the ball getting closer and closer. Either this is a tiny comet, or someone hit a monster home run, I gotta say. He then realized it was getting too close and coming down fast. Wait, I should. Bonk. Quote. Ow. The class still looked amazed by the power Izuku had shown when he threw that ball. He was much stronger than he looked. Izuku, Mayday said, getting the boy's attention. Next thing he knew, she was running towards him, a shocked look on her face. How? I mean, quirk, since when? You said, I mean you never used, and Flurry. She looked back at her cousin, who had a smug smile. Mayday rubbed her head in frustration. I'm so confused. I'll explain later, Mayday. Though maybe you can ask your Aunt Penai, she might have a reason why I now have a quirk, Izuku said. Now, so you mean you truly were quirkless? Mayday asked. Izuku sheepishly rubbed his head. Like I said, I'll explain later when we have more time. Flurry noticed Bakugo staring in a state of shock. Unable to resist the urge to rub it in, she moved closer to the explosive boy. So, what was that about him being a quirkless loser? Guess you don't know him as well as you think you do, catch on. Bakugo started to feel irritated. Watch your damn mouth. I know for a fact that fucking nerd doesn't have a quirk. I've known him since we were kids. He would have developed it when he was 4. Maybe you were too caught up in your own ego that you couldn't see what was right in front of you, Flurry taunted. Bakugo's eyes widened in realization, wondering if Izuku had really hidden his quirk, wondering if he seriously never noticed that power. The though of this fueled him with rage and anger. I'm getting to the bottom of this. Bakugo charged up some explosive power. Hey, Izuku and Mayday turned to see Bakugo running towards them. Deku, you bastard. Tell me how you did that or you're dead. Izuku started freaking out as Bakugo got close, but Mayday got into a fighting stance, ready to protect Izuku from this boy. However, Bakugo found himself restrained by Aizawa's scarf, as well as having his quirk erased, much to everyone's surprise. Bakugo struggled, though was unable to break free from the accessory wrapped around him. Why is your damn scarf so strong? Because it's a capture weapon, made from a special metal alloy. Aizawa sighed in annoyance. Geez, quit making me use my quirk so much. Aizawa glared at Bakugo. It gives me serious dry eye. Too bad. That power's amazing, all the students said simultaneously. Class 1A's homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, his quirk, erasure. He can look at you to cancel out your quirk, but the effect wears off when he blinks. Once Aizawa was sure Bakugo was calmed down, he released his scarf and blinked his eyes, returning Bakugo's quirk. Bakugo glared a bit more at Izuku, though he knew that if he tried anything again, his teacher wouldn't be so kind, and chances are he would have been the one expelled. He also glared slightly at Mayday, who had been keeping her eye on him the whole time, ready to fight him off if he got too close to Izuku. "You're not worth my time anyway," Bakugo said, walking off and angrily muttering, "That damn nerd and his pet spider." As he left, Izuku took a sigh of relief. "Thanks for standing by me, Mayday, though next time you don't have to put yourself at risk. Kachan's really tough, and I don't want you to get hurt." "First off, never scream like that again," Mayday said, catching Izuku by surprise. "You're training to be a hero. A hero shouldn't get easily scared or scream in terror when faced with adversity. Your quirk is really strong, you could have punched that scumbag to next week." Izuku had an unsure look on his face. "It's not as easy as it sounds, Mayday. I have little control over my power." "I'm sure you'll figure something out, just do it soon," Mayday said. "Secondly though, maybe you've forgotten, but you risked your life to save me. The least I can do is help you fight off a bully. Besides, he doesn't seem that tough. From what I saw at the combat exam, he's all muscle, no brain. I think I can take him in a fight." "Midoriya, Parker," Aizawa said, getting their attention. "If you're done talking then get moving, we still have 3 more exercises to get through." The two nodded and went to the next location, completing the rest of the exercises. Needless to say, Izuku didn't fare any better in them, at least compared to everyone using their quirks. Then came time for the reveal. Everyone gathered around to see how well they placed in the assessment. "Here are the results," Aizawa began. "I ranked you all from best to worst. You should probably have a good idea if you're standing already. I'll just pull up the whole list, it's not worth going over each score individually." Izuku was feeling immense trepidation. "Last place goes home, and the only test I was good at was the softball throw. Can I squeak by on that alone? I bombed all the other tests." Aizawa then put up a hologram display of all their scores, each student carefully eyeing it to see their placement. Much to Izuku's dismay, he was ranked in last place, meaning instant expulsion. "I'm in last place, I failed," Izuku said, clutching his fists in shame. Mayday could see this as well, and she was not happy. She was not going to let Izuku get expelled that easily. She didn't care if this got her in trouble, she was not going to stand for it. She opened her mouth, ready to give Aizawa a piece of her mind when suddenly. "And I was lying. Nobody's going home," that got a confused reaction from the entire class. He then flashed a toothy grin. "That was just a rational deception, to make sure you gave it your all during the test." "Whaat," the entire class shouted, with the exception of Momo Yaoyorozu. "Surprised the rest of you didn't figure that out. It was obvious when you thought about it." "Oh, like you knew the entire time," Mayday accused, getting a shrug from Yaoyorozu. "Man, that was pretty nerve-wracking," Shiro said. "Nah, I'm always down for a challenge," a student named Ejiro Kirishima said. "I just wish I could read kanji well enough to know where I ranked," Flurry noted. "That's it, we're done for today. Grab a syllabus from the classroom, read it over before tomorrow morning," Aizawa said. He approached Izuku with a slip. "Midoriya, take this and have the old lady fix you up. Things are gonna be tougher tomorrow when your actual training begins, make sure you're prepared." Izuku felt some relief in knowing he was safe in Ua, then felt a pair of arms wrap around him. "You had me so worried, Izu-kun," Flurry said. "This is the second time I thought you weren't gonna be in Ua. You really need to stop doing that." Sorry about that," Izuku sheepishly said, though started to feel funny inside. Why do I feel so relaxed?" "Oh, that's part of my quirk. Since my powers are feeling based, I can make others feel how I want them to. I either hurt them with my heart blasts or make them feel nice and warm with a hug," Flurry said. "Well, it feels kinda nice," Izuku said, then noticed some of the other students staring. But maybe you should stop now. I think the other students are getting the wrong idea." Flurry noticed the other classmates as well. Understanding Izuku's point, she let go of the hug. "For what it's worth, we're just friends. I hug all my friends, so that can include any one of you." "I'd like to be your friend," Mineta eagerly said. "Yay, one friend already. Who else? Come on, don't be shy," Flurry said, weirding the other classmates out a bit. "Is she off her rocker or something?" Kaminari asked, speaking low. "She's a bit too perky," Shiro pointed out. I think she's from a foreign country, maybe things are like that there. Kirishima suggested. She really needs to tone it down a bit, Yaoyorozu said. Enthusiasm is great, but not if it's overdone. Flurry could hear nothing but muttering among the students, making her feel slightly self-conscious, wondering if they were saying bad things. Izuku, as if sensing her worry, placed his hand on her shoulder. We should get going. Flurry nodded at his statement as the two left. Hey, wait up for me, Mayday said, following after the two, Ochako watching over everything. Still can't believe I'm in the same class as Spider-Man's daughter. I have so many questions to ask her. Ochako then went to find the others, hoping to get more details from Mayday. The rest of the class looked on as they left, not sure what to make of certain developments. So, Kirishima started. Spider-Man's daughter. I heard rumors, I didn't know they were actually true, Yaoyorozu said. I didn't even know Spider-Man was married, Kaminari said. His marriage to the Amethyst Sorceress is one of the biggest superhero weddings, Mina said. Surprised you didn't know. Hey, I don't keep follow on that type of stuff, Kaminari said. Still, that means we have the daughter of a big-time superhero in our class, pretty righteous. Spider-Man's my all-time favorite hero, to be in the same class as his daughter is practically legendary. Zero commented. I had a feeling she was Monsieur Spider-Man's daughter, Aoyama said. Her cousin gave quite the hint at the battle exams. Her cousin, the perky one, Kaminari asked. She might be the daughter of a prince and princess, Aoyama said. If you know about Spider-Man's family, then you know that his wife is the younger sister of a knight who married a beautiful princess with a love quirk. What's the story with that boy they're with? Yaoyorozu asked. They seem to be together quite often. That I am unsure of, Aoyama said, smirking deviously. Quite the mystery we have, Mon Amos. We could ask that guy, Kaminari said, gesturing to an angry Bakugo. But I don't think I wanna be the one who talks to him. Yeah, me neither, Mina said. Wonder why he doesn't like that boy. He's probably just a bully from another school and that boy was one of his targets or something, Zero said. Come on, let's not be quick to judge, we don't know them after all, Kirishima reminded. I'm sure we'll find out more soon, all the more reason UA is such an interesting place, you never know who you're gonna run into. My only main concern is the attitude from Spider-Man's daughter, Yaoyorozu said. She seems pretty entitled and opinionated from what I gather, I hope she won't be a nuisance. Yeah, Mr. Aizawa seemed less than thrilled about her speaking out, and when she brought up Batman, I thought he was gonna expel her then and there, Kirishima said. Gotta admit, I like her bravado, pretty attractive in a girl, Kaminari said. I'll say, she and her cousin are quite the lookers, Mineta pointed out. And one of them is giving free hugs. She's cute too, but a bit of an airhead from the looks of things, Kaminari said, to the disapproving gazes of a few students. Like I said, let's try not to judge until we get to know them more. That girl is a princess after all, she might just be a bit sheltered, Kirishima said. But she seems like a good at least. As the students continued to gossip amongst themselves, Bakugo still looked to be in a bad mood, not forgetting about Izuku's sudden quirk, or Mayday making an enemy of him. He had a lot to figure out, as well as some ass-kickings to serve out. Meanwhile, Aizawa, that was a rotten move, All Might said, getting Aizawa's attention as the latter had passed by a corner. All Might, surprised to see you here, no talk shows today. Aizawa sarcastically stated. A rational deception, that's cute, but you're not one for lightheartedness, All Might said. I read your files, last year you expelled a whole class of freshman students, you have no problems kicking someone out, anyone you deem unworthy. Which can only mean one thing, you see the same potential in young Midoriya that I do. Gee, it sounds like you've been on his side the whole time, Aizawa said, making All Might a bit nervous. Isn't it a little early for you to be picking sides? Aizawa began to walk off. He doesn't have zero potential, if he did, I would have sent him home straight away. Nothing is crueler than letting a child dream of something that will never come true. All Might looked a bit taken back by the remark, that's kind of deep. Aizawa then stopped to turn around. One more thing, since you're good buddies with Spider-Man, tell him to make sure his daughter minds her place. because if I get the slightest feeling she'll be just as much of a problem that I've heard he was. Scratch that. The problem I know he was, she can kiss her Ua dreams goodbye. All Might sighed as his fellow teacher walked off. You may be kind in your own way, but between how you view young Midoriya, and your grudge towards Spider-Man, we're clearly going to have a little problem. Later on, Izuku is seen leaving Ua with Flurry and Mayday, looking really exhausted. I'm so tired. It's only been one day, gonna have to toughen up for the next 3 years, Mayday said. It's not the exercises, getting healed by Recovery Girl's quirk drains my energy, Izuku said. You mean that nice old nurse? Mayday asked. I didn't need to get healed by her since I didn't really get hurt at the entrance exam, at least not hurt enough to require first aid. Plus thanks to my quirk, my injuries heal much faster than a normal person's, just a little something I got from my dad. Oh right, you mostly have your dad's powers, I didn't know that included healing though, Izuku said. It's not as fast as Uncle Logan's, but it's still very quick, Mayday said. Now speaking of quirks, you ready to tell me about yours? Before Izuku could answer, he felt someone grab his shoulder. He turned around to see that it was Iida who got his attention. Hi Iida. How's the broken finger doing? Tenya asked. Oh. Izuku held up his finger. It's doing fine thanks to Recovery Girl. That's good to hear, Iida said. Would you mind if I joined the 3 of you? That'd be great, Flurry said. The more friends the better. At least that's what my mom and aunt like to say. Yeah, that is my mom's mantra, kinda geeky, Mayday said. Her mantra? Izuku asked. You know my dad's saying, with great power, comes great responsibility. My mom's saying is, friendship is magic. Tell me which sounds better, Mayday said. I think they both sound nice, Izuku said. Yeah, Mayday's just saying that to make herself sound cool, Flurry teased, getting a look of annoyance from Mayday. Can it Flurry? Mayday demanded. Speaking of you father, Tenya said. I was quite surprised to hear that it was in fact Spider-Man. Yeah, I'm the daughter of the amazing Spider-Man, Mayday said. And I'm her cousin, Flurry chimed in. Flurry Heart was it. Your parents are a prince and princess correct? Iida asked. Sure are. That makes me a princess as well, Princess Flurry Heart, future hero of Earth. Flurry said. I see. Well first I'll start by saying that it is an honor to meet you, Tenya said with a bow. And that I hope my actions until now have been to your liking, your highness. Flurry blushed at that. You don't need to do that, you're not one of my mom's subjects. I don't like seeing anyone beneath me, we're all peers in school, so I'd like to see you as my equal, makes it easier to become friends. You are a very humble young girl, Tenya said. If I may ask, what did you think of Mr. Aizawa's approach to class? You mean threatening to expel us? Mayday asked. Yeah, great start, what a fine first day experience to have had. It wasn't that, it's the fact that he deceived us, Tenya said. While I trust the school's judgment, since UA is the top program when it comes to heroics, I cannot condone lying. I feel he could have thought of a better way of motivating us. Yeah, he could lighten up, Mayday said. I wonder if my dad had a teacher like that when he attended UA. Hey, the group heard. They turned to see Ochako running towards them. Wait up everyone, are you going to the station? I'll join you guys. Hey, it's Ochako, Flurry said, waving to her. Oh, the Infinity Girl, Tenya said. Yep, that's me, Ochako said. I'm Ochako Uraraka, I remember you, Flurry Heart. That's right, Flurry said with a smile. And you're Tenya Iida, Ochako said next. That is correct, Tenya commented. You're Mayday Parker, the daughter of Spider-Man, Ochako said. Mayday groaned in annoyance. I'm gonna get that a lot, aren't I? Sorry, I can't help it, your dad's an amazing hero, Ochako said, then turned to Izuku. I'm trying to remember your name, was it Deku Midoriya? Deku, Izuku asked. That's what Bakugo called you during the fitness test, didn't he? Ochako asked. He said, Deku, you bastard. Well actually my name is Izuku, Deku is what Kachan calls me as an insult, Izuku said. Well that's not sportsmanlike, Tenya said. What does that even mean anyway? Flurry asked. It's a Japanese word, meaning, weak, or, useless, Izuku said. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that's why he called you that, Ochako said. Though the thing about Deku is that it also sounds like Dekiru, which means, you can do it. Plus it sounds really cute. Call me Deku, Izuku said with a big blush on his face. Just like that, Tenya asked. Weren't you just saying it's an insult? Yeah, what gives, dude? Mayday asked. Don't let others insult you. Maybe from her it doesn't sound like an insult. Flurry said. She did say it sounds like that other word, plus it's kinda like how Johnny Storm calls your dad a dork and Rainbow Dash calls your mom an egghead. They mean it in a nice way. No, they're trying to insult them, Mayday said. Close as they are with my parents, they're not above busting their chops for the sake of annoying them. Johnny Storm, you mean the Human Torch of the Fantastic Four? Izuku asked. I do remember hearing that he and Spiderman are really close friends. They're practically brothers, Mayday said. Their proof family is not only defined with blood. And Rainbow Dash, I know she's part of the Wonderbolts, how close is she with your mom? Izuku asked. Ever hear of the elements of harmony? Mayday asked. If not, I have a lot to educate you on. Izuku walked to the station with his friends, feeling content that he can finally say that. He got to really get to know his new UA classmates a bit better, plus got some enlightening stories about superheroes from Mayday and Flurry, as well as hearing more about their home lives. The next day was the true start of the school year, and as per normal schools, they had regular classes, including an English class taught by Present Mike, who had written down 4 sentences in English. Now which one of these English sentences are wrong? Unfortunately the class found this a little boring, some finding it hard due to it being a foreign language. Mayday didn't care, the class seemed easy enough, she just had to make sure the grammar was correct, same with Flurry. Come on everyone, grammar rules. Present Mike encouraged, getting a hand raise from Yaoyorozu. All right, Yaoyorozu to the stage. They also had their lunch class, with food cooked by pro heroes, specifically the Cooking Pro Lunch Rush. Then finally, I'm here. All Might came into the room dressed in a red suit with a blue cape. Coming through the door like a hero. The entire class lit up in excitement, amazed to see All Might standing in front of them. Whoa, it's really him. Kaminari said. I can't believe it's really All Might, this year's gonna be great. Kirishima said. Look, isn't that his Silver Age costume? Suyu asked. Silver Age, you mean the time when Superman was on top? Zero asked. Man, I'm getting goosebumps, so retro, Ojiro said. He had a cape at one point. Flurry asked in confusion. All Might stepped in front of the class. It's time for the most important class in UA. Think of it as Harrowing 101, here you will learn the basics of being a pro, and what it means to fight in the name of good. Now let's get into it. All Might posed for the class, today's lessons will pull no punches. Yes, battle training, Bakugo said, a wide sinister grin on his face. But one of the keys of being a hero is looking good, All Might said, pressing a button. Get yourselves suited up, and meet me at Training Ground Beta. Yes sir, the class responded. Not too long later, All Might is waiting at the training ground, waiting for the students to arrive. They were soon seen coming out from a tunnel. They say the clothes, young ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof. Take this heart, from now on, you are all heroes in training. All Might said as all of the students emerged, all of them dressed in their hero gear. I'm getting goosebumps. You look so cool. The students stood together in unison. Key hero designs include Ochako's body suit and helmet, Tenya's full armor, Bakugo's grenade gauntlets and Flurry's crystal armor-looking dress. Now, should we get started, you bunch of newbies? All Might said. Coming through the tunnels was Izuku, dressed in an all-green suit with a mask resembling a smile and 2 bunny-shaped ears. This suit was special, it was made by his mother Inko as her way of showing her support for Izuku. Ochako was one of the first to notice Izuku. Deku, nice suit. Oh thanks Urara. Izuku noticed her suit and felt a surge of embarrassment. Yeah, I should have been more specific with what I wanted. This bodysuit is skin tight, not really my style, Ochako said, bashfully rubbing her head. Mineta, who had been watching nearby, did a thumbs up. I love this school. Flurry popped into the area. Izu-kun, nice suit, those bunny ears are cute. Is your hero name Bunny Man? Izuku was about to answer but again started blushing at the sight of Flurry's suit, an armored suit with a design that really seemed to show off her legs. And no, and not exactly. Flurry looked confused. You alright, Izuku-kun? I'm fine. That's an interesting suit, Izuku said, hoping to take his mind off the awkward. Thanks, I kind of had it modeled after Wonder Woman, at least the armor she would sometimes wear, Flurry said. She's one of my favorite heroes and an inspiration. She's a princess like I am, so my goal is to be a strong warrior princess like she is. Wow, that's so cool, Ochako said, then looked around. Hey, where's Mayday? She should be on her way, Flurry said, then noticed her cousin coming. Here she is, all ready for action. Izuku and Ochako saw the young hero making her way over. She was dressed in a suit similar to what her father wears, as well as having her mother's insignia on the sides of her legs. Stupid suit. Dad was right about the wedgie part, Mayday said, pulling down on her suit a bit. She saw her three friends up ahead. Sorry I'm late. Moving around in this suit is tougher than I thought. I don't know how my dad does it. Wow, it looks so cute on you, Flurry said. Well, it's not supposed to be cute, but thanks I guess, Mayday said, stretching a bit. Maybe it just needs to be broken in or something. She noticed Izuku, more importantly, the fact that he was blushing. What's with you? Izuku shook his head. Nothing. I really like your suit, it looks just like your dad's, with some minor differences in design. Yeah, this was specially made. I mean, I take it Ua made most of your hero suits. This was made by my mom's friend Rarity. She actually fixes up or makes multiple versions of my dad's suit, as well as her husband and the rest of their friends, Mayday said. Izuku seemed to forget his embarrassment, and became curious. Your mom's designer friend. Wait, which hero was she married to? She's married to Iceman from the X-Men. He's a real pain to be around. He always makes these stupid jokes, worse than the ones my dad makes, and he keeps calling me his precious little nerd, Mayday said, getting a chuckle from Izuku. Precious little nerd. That's so funny, Izuku said, much to Mayday's annoyance. Watch yourself, Deku, Mayday warned, briefly startling Izuku. Anyway, he's not the only annoying hero that's married to one of my mom's friends. What are the others like, if I may ask? Ochako asked. I mean, you told us a little yesterday, but... Now then, All Might's booming voice interrupted them, then noticed Izuku's costume. The teeth mask looked like his smile and the bunny ears resembled his hair. You're so obvious. We'll chat later. Best to listen to what All Might has to say, Mayday said, the others gathering in front. Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training, All Might said. Sir, Tenya said, getting All Might's attention. This is the fake city from our entrance exam. Does that mean we'll be conducting urban battles again? Not quite, All Might answered, holding up 2 fingers. I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead. As may have seen, most villain fights take place outdoors, but statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly villains take place indoors. That's a good point, Mayday said. Most of the top villains wouldn't run out in public if they could help it, especially if they have a secret underground lair or something. Well put, young Mayday, All Might said. The most intelligent evildoers stay indoors. For this exercise I'm going to split you all into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Isn't this a little advanced? Suyu asked. The best training is what you get on the battlefield, All Might said. But remember, you're not fighting robots, you're dealing with actual people now. Sir, will you be the one deciding who wins? Momo asked. How much can we hurt the other team? Bakugo asked. Do we need to worry about the losers getting expelled like earlier? Ochako asked. Will you putting us together based on chance or skill? Iida asked. How is pretending to be a villain helpful when you're training to be a hero? Mayday asked. Isn't this cape fabulous? Aoyama asked. All Might looked somewhat overwhelmed. I wasn't finished talking. Flurry giggled. Reminds me of my dad whenever Uncle Peter talks a lot. All Might pulled out what looked like a script, which Izuku in particular noticed, not that he brought it up. Listen up, All Might said, reading the script. The situation is this: the villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guys have to either catch the evildoers or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they protect their payload or capture the heroes. Sounds like an action movie or something, Izuku said. I'd say more of a video game, Mayday said. Time's limited and we'll be choosing teams by drawing lots, All Might said. Sir, isn't there a better way to decide the teams? Tenya asked. Think about it. Pros from different agencies often have to work with one another on the spot. Maybe that's the reason we're seeing that here, Izuku reminded. I see. Life is a random series of events, Tenya said, then bowed. Excuse my rudeness. No sweat, let's draw. All Might said, getting everyone enthusiastic. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention. Since there's 22 of you, that means there would be an odd number of teams, but I managed to rework it to make things interesting. One of the hero teams will have an extra member to give them an advantage, likewise a villain team will also get an extra member. Tough to say who'll get the advantage here, but that's part of being a hero, working with your advantages, or lack thereof. Good luck, heroes. Each student began to draw, pairing with whomever drew the same letter as them, and as All Might said, 2 of the letters had 3 versions of them. Team A already had the advantage. It was a team of Izuku, Ochako and Flurry. Team B was the multi-limbed student Mezzo Shoji and a student with ice powers, Shoto Todoroki. Team C was Mineta and Momo Yaoyorozu. Team D was the unlikely pairing of Bakugo and Tenya. Team E was Mina Ashido and Yuga Aoyama. Team F was a student with a rock-shaped head, Koji Koda, and a muscular student, Rikido Sato. Team G was Denki Kaminari, and a girl with earphone jack abilities, Kyoka Jiro. Team H was Tsuyu Asui and the Raven-head student, Fumikage Tokiyami. Team I was the second advantage team, Masahiro Ojiro, the invisible student Toru Hagakure and Mayday. Finally, Team J was Hantasiro and Kirishima. Wow, what are the chances? Ochako shouted in glee. We're all on the same team. It's exactly what I wanted. Flurry said. Well, either that or a team that had Mayday, but this might be better. I can hang out with you two some more. Izuku looked a bit flustered in knowing that he'll be teaming with 2 girls. He only hoped he wouldn't mess anything up. Mayday looked a little concerned. While she knew it was a possibility the moment All Might said it would be random, she wasn't too thrilled about having to work with students she hardly knew. She hoped she would have gotten Izuku, Ochako, Flurry, or even Iida. At least she wasn't on a team with Bakugo. Ojiro took the moment to approach Mayday. Hey, so it looks like we're teaming together. Yeah, looks like it, Mayday said, barely making eye contact. I'm Masahiro Ojiro, and you're Mayday Parker, correct? Ojiro asked. Yeah, that's me, Mayday answered. Well, it's an honor to be on your team. I have a lot of respect for your family, so I hope to fight with that same honor they uphold, Ojiro said. You'll do fine. Just remember great responsibility and friendship, Mayday said, lumping both of her parents' mantras together. Funny, my dad was once rivals with a guy who specialized in karate, and now I'm teaming with a karate-based hero. Well, it helps my quirk. I mean, with a tail like mine it would be better to have a sense of combat skills, Ojiro said. So learning karate was a good way to utilize my quirk. Toru took this moment to approach Mayday, waving her gloved hands to get the Spider Girl's attention. I'm so excited to be teaming with you. You're like a big star in our class. Mayday blushed a little, kind of exaggerating a little. No way am I exaggerating. You're Mayday Parker, the daughter of Spider-Man. He's one of the greatest heroes in the world, and he's totally cute too. Toru said. Mayday rolled her eyes. That was nothing new for her since her father was known for attracting women without really trying to. Many called him the total package of looks, power and personality, a source of jealousy for his peers, and due to this tend to look down on Spider-Man. Weird thing is Peter doesn't get the affection he receives, but it led to a lot of hate, so this was a blessing and a curse for him, and Peter was married so it was a blessing he didn't even need, or want for that matter. Even if Spider-Man is my father, that doesn't make me bigger than anyone else. I'm a student like you and I'm learning to be a hero just like you, so let's try to see each other on even grounds, Mayday insisted. Sure thing. Though totally unrelated, if you want to be BFFs, I'm so down with that. Toru said. Thanks. So are you gonna stay invisible the whole time or are you gonna show yourself? Mayday asked. Toru said. I can't. I'm totally invisible. I can't show myself even if I wanted to. Wait, really? Mayday asked. I thought you were like Susan Storm. Susan Storm from the Fantastic Four. Oh, I wish. She's so cool. She's my personal idol since we have the same quirk, except she can control her invisibility and I can't, but still. She's so cool, Toru said. Mayday turned and sighed. This girl was way too enthusiastic, it reminded her of Pinkie Pie. I declare that the first two teams to do battle are. All Might pulled A and D from 2 boxes. These guys. Izuku and Bakugo looked surprised, they were going to be on opposing teams. Mayday looked very concerned, knowing that Bakugo had a good opportunity to potentially hurt her friends, and especially her cousin. Team A will be the heroes, Team D will be the villains, All Might declared. Everyone else can head to the monitor room to watch. Izuku looked down in worry, realizing what was about to happen. He turned and noticed Bakugo glaring hard at him, scaring the boy a little. He felt unsure, doubt that he could pull this off, though remembered Mayday's words from earlier. A hero shouldn't get easily scared. Izuku put on a tougher face and glared back at Bakugo, which only served to irritate him even more. Yes, sir, the rest of the class said and started making their way over to said room. The villain team will have 5 minutes to set up, then we set the hero team loose, All Might said. Mayday took the moment to approach Flurry before joining her class. Be careful out there when going up against that Katsuki Bakugo creep. His quirk is really powerful, I saw it firsthand during the combat training, not to mention he really doesn't like Izuku, so he's probably going to put the 3 of you through hell. I'm not worried about Bakugo, I think I can take him, Flurry said. Besides, not only do I have Ochako and Izuku with me, let's remember that Izuku's quirk is really strong, he can probably punch Bakugo all the way to Wakanda. That may be true, but it sounds like Izuku can't control his quirk well. Mr. Aizawa did say something about a broken body, you saw him go full power, right? What was it like? Mayday asked. Flurry thought back to 2 months prior when Izuku punched the 0-point robot hard enough to completely destroy it. Very strong, but I guess you're right about him getting hurt, he did break his arm and legs during the combat training, still I can take care of myself and Izuku if I needed to. Remember, cuz, I'm a princess, that means I bow to no one. A good princess is strong enough to overcome adversity, and with good friends by my side, that will give us the power we need to pass this exam and impress All Might Sensei. Quote. Yes, Sensei, little less weebish, Mayday said. Just be careful out there, if it looks too bad, just surrender, I don't trust that guy to hold back, and if you surrender then either he'll stop on his own, or All Might will make him stop. PFF, surrender, as if, Flurry said and walked off. Let us handle it, we'll show who the best heroes are. Mayday looked a little nervous about letting her cousin go through with this, she considered asking All Might to switch places with her, figuring she'd fare better against Bakugo. She then felt someone placing their hand on her shoulder. She turned around to see All Might. I know you're worried about your cousin, but you have to trust that she can handle herself. But Bakugo, Mayday tried insisting. I know, I saw his abilities back during the combat training, and Aizawa did tell me how angry he got when he saw young Midoriya's power, so I know he has power and possibly some anger issues, but when you and your cousin become heroes, you're going to run into people like that, except worse. Here she can learn how to handle and adapt to situations like that and grow from it. All Might placed his other hand on her other shoulder. And I promise that I won't allow anything to happen to her. If it gets too out of hand, I will step and handle it myself. That make you feel any better? Mayday thought a moment, then nodded. All right, Mr. All Might. Good, All Might said, patting her on the back. Let us join the others. Oh, and Mr. All Might is my father, you can just call me All Might. Wait, is that really your father? Mayday asked. Nope, I was just messing with you. All Might said, letting out a triumphant laugh, Mayday nervously going along with it. I thought my dad's jokes were lousy. The two made their way to the video room as the teams started setting up. Izuku, Ochako and Flurry sat together nearby as Iida and Bakugo made their way into the building. Young Iida, young Bakugo, the key to success in this challenge is to embody villainy, think from the perspective of an evil-doer, All Might said. Yes sir, Iida said. If things go too far, I'll step in, All Might said. Understood, Iida turned to see Bakugo glaring at Izuku. Come on. Bakugo glared a few extra seconds, then followed Iida inside, leaving Izuku a bit freaked outfit. Wouldn't be too hard for a guy like that to think like a villain, Flurry muttered. Inside, Iida and Bakugo began setting up, mostly Iida, who was examining the bomb. Fake, of course. Hey, Bakugo said, getting Iida's attention. Do you really think Deku has a quirk? You saw how he threw that ball, though it seems his power hurts his body, Iida said. Why is it that you seem to be especially angry when it comes to Midoriya? Bakugo paid no mind to Tenya's question, only reflecting on his power. Was he seriously just tricking me all these years? I'm gonna roast that damn nerd. Him and that princess bitch. You think they expect us to memorize this building's floor plan? It's so big, Ochako said. Probably not. If we were out there, we wouldn't know anything about it. This is just them being nice and giving us somewhat of a clue, Flurry said. You know, All Might's just as cool in person as he is on television. Glad he's not threatening us with some kind of punishment like Mr. Aizawa. She turned to Izuku. We can relax. She noticed something odd. Ah, you're sweating through your costume. He doesn't look very relaxed, Flurry commented. Well, it's just because we're up against Kachon, Izuku said. Plus there's Iida too, we should be on our guard. Oh, Bakugo, he's the one who's always making fun of you, Ochako said. Izuku nodded, and he's amazing. I'll be a bigger and more famous hero than the Avengers, the Justice League, even All Might himself. I'll be the richest hero of all time. He can be a real pain, sure, but his strength, confidence, ambition, not to mention his quirk, they're all so much greater than mine, Izuku said, then stood up. But that just means that I have to do better. I refuse to lose today. Flurry looked to Izuku with admiration, he had such a cool way with his words. I don't care what anyone says, Izu-kun, I think you're pretty cool. Me too, Ochako said, this getting a blush from Izuku. It sounds like we'll be witnessing a fated battle between rivals. Well, I don't want either of you getting wrapped up in my fight or anything, Izuku said. You kidding, we're a team, right? Let's win this, Ochako said. Heck yeah, nothing can stop the three of us. We're like mini Avengers, Flurry said. Izuku felt some form of relief and camaraderie, then heard All Might's voice. All right, let's begin the indoor combat training. Team A and Team D. Your time starts now. Back in the Monitora room, all the students were gathered together. Pay attention, kids, think about what you would do. Mayday watched intensely, hoping to see her cousin's team prevail. No disrespect to Iida, of course, total disrespect to Bakugo though. All Might readied to do his job as an instructor, understanding that he had to grade each kid objectively, including Midoriya. As Mayday watched intensely, she felt Toru nudging her. Worried about your cousin? Sorta. She's tough, but that Bakugo guy, I don't trust him, Mayday said. I wouldn't either, that dude looks scary, Kaminari said. You seem to know that boy with the green hair, what's your story? Toru asked. He's just someone I met a year ago when I first came to Japan, then again at the entrance exams. He's a nice boy, my cousin really likes him, Mayday said. Ooh, how much does she like him? Mina asked, getting very curious. Before Mayday could answer, Momo spoke up. Hey, all of you should be paying attention, you're all gonna have to do this as well. The others groaned in annoyance, though Mayday was a bit grateful to have avoided an awkward conversation. Granted, she herself doesn't even know if Flurry liked Izuku, her cousin is just naturally affectionate towards others, Izuku is just one of the few that returned the friendship, the best he could at least. Inside the building, Izuku, Ochako and Flurry had snuck in through the window. Already inside, Ochako said. Now to find that weapon that the villains have, Flurry said. Both of you, stay close, Izuku said. There are a lot of blind spots. The three walked down the halls very cautiously, keeping an eye out for either Iida or Bakugo. Izuku's guess was that at least one of them would stay near the weapon and the other would try to seek them out. Knowing Bakugo, he would rush in for a chance to fight. Izuku also knew he had no control over One for All, he would have to rely on either Ochako's zero gravity or Flurry's love magic, or at least his own skills without a quirk. He remembered his hero notebooks, including some specific notes on Batman. Growing up quirkless, he spent a lot of time looking up Batman's skills, knowing that he, despite being quirkless, has gone up against villains with quirks and usually held his own using his smarts and gadgets. Izuku doesn't have gadgets, but he at least knows his enemies, at least one of them he knew very well. Flurry began to grow impatient. Izuku and Ochako were walking too slowly, and the presence of an impending battle wasn't putting her at any more ease. This is taking forever. Didn't All Might say we have a time limit? I know, but we need to make our moves carefully. Iida or Kachon could pop up at any moment, Izuku reminded. Sometimes I think you give that Bakugo guy too much credit, Flurry said. Knowing him, he'll just come running out, screaming like an idiot, then from there we'll just beat him up and find that bomb thing. Kachon isn't that reckless, Flurry. I've known him since preschool. He's much more intelligent than he acts, Izuku said. Flurry huffed. Well, I'm going to scout ahead. She began to run ahead of the two, getting Izuku worried. Flurry, wait, don't just run ahead. Hey, some heroes scout ahead. That's the advantage of having a team, Flurry said, making her way toward an intersection in the hall. But you really shouldn't. Izuku's warning was in vain as he noticed Bakugo leaping from the intersection. Hey, little princess. Bakugo aimed his gauntlet right in front of her chest and blasted Flurry to the wall, the young princess hitting her head hard against it. Flurry, Ochako shouted in concern. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, seeing his friend hit the wall like that. He expected Bakugo to attack him first, though Flurry running ahead like that did make her an easier target. Back in the Monitora room, the students looked surprised by Bakugo's power, though Kirishima had an issue with his approach. A sneak attack? What kind of a man pulls cheap crap like that? He's playing the part, All Might said. Acting like a true villain would. Mayday looked on in terror, seeing her cousin so ruthlessly attacked like that. She knew this girl might be in over her head. The numbers advantage Izuku's team had suddenly didn't seem like such an advantage anymore. Back with Izuku, he was making sure Ochako was alright, but he was worried for Flurry, as was the zero-gravity girl. Oh no, Flurry looks hurt pretty badly, Ochako said. And this nerd is next. Truth be told, I've been waiting for the chance to put that bitch in her place. Now it's your turn, Deku. Bakugo shouted. Bakugo charged up and went for a punch. I won't hurt you so bad they'll have to stop the fight, just close. As he attacked, however, Izuku had grabbed his arm, very much to his surprise. Izuku then flipped him over judo style and slammed Bakugo back first, hard on the ground. Holy crap, Izuku, Mayday shouted from the room. Did he learn that from Batman? That sure seems like something he'd do. You always go for a big right hook whenever you start a fight. I know because I've watched you for years, Izuku explained as Bakugo started standing up. I analyzed every amazing hero, even you. I wanted to learn all I could about them. It was all in the notebook you burned and threw away. Izuku glared down at his friend. You can call me Deku, but it's not in the same way you think it to be. Izuku stood strong. Deku means you can do it. And now it's the name of a hero. Flurry slowly started getting up, still feeling kind of weak. Ochako noticed her stir and rushed over to help her friend. Careful, don't overdo it. I'm fine. It's gonna take more than that to keep me down, Flurry said, looking to the two boys. Wow, Izu-kun has gotten pretty bold. Deku, Bakugo said, remembering the young Izuku from when they were kids. You're so scared you're shaking, yet you want to fight me anyway. He shouted in anger, that's why I hate you. All Izuku could remember at that moment was the time he and Bakugo were kids, always walking around and exploring together with some other boys. Even at a young age, Bakugo was fearless, wanting to venture into more dangerous areas, such as a restricted forest. Now here this boy was, standing across from him, ready to fight, and it irked Bakugo to no end. As he stared down his opponent, he heard Iida talking into his ear through the radio. Bakugo, come in, give me a status report, where are you? Just shut up and defend the weapon. Bakugo ordered, I've got more important things to do right now. Are you forgetting our mission? The transmission then disconnected, much to Tenya's annoyance. He hung up on me. Ugh, we're supposed to be partners. Tenya groaned at his partner's lack of cooperation. Back in the video room, Kirishima seemed confused when he saw Bakugo talking, though it didn't look like he was talking to Izuku. Who's Bakugo talking to? Can we get some sound or something? I gave him a radio before the match started, as well as a map of the building. All Might then pulled out some little tape. I also gave them capture tape. Wrapping this around your opponent means you've apprehended them, and they're out for the rest of the training. So there's a 15-minute time limit and the good guys have no idea where this weapon they need to find is right. Mina asked. Correct. All Might confirmed. Then the heroes are clearly at a huge disadvantage then, Mina said. Real heroes have to outwit villains on a daily basis, that's life. Even when the odds aren't in our favor, we fight. All Might said. He then raised his hand in the air, all together. Let's hear a plus ultra. The class said, also raising their hands, some more enthusiastically than others. Monsieur, he's on the move, Aoyama said, getting All Might's attention. Mayday clenched her fists. You three better be careful. Bakugo extended his hand behind him, ready to make a move. Uraraka, go. Izuku instructed just as Bakugo launched himself at Izuku, going for a kick just as Uraraka ran off. Bakugo nearly kicked Izuku in the head, but the boy quickly blocked the strike. I knocked out one teammate and you tell the other to run. Bakugo said, then noticed Izuku attempting to wrap some tape around his ankle. Damn, it's the capture tape. Izuku remembered Hero Book 10, page 18, the section about Aizawa and his moves. Luckily I got to see Eraserhead in action. He focused his attention on his rival. What will Kachon do now? Knowing him, he'll be impatient and try another big punch. As Izuku predicted, Bakugo attempted to punch him, which Izuku was able to dodge, much to the amazement of the kids in the TV room. Wow, Midoriya totally dodged it, Mina said, looking really excited. Yeah, little guy's pretty good, Sato said. He's holding his own in there, and he hasn't even used his quirk yet. Zero said. Ha, that's because he knows that bully like the back of his hand. Mayday shouted in glee. Put that overconfident jackass in his place, Izuku. All Might wasn't surprised, knowing how well Izuku could take action in times of crisis, such as the time he attempted to save Mayday from the sludge villain. He even remembered the notebook Izuku had back when they first met. Izuku took very accurate notes on the pro heroes over the years and used those to better himself. Izuku shook off the attacks, glaring at Bakugo. He kicked me this time. He's changing up his moves to be less predictable. Does that mean he's worried? Bakugo was ready to attack again, but before he could do anything, he was suddenly blasted from behind, falling face first to the floor. Flurry, Izuku said, seeing the princess standing. Hope he didn't think one hit would be enough to knock me out, Flurry said with heavy sass. This didn't keep Bakugo down long. He started standing up and glaring at the princess. You should have stayed down. He lunged himself at her, attempting to hit a strong blast, but she grabbed his wrist, the two struggling in place. Izuku, go find Ochako. I'll keep him distracted, Flurry shouted, trying to restrain the angry explosive user. But Izuku didn't want to leave Flurry alone with Bakugo, knowing she could be in danger. Just go, Flurry commanded. Much as he didn't want to leave, there wasn't much he could do staying there. Bakugo's strong enough to withstand the both of them. Even if he used his quirk, it wasn't his health he was worried about. He didn't want to hurt Flurry either. That would take both of them out of the game. Be careful, Izuku said, running off. What? Get back here, Bakugo shouted, looking back at Izuku. Flurry took the chance to knee his stomach and deliver a strong punch to Bakugo's jaw, knocking him back. Hey, focus your attention on me. I'm the one you have to fight, Flurry shouted. Back in the TV room, the students once again looked impressed, this time with Flurry. That girl's tougher than she looks, Kaminari said. Bit foolish though, Kirishima said. I think she just made Bakugo mad. Mayday clenched her fingers in anticipation. Don't let up. Keep attacking. Bakugo looked enraged. This girl was really starting to get under his skin. He slowly turned to her, a look of destruction in his eyes. You're going to regret that. In one swift motion, he punched Flurry hard in the stomach and then sent an explosive blast to knock her down the hall. Flurry stood up, ready to fight again, though Bakugo was way ahead, using both his gauntlets to send a strong blast behind him to propel him like a rocket, rushing in with a strong knee to her face, knocking her to the floor. She quickly stood up, attempting to attack, but Bakugo grabbed her wrist and hit a strong backhand across her face, knocking her right back down. Flurry! Mayday shouted from the TV room. She couldn't stand seeing her cousin hurt like this, even more seeing some blood drip from her face. That guy's relentless, Kirishima said. You're not worth my time, Bakugo said. Much as he'd like to smack this girl around some more, he had a more important thing to attend to. Deku, you can't escape from me. Izuku continued running through the halls, hearing Bakugo's angry yell. Flurry, I hope she's alright. Kachan can be ruthless when he's in a bad mood. Bakugo stormed the halls, looking for Izuku. I bet you've been laughing behind my back all these years. Tricking me into thinking you're weak. That got Izuku's attention clear as day. Where's your flashy power now? Bakugo created some explosions in his hands. Quirk or no quirk, you're nothing compared to me. Man, that guy's got some serious anger issues, Kaminari said from the TV room. I hope that girl's alright, Toru said. That level of pride is something else, All Might muttered. If he's not careful, it could lead to his demise. Mayday impatiently tapped her foot. Man, really hope Ochako finds that weapon and puts an end to this. That guy is too dangerous to keep off a leash. Izuku sat in a corner somewhere, trying to access the situation. Looks like Kachan's completely forgotten about Uraraka, just like I thought. If they wanted to send someone to catch us, Iida was the best choice, he's way faster. It just means that Kachan's gone rogue and isn't cooperating with his partner. Izuku took into account of their strength as well. Those two have really strong quirks. Even with a one-person advantage we would have a tough time against them. Easy to tell considering how quickly Kachan fought off Flurry, and given the unpredictability of my quirk, it's hard to properly coordinate with them. He considered all his options. I can't go after the weapon now, or Kachan will find me. If Uraraka and I try to fight Kachan, we might run out of time. Even if Flurry tries to help, she might not stand much of a chance against Iida on her own, plus she's probably hurt right now. The best chance we have is for me to keep Kachan busy and trust Uraraka. She'll find the weapon and Iida, then I'll join her for a 2-on-1 fight, 3 if Flurry's up to it. I gotta check on her soon as well. I have to capture Kachan here by myself. I should be able to do it if I don't get too close to his hands. Stop hiding, Bakugo shouted, getting Izuku's attention. Come out and face me, you coward. By the way, Kachan, there's something I've been meaning to tell you, Izuku said softly, remembering the day Bakugo berated him for his UA intentions. You really think they'd let someone like you in when they can have me? Wait, you got it all wrong. Really, I'm not trying to compete against you. You gotta believe me. I take back everything I said, Izuku said, wiping his nose off. Elsewhere in the city, several crooks had just been webbed and were hanging upside down from a light post. No matter where I go, there's always a group of morons who believe they can just take what they want with brute force. It's like they don't even consider the consequences of pulling this crap in a city full of heroes, Spiderman said, dusting off his hands. Well, I guess it keeps people in a job, not that anyone should be in this solely for the money. Within moments he found himself with a crowd of supporters, all showing their praise to the arachnid hero. Thank you, Spiderman, a man said. You're the best, a young boy said. We love you, a woman said. It's nothing, Spiderman insisted, then did a bunch of bows. Arigato, thank you, I'm off now to keep saving your city. Peter used a web to fling away as the crowd continued cheering Spiderman and the police arrived to apprehend the crooks. All in a day's work for the friendly neighborhood Spiderman, even if it's someone else's, Spiderman said, landing on a roof. Of course, until Mayday finishes UA, this is my neighborhood. I've called Japan my home before, and now I can again. Who knows, maybe I'll permanently move here. Then again, it didn't work out too well when I tried moving to Equestria after marrying Twilight. I'm just too much of a New Yorker. He then got a call from Twilight, which he answered using his suit's tech. Sup hun? Hey Peter, how are the patrols today? Twilight asked. Good, just caught some robbers. Plus so far no soft balls, still can't believe it came all the way from UA, Spiderman said. Yeah, Mayday said it was one of her classmates, wonder why she didn't tell us which one, Twilight wondered. Likely because she was worried about getting them in trouble or something. I mean, I wouldn't have been mad, not like they intentionally tried to knock me out, Spiderman said. Well, keep it up, I wish I could be there, but Benji requires my attention for now, Twilight said. Hey, being a mother is hero work of its own, Spiderman said. Maybe we'll take turns with this, if you'd like. You can patrol and I can keep an eye on the little man. I'll definitely consider that, I've got some fight left in me too after all, Twilight said. I know you do, love you hun, Spiderman said. You too, and be careful, never know what else could be out there, Twilight said, hanging up. Spiderman looked out into the horizon. Yeah, while the next big hero could come out of UA, who knows where the next big villain can emerge from. He whipped away on his web, looking to see who else needs assistance. Back at UA's training ground, Bakugo is seen angrily storming the halls, his childhood memories once again randomly resurfacing, from his time playing with a bouncing ball, kicking it in the air perfectly without dropping it while Izuku tried and failed. Geez Izuku, you really can't do anything right. Or the time he showed his friends that the kanji spelling Izuku's name could also be read as Deku. Deku, that must be what you call a helpless loser who's completely useless. Huh, why are you being so mean, Kachan? Or the time they sailed boats across the lake, Kachan staying afloat while Izuku sank to the bottom. The biggest being the day he developed his quirk, being told that he was going to be an amazing hero, being praised by his whole class, believing no one can reach his level of greatness. He remembered how much Izuku admired him and wanted to be as great as him, but Bakugo knew that it didn't matter, that Izuku would never be as great as him. He believed that even more the day he found out that Izuku didn't have a quirk, or so he believed at the time. But what really ticked him off was the day he fell into a river after slipping off a log bridge. He was fine, it was nothing he couldn't handle, but Izuku still had the nerve to check up on him. You okay, Kachan? Are you hurt? Bakugo clenched his fists at the memory. I was fine on my own, but he looked at me like some sort of weakling. He angrily stomped down the halls, but I'm not. I'm so much better than you are. You useless little shit. Meanwhile Ochako finally made her way over where Tenya was, as well as the weapon. Found it, now I just gotta tell Deku and Flurry, and try my best to stay out of sight until they get up here. As she was about to contact them, she became interested by Tenya thinking out loud. Bakugo definitely has a villainous side, and that's exactly what we need to succeed in this mission. I must temporarily dedicate my mind to villainy. Yes, I won't fail this trial and bring shame upon the Iida family. That means, I must now embrace evil, to become a hero. He then stood triumphantly. Behold, I am the personification of villainy. Ochako burst out laughing. He's so serious. Huh. Uraraka, is that you? Tenya asked, his voice sounding much more sinister. Ochako awkwardly stepped out upon realizing she was busted. So you've come along. I expected you might be here when Bakugo ran off and engaged with Midoriya, but unfortunately for you, it seems you failed to bring your other ally Princess Flurry Heart. That's a mistake on your end, not that it would have mattered. I know your quirk allows you to make anything you touch float, but I've prepared for that. Tenya showed off the sparkly room. So I've hidden every object you can use against me, do-gooder. My dastardly tricks have rendered you helpless. You've blundered, hero. He then did an over-the-top villainous laugh with Ochako just awkwardly smiling. He's really getting into it, the gravity girl mused. Downstairs Izuku continued making his way through the halls. He hoped to make his way back to Flurry, wanting to make sure she wasn't hurt, but he also needed to figure out the best trap to lay for Bakugo. Deku, Flurry, anyone there? He heard Ochako say through the radio. Uraraka, how's it going? Izuku answered. Iida knows I'm here, my mistake. It's fine though, now he's monologuing, Ochako said. What about you? And where's Flurry? I'm fine for now. As for Flurry, last I saw her she tried fighting Kachan. She asked me to make a run for it while I thought up a strategy, but I think Bakugo fought her off. I hope she's not too hurt, Izuku said. Where are you anyway? Near the middle of the 5th floor, Ochako said. Huh, you're right above me, Izuku noticed. We probably don't have much time left now, we gotta finish this fast or they win. Found you, he heard the voice of Bakugo say. He turned to see his classmate and rival. Thought you could escape while that bitch had me distracted. What were you planning, an ambush? Izuku clenched his fists, gonna have to fight him head on. Suddenly Bakugo's gauntlet had briefly glowed. Looks like I'm all loaded up. That seemed to have piqued Izuku's curiosity. Why aren't you using that fancy quirk of yours? Izuku was hesitant to answer, of course, even more so by Bakugo's now crazed look in his eyes. Don't tell me you're underestimating me, Deku. Get over here and show me what you're really made of. Not having much of a choice, Izuku pulled out his capture tape. Catch on, I'm not scared of you anymore. Bakugo was momentarily frustrated, but he did his best to push that aside, using that as more fuel to take down this nerd. Since you're such a fanboy when it comes to quirks, you probably know how mine works. My sweat is basically nitroglycerin and I can use it to cause explosions. Imagine what I could do if I had a shit ton of it. Bakugo then aimed his gauntlet at Izuku. These gauntlets aren't just for show, they've been storing up my sweat for one monster blast. Wait, what? Mayday shouted from the room. All Might, you can't let him do that. It could kill Izuku. I know, All Might said with urgency as he spoke into the microphone. Young Bakugo, don't do it. He could die. He'll be fine as long as he dodges. Bakugo said. In that moment, Flurry had stumbled her way around the corner, just as Bakugo was about to fire his blast. She could see that it was gonna be a big one, or it looked that way, and she could see Izuku standing there almost helpless. Bakugo, don't. Too late, Bakugo had released the pin and sent a massive blast in Izuku's direction. The blast was strong enough to damage the walls of the building, leaving a huge hole on the other side with loads of debris in its path. The explosion was enough to shake the building, as noticed by Iida and Ochako. Even the monetary room shook a bit. Whoa, this is nuts, Kirishima said. Oh my god, is Izuku alright? Mayday shouted in worry. Come in, All Might urgently shouted. Come in, Midoriya. Izuku was laying on the floor, struggling to stand up. As that, even aloud. He could hear Bakugo from the smoke, laughing a bit maniacally. These things are awesome. He walked through the smoke as his other gauntlet glowed, his voice making him sound a bit deranged. The more of my sweat stored in the gauntlets, the stronger the explosion is. He continued, making his way toward a frightened Izuku. Go ahead, use your stupid quirk on me, Deku. He stopped before his rival, glaring down with a sinister smile. Even if you give me everything you've got, you'll never beat me. Mayday shivered a bit from where she was. He's not just a jerk, he's practically insane. Glad we're not the ones fighting him, Ojiro said. Even with our advantage we might lose, sure isn't helping them. Mayday clenched her fist, gritting her teeth at the sight of the explosion user. I hate to admit it, but he might be a lot more dangerous than I expected. Upstairs in the building, Tenya is trying to reach Bakugo. What is going on down there? Answer me. Did you cause that explosion? Ochako knew this was her chance to grab the weapon while Iida was distracted. Iida, however, noticed and attempted to block her, though to his surprise, she seemed to be able to float. Since when can she make herself float? Tenya wondered. Ochako pressed her hands together. Release. Just as she was about to land on the weapon, Iida used his quirk to grab it and move it away in the blink of an eye as Ochako tumbled hard on the ground below. Admirable attempt, but your quirk's useless if you can't touch anything. I can easily keep this weapon out of your reach until time runs out. Iida said while doing an over-the-top villain laugh. Ochako got back up, glaring slightly at her opponent. It's not over, I won't let Deku down. Downstairs, Bakugo is continuing to taunt Izuku. What's the matter? You look scared. You dodged the attack so you can still fight, can't you? Come and get me. Bakugo. Flurry shouted, stumbling over. You really have lost your mind. Are you that desperate to win that you'd risk serious injury or worse to your classmate? As she got close, Bakugo whacked her across the face with his gauntlet. You stay out of this, princess. Why don't you just crawl back to your fancy castle? Superheroing is no place for a fragile little girl like you. No, Flurry, Izuku said, looking really frustrated. Crap, with those gauntlets he can use his powers long range too. I'm not safe even if I keep my distance, what should I do now? He then checked his radio. Come in, what's the situation? Not good, Ochako said. Bakugo's eye twitched. Are you ignoring me again? I'll get your attention. Back in the Monitora room, Kirishima voiced his concerns. Sir, isn't this getting out of hand? That Bakugo is acting real crazy, he's gonna kill him. Not so, All Might said. He knew that Bakugo wasn't actually trying to kill his rival, he was just putting on a tough act. Still, he needed to make sure there was some order. Bakugo, used that stored up power again and your team gets disqualified. Huh, Bakugo shouted. To employ such a strong attack indoors is inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. All Might said. It's a poor strategy whether you're a hero or a villain. The penalty would be a massive loss of points. Finally laying down some ground rules, Mayday said. Bakugo looked frustrated, now shaking in his anger. Fortunately for him, he didn't notice Flurry's smug smile, that would enrage him even more. All Might started to feel conflicted. I know that as a teacher I should stop this fight, but... Bakugo's rage boiled over as he let out a mighty scream. The pillar by the window, head there now, Izuku said over the radio. Fine, Bakugo shouted, getting Izuku's attention. We'll fight head to head. Bakugo used his explosion-like rocket thrusts once again as he leapt into the air, getting Izuku worried. I won't be able to dodge it, I'll have to counterattack. Izuku said, throwing a punch. Suddenly Bakugo sent an explosion down to propel himself back into the air, distracting Izuku as Bakugo appeared behind the boy and blasted him from behind with a strong attack. That was some technique, Kirishima said, this piquing the curiosity of Shoto Todoroki. He doesn't come off as a guy with a strategy, but he's quite intelligent. This got the attention of Kirishima and Mina. What are you talking about? Mina asked. He changed his trajectory while in midair using a blast that doubled as a smoke screen. Very clever, Todoroki said. A feint attack like that requires an extreme amount of precision. He had to calculate the physics and demonstrate control over his quirk, Momo explained. Kaminari sighed in annoyance. Bakugo is way too talented, I hate it. Mayday looked a bit concerned, so that psychotic nutcase can actually use his brain. Here I thought he was all muscle, this is gonna be a pain in the butt to deal with. Izuku stumbled a bit, feeling sizzling pain from the blast. Izuku, look out, Flurry warned. Izuku turned around to see Bakugo rushing at him. Here comes the famous right hook you were whining about. Damn nerd. Despite seeing him coming, Izuku couldn't react fast enough as he took a shot straight to his right arm. Flurry cringed at the sight, wondering what that impact did to his arm. Izuku. Deku. Bakugo said, grabbing the boy's arm, don't you ever forget what you are. Using his explosion at a controlled rate, he maneuvered around and slammed Izuku hard on his back. You're a weakling. Izuku knew he was in trouble. Bakugo was not allowing him a chance to form a strategy. Izuku didn't want to resort to one for all, but he would not be able to win without it. Bakugo is too strong to fight against Quirkless. This is too hard to watch, Mina said, worrying for the boy. All he has to do is wrap tape around him, not kill him. Bakugo's certainly acting like a villain, Tokiyami said. I thought Midoriya was amazing at the start, but he's completely outmatched when it comes to combat strength, plus Bakugo seems like a natural at this stuff, Kaminari said. Mayday started biting her lip in worry, seeing how ruthlessly Bakugo treated her friend, not to mention how ruthless he was against her cousin. This kid shouldn't be in a hero school, at least in her opinion. What was the faculty thinking letting this boy in? Surely some of the teachers must have seen how overly ruthless he was. All Might, this fight needs to end. Bakugo's taking this to a personal level. He doesn't want Izuku in this school. I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to give him a permanent injury just to end his hero career before it starts. Mayday shouted. All Might knew Mayday had a point. He knew he needed to end this, but he just couldn't. He needed to let Izuku prove himself. Unfortunately Mayday was not taking this well. All Might, you need to stop the fight, it's getting out of hand. Mayday shouted. Bakugo's too insane to be out there like that. You need to end this now. Easy Parker. That's All Might you're talking to, Ojiro said, hoping to calm his teammate. I don't care who he is. Mayday shouted. If this continues, if I feel like Izuku or my cousin's gonna get hurt, I'm going over there and dealing with Bakugo myself. You will do no such thing. Momo shouted. Mayday turned to Momo with a look of anger mixed with disbelief in her eyes. Excuse me. You say Bakugo is taking this to a personal level, yet you're stressing yourself out because it's a friend of yours as well as your cousin that's out there, so you're being just as bad as Bakugo right now, and we don't need two emotionally crazed students trading blows, Momo said. Who in the hell do you think you are giving me orders, Ponytail? Mayday shouted, getting in Momo's face. Don't you ever tell me what to. Mayday, enough. All Might shouted. I know you're frustrated, but I don't want you picking fights with other students. If you continue, I will have you removed from this exercise, and it will not look good for your grade. Mayday growled in frustration and let out an annoyed yell. All Might felt for the girl. He understood her frustration, but if there's one thing she needed to learn as a pro hero is that she can't let her emotions affect her judgment. Izuku tried standing up, feeling a lot of pain. He knew he couldn't win, so he scampered away to the best of his ability. He's retreating, Mina said. Not very manly, but he doesn't have much a choice, he's outmatched, Kirishima said. Unless he's got some type of plan. Mayday rolled her eyes at Kirishima's manly comment, though refrained from commenting, not wanting to risk disciplinary action from All Might, or hear Momo's condescending words, knowing she will punch her in the face if she talks again. She just hoped Izuku really did have a plan for this. Izuku ran towards a nearby window, hoping to line Bakugo up nicely. He noticed that Flurry was standing near a wall on the other side. In Izuku's haste he forgot to check on her. He had to remember to keep her safe when he unveiled his plan. Why won't you use your damn quirk? Bakugo said, approaching Izuku. Still think you can win without it? He then gestured to Flurry. Or is this little brat going to save you? You've got it wrong, Izuku said. You've been hiding your true power for years. What's the deal, Deku? Did you think you were better than me this entire time? Bakugo shouted. That's what you think, Izuku said, looking really frustrated at his opponent. You idiot, you've always been stronger, Kachan. I know that you're better than me. Izuku clenched his fists, looking straight into Bakugo's eyes. That's why I wanna beat you. Because you're amazing. You're an even bigger idiot that I realized, Bakugo said. Come at me. Just as he was about to attack, Flurry again rushed in for an attack of her own, hitting Bakugo hard with a punch to his jaw. Flurry, wait, Izuku shouted. Flurry did not stop. She continued punching the bully, drawing a bit of blood when one punch hit his mouth hard. The entirety of Class 1A didn't expect this, a peppy and friendly girl showing some physical prowess. Even Izuku looked amazed by this. That's what you get for being a bully. You big, stupid. As she attempted to punctuate her insult with another punch, Bakugo had grabbed her fist. Haven't you learned by now? You're nothing against me. Without warning he punched Flurry's elbow with viscous aggressiveness, the princess crying out in pain. Izuku's pupils dilated as Flurry fell to the floor, her arm bent in an unnatural way. For the first time in this training, tears finally came to the poor girl's eyes. The pain was too much for her. Flurry, Mayday shouted, seeing her cousin writhe in pain. She started trembling in anger, a look of death emanating in her eyes. I'm going to kill that bastard. I'm gonna tear him apart. She attempted to leave the room but found herself restrained by Tsuyu, Tokiyami and Kaminari. Calm yourself, Tokiyami ordered. Going to start a fight is gonna make things worse. Tsuyu warned. Yeah, suppose Bakugo does that to you, Kaminari said. I'm not afraid of him. When I'm done he'll be afraid of me, Mayday shouted. All Might started losing his patience with the girl. Parker, you are to stay in this area. That's a direct order. Her arm is broken, All Might, Mayday shouted. I can see that. You going out there isn't going to better things. This is the last time I will warn you, All Might shouted. Mayday was still panting in anger and frustration. Part of her just wanted to do what she wanted to do anyway, rules be damned. Family came first, that's what she always believed. However, out of respect for who All Might was and his status as a hero, she could not bring herself to deliberately defy him, so reluctantly she calmed herself, retreating back to the spot she was before, much to the relief of her fellow classmates. Despite his disapproval of her outburst, he still felt empathy for the girl. Maybe I should have ended this already, this is getting way too out of hand. Back with Izuku, he stood there in shock of seeing this girl's arm bent in such a bad way. He was unable to protect her. He thought keeping Bakugo focused on him would keep her safe. But this girl was too focused on keeping him safe. Izuku had failed her. I warned you not to screw around with me. Let that broken arm remind you of how weak you are. Bakugo shouted. Kachan. Izuku shouted, getting Bakugo's attention. Did you forget about me? I'm the one you're fighting. Bakugo glared at the One for All inheritor. If you really believe you're stronger than me, then come and prove it right now. Bakugo's pupils dilated. Cocky little bastard. The two rushed at each other, Bakugo charging up his explosions as Izuku started powering up his quirk. They're going to kill each other, Kirishima urgently said, trying to get All Might's attention. Sir. Get him Izuku. Mayday cheered. Do it for Flurry. This is it Kachan. Izuku shouted as Bakugo ready to punch. Uraraka. Grab the pillar. Bakugo looked surprised a moment, but didn't let up and went for a punch. Izuku managed to get underneath as he hit a strong uppercut to completely destroy Bakugo's gauntlet, as well as creating a strong gust of wind to blow through the ceiling. The force of the gust knocked Bakugo back to a wall as Izuku placed himself over Flurry to make sure she wasn't hurt by the gust of wind. In the floor above, Tenya was holding onto the weapon to keep himself balanced, though noticed Ochako holding a pillar in her arms. What's happening? This is it. Sorry Iida, Ochako said, swinging the pillar. Improvised special move, the Comet Home Run. She then whacked a bunch of flying chunks of cement at Tenya. In the name of villainy I demand that you stop this. As Tenya protected himself from the attack, Ochako leapt up toward the weapon again, using her powers to make her float. Release. She then landed on the weapon, completely grabbing it. I got it. Tenya turned to see that the weapon he was supposed to be protecting was now in the clutches of his enemies. No, the weapon. Down below, Bakugo was getting up though felt a sting in his arm. He checked to see that he had taken somewhat of a blow, though it wasn't hard enough to break anything. He didn't care about that, he just cared that Izuku once again held out on him. You bastard, you were playing me this entire time. I wasn't going to use it, because I can't control it, Izuku said, holding his arm up. Through the dust Bakugo could see that his arm was badly damaged. I can't control the backlash against my body, Mr. Aizawa said I would be useless. Once the dust cleared, Izuku was showing his arm fully as he held Flurry close to him. But this was all that I can think of. For the first time, Bakugo showed some slight remorse for his opponent, evident from the shocked look in his eyes. It wasn't even about winning the exercise. I had to protect Flurry, I couldn't stand by and leave her to suffer anymore, even if that meant destroying my arm, Izuku said. Bakugo couldn't believe this, so much power, a type he couldn't control. He wasn't sure what to feel anymore. He could hate him for hiding his power, but he wondered, what exactly was there to hate? In the Monitora room, the students all looked on with the same shocked expressions, especially Mayday who looked on sympathetically towards Izuku. He did this to himself, to avenge Flurry's honor. Izuku had then collapsed from the pain, Flurry frantically checking him, seemingly forgetting about her own injury. Izuku. Flurry gently stroked his hair and arm. No, Izuku. She lowered herself down, wanting to comfort this boy. A kind-hearted boy who did not deserve the cruelty he endured. She started tearing up again, this time for Izuku rather than herself. Bakugo stood there in silence, not sure what to do or how to react. Everything was sinking in, but he could barely process this. Flurry glared slightly at the boy beside them. Is this what you wanted? To hurt him? To soothe your own ego by asserting your dominance? Question mark. You're not a hero in the making, you're a villain. The part you were given in this exercise is the part you'll play in life. Flurry wiped her nose, not taking her eyes off Bakugo. Your hero days are numbered, because after today, who's going to see someone like you as a hero at all? Let alone the greatest in the world. Because all the greats I know, including my Uncle Peter, would never stoop to such brutal violence. Bakugo barely reacted, all he could do is continue to stand there as Flurry continued checking over Izuku. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Drop red hearts in the comments so I can know who watches the video till the end, and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.